Hey guys, welcome to What If Deku, the compilation. You're probably wondering what this is. It's combining 4 movies from the past to make one big, huge, juicy thing for you to enjoy. So I hope you enjoy. Grab some popcorn. It's going to be a long one. A goodbye. No, not goodbye. Goodbye from me, but to old me. So enjoy. Set the scene. Deku is quirkless. He is an absolute disappointment to his rich family. You may be asking what happened to Deku's old family. Well, Deku's old family is still a thing, but now, due to society being focused a lot more on quirks, some stuff has changed from canon. So, his dad now works from home, and his dad has a really powerful quirk. Now, what would this quirk be? It is complete ice manipulation. Now, you may be like, oh, Todoroki has this, but I mean, like, to a degree, like, a terrible degree. Literally, he could freeze skyscrapers, and he is known as the one person who can go against the symbol of peace. And he's known as the one person that is the complete opposite to Endeavor's flames, yet they seem to have similar personalities. And number 2 is his mum. What is his mum's quirk? His mum's quirk is, of course, telekinesis, but it's on a whole new level. Like, you can see her pick up a car and crush her hands. It's, like, sick to watch, and everyone's like, sorry. Don't know what happened there, got a bit carried away. Everyone's like, oh my god, this couple of superheroes, their child is going to be super powerful. Anyway, Deku, he's 9 years old, and he still doesn't have a quirk. People think he's a late bloomer. People think he's just simply a disappointment, and his dad is still trying to train him up anyway, and his dad basically just views him as a huge, big, gooey disappointment, which isn't good, because, yeah. Let's continue on with the story. So, it's Deku, he's 2 days off finishing school, and his parents are like, should we send him to boarding school? Should we make him focus on education? Is there any point? Now, here's a key part. Society is focused on quirks. Now, I'm surprised this didn't happen in normal My Hero Academia, but the new power system is quirks. Whoever has the stronger quirk is stronger higher up in society. So the lower levels are like all the mid-class electric quirks. They're used a lot in power factories because they're carbon-free, greenhouse gas-free electricity. So they're used there. A bit like in Avatar, if you've seen Avatar. I think it's Legend of Korra where they make firebenders create electricity. A lot of basic electric users have been brought up there, and there's like a whole family behind it, which is of course a bit creepy, because, you know, to create a family with the same quirk, there'll have to be a bit of fill in the gaps. You know, if you can't fill in the gaps, I don't know, sorry. Anyway, so society is now built upon the fact that you have a quirk. If you have a strong quirk, you're on top of society, and at the peak is All Might. See, All Might is seen as a symbol of peace, but his personality has been altered a bit by society. But we'll get to that. Anyway, just let's iron things out. Deku's a disappointment. Everyone thinks Deku's a disappointment. Even himself thinks he's a disappointment. He's got low quirk grades in class. Now, this is a little different from normal society too, because there's now quirk grades, which are way more important than normal grades, but normal grades are a thing, and instead of learning English or Japanese for them, they have that replaced with quirk studies, which is like learning about quirks, and English is replacing, I don't know, what you'd usually like PE. So PE is now English, and English is now quirk studies, and quirk studies is now basically everything's replacing each other. So quirk studies is the most important. PE is no longer a thing because in quirk studies you get exercise. Anyway, I should stop rambling because this is a rambling mess, and I want to focus the story up a bit. So Deku, he's in the highest class. He's in high class society. He's rich, but he's a disappointment. No matter how much help, research, or whatever, Deku's seen as quirkless. Now, you may be like 20% of the population quirkless. Well, this is wrong. it's now 1%, and the reason I've done this is because to be quirkless is to be bad. Like, if you're quirkless, you're basically, I don't want to, you're like disadvantaged at life. It's really impossible to do anything in life, because everything revolves around the quirk. So, anyway, it's Deku's second to last day at school. Whenever he goes to school, even though he's rich, he gets bullied. And to be honest, there's nothing his dad could do about it. No matter how powerful he is, due to his son being quirkless, his whole family, is getting shamed upon. So if he brought it up at school, the school wouldn't really listen to him. Listening to somebody who's got a powerful son as well as a powerful family, which is Bakugo's family, who basically control the school at this point. So Deku is there, and believe it or not, even though he's being called hopeless, he still wants to make it into UA, which is still a school in this society. In fact, it's one of the most important schools in this society, even more important. So Deku gets bullied on a daily basis, like previously mentioned. So after a long day of school and being bullied, Deku walks home with blood dripping from his body. This is gruesome, it's not nice, but there's nothing his family can do about it. He walks home, and this time he realizes that Bakugo and the rest of the bully group, if you remember them from canon, are standing there blocking the short way home, so Deku's to take the long way home. On the long way home, he realizes that there's some weird material on the ground, so he goes off track to go and discover it, because Deku, he's had to walk all this way, why not have a look at this weird material on the ground? This weird material is surrounded by what looks like to be an explosion perimeter, though it looks more like it's gone from space and landed on a meteor. This isn't big, it's like the size of a hand all the way around, if that makes sense. So you could fit a hand, the item, and then another hand. And Deku's, he's a bit weirded out by it. So anyway, he picks up this item and he realizes it's quite flat, but quite wide on one side. So one side it's flat, one side it's wide. It's a bit like a card. Then he reads the card, and that's when his world goes to black. He faints. He's knocked out. Then he wakes up in a weird, misty place, and he has a look around. He can't see anything, but all he can hear is a voice in his head. Deku. Deku. Deku hears this, and he's creeped out as hell. He's like, oh my god, he knows Deku. Is it Bakugo? Is it Bakugo? Where am I? And then the voice goes, sorry, Izuku Midoriya. Deku is still creeped out. I'm still going to call him Deku because that's a shortened way of saying it, and that's easier for me. Deku's still freaked out, looking around, weirded out by the voice. The voice yet again says, Izuku Midoriya. This just continues freaking out Deku. Stop worrying, for God's sake, I need to talk to you. Anyway, so, Izuku, you may not know who I am, but I know who you are. Now, don't be creeped out by the void of me, that's not important right now. All I need to ask you is, are you still quirkless? Deku says, sadly, yes, I am quirkless, but I'm still gonna become a hero because the symbol of peace would, and that's what I'm gonna do. And that's when the voice then goes, kid, give up. Without a quirk, you're never gonna become a hero. In fact, you're never gonna become anything in society. We all heavily rely upon quirks, and honestly, in society, the best you could become is a shop floor worker. Or, I don't know, maybe if you're lucky you could become the manager, but you know this already, don't you? Deku's then like, I'm not gonna listen to you. I will become a hero. I'll become the first in UA to become a hero without having a quirk. And you know what? It's possible. They even made it possible in the last year. No one's got into it yet, but then again, it's only been around for a year, and I will be the first. The mist then says, will you though? Will you? And Deku realizes his confidence is shattered. He then says, no, but honestly, my dad's that disappointed that there's no else I can really do. and I don't want to disappoint him. On top of that, I want to live up to, well, do you know who All Might is? Anyway, he's known as a symbol of peace. He's so majestic. He's so heroic. He's my hero, and uh, I want to live up to him. Then the mist says, calm down, Jesus Christ, pour me a river, cry me a river." And then Deku does start tearing up, and the mist is like, "Okay, I'm sorry. Right, anyway, the reason I'm here is because I got a proposal, I got an offer. You want an offer, right? I'm a businessman, to say the least, except more of a charity, because I'm here to help you out. See, what you've done, I've just knocked the mic, I apologise. See, what you've done is you've triggered an alert, and it's like an alarm clock, and it's keeping me awake, and I don't like that. So, how can I shut you up? I've got an idea. I'll give you a quirk. See, your body's not ready for that, but we'll sort out the its, buts, and, you know, the little cross the T's, dots the I's. But how about I give you a quirk? What will this quirk do, you may ask? Well, this quirk, it'll give you the ability to add your own quirks. Then, I don't have to do my job. You get to be happy, and I get to go back to sleep. Because this alarm clock is really annoying, and if you dare wake me up again, I swear, I will... Sorry, I'm getting off track. Anyway, so... is it a deal? Can you just accept the fact that I'm giving you the quirk to be able to edit quirks now? I should tell you the its, buts, and, you know, the little T's like I said. But how about we skip all that and I get to the briefing and explain the quirk to you? Deku is surprised by the confusing rambling of the Mist Monster, but nods ahead. Right, so... like I mentioned, this quirk gives you the ability to give yourself your own quirk. Well, the real ability of the quirk is you're able to edit quirks. Now, this can edit your own quirk. This can edit other people's quirk. It can create the quirks. Of course, it can delete the quirks. You're basically a god, buddy. Would it mean I can get sleep, though? Are you happy with that? Deku then says, wait. You can give me a quirk? Oh, no way! Wait. Would this be okay? And then the mist says, honestly, I don't care, but you're taking too long. Just tell me, quirk or no quirk? Deku quickly nods yes to the quirk. Then the mist says, well, like I mentioned yet again, your body it's not up to caliber, it's not ready. But we can sort that. First of all, you've got to wake up. After you wake up, well, I'll let you figure it out. He snaps his fingers. Deku wakes up from the mist. He's realised that the grass patch on the ground has gone, and it's now been placed with just clean, perfectly shredded perfectly shredded grass, which has completely filled in the patch that was there, left by what looked like the card meteor thing. Deku then gets off the ground as he realizes his hands are growing. He gets off the ground as he realizes his hands are glowing. They're glowing a weird yellow color as he feels energy pouring out of every inch of his body. This energy then gets stronger and stronger until it turns into a beam, like you can see on the center screen. Wait, let me make that bigger. Yes, his whole body is out of control, exploding energy everywhere. It's burning the grass up beside him. He can feel pain and power enter his hands as it burns, but also feels good at the same time. I've just got echo and all that, but ignore me. Sorry about that. He feels it burns, but it feels amazing at the same time. He realizes nothing in his body has changed that much. Well, at first. Then he gives a quick feel of his muscles. He realizes they've got dense. They've got strong. There's something there. He's buff now? Then he picks himself up. And that he wakes up and he realizes he's not as, he's buff. He's buff. He checks himself out and he realizes he's a lot stronger than he was before. Then he notices a panel in the right corner. This panel says his name, and then when he stares at it, it opens up to reveal his stats. It says his name, his age, and as well next to that it says his quirk. He realizes it says quirkless and then brackets hidden and then close bracket edit quirk, and that's his quirk, and he realizes it, and it just says edit, not edit quirk, my bad. Anyway, so he finishes his walk home, and then his dad and mum are waiting by him by the door. His dad has a very serious look on his face, and his mother has a stressed look on her face, and she looks a bit sad at the same time. That is when his dad breaks the awkward silence with, Deku, we need to talk. The reason they don't actually call him Deku, they call him Izuku Midoriya, but throughout this, if I called him Izuku, I would just get confused, so I'll try and use both. But they call him Izuku or Izuku Midoriya, because they are his parents. Anyway, his dad then follows up with, Midoriya, we realize you're quirkless. The doctors have said you're quirkless, and you're never gonna get a quirk. I don't care how we look at it, you're just not. And usually in life that means you're pretty screwed. We don't want you to be that way, but we found a way that may let you be something in your life, even though you're quirkless. We found a way that will hopefully, how do I say this, provide you with a future. Now, I know you're not going to like this idea, because we cannot go with you due to our jobs, but we have somebody there who will look after you and care for you, and we're doing this for your own benefit. Deku then gets a worried look on his face, and Deku's mum starts walking away, and when she leaves the room, Deku's dad delivers the bad news. We're sending you to a boarding school. We're sending you to Island. They have a boarding school there that will make you the perfect inventor. Now, this, of course, will support you to a rich future, as there is one place where a quirkless dude can go, and that is becoming an inventor for other people with quirks that can actually help society. Now, we understand that this is going to be difficult for you do not have an intelligent space quirk like most of the people there will. But we believe in you, Deku, and if you put in the work, hopefully you can get somewhere in life. Deku's dad is really blunt about this, but it looks like it's eating him from the inside. Deku realizes this and smiles a bit and says, "Thank you, Dad," and then he walks away. He walks away after giving him a hug, walks into the other room, gives Inko Midoriya a hug, and goes upstairs where he sits in his room until he's called down from dinner. But before that call down from dinner happens, he's not going to tell his parents about his quirk just yet. Not until he can learn how to handle his quirk. So anyway, he's up in his room, and that's when he figures out the basics of his quirk. He does this by reading the instruction info next to his quirk whenever he stares at it for a while. It kind of like reads his mind, but doesn't at the same time because it's in his head, if that makes sense. It's a bit of a godly aspect, and he realizes he can't really ask the god about it because that'll wake him up, and the part of the deal was to not wake him up, and he's scared about the consequences if he breaks the deal. So Deku, being the panicked and a bit lost child, decides to scroll through the menu, and that's when he reads what his edit quirk can do. He remembers a bit about meeting the god now, after the shocking regeneration process, which has left him a bit clueless on whether it was a dream, but he's still thinking maybe he's in a dream. But now he's starting to wake up into reality, because why would he dream about something so gross like being sent away? So anyway, he reads the texts, and the texts say he's able to edit other people's quirks, but with a little bit of training. So the actual description is, this mystical ability is one of the gods. Due to Deku's weak and inexperience with the quirk, he is able to edit other people's quirks. Soon he'll be able to create quirks and, of course, remove them. Hopefully one day he could create his own quirks for his own benefit, and maybe he could even destroy his own quirks. sorry, other way around. Maybe he could be able to destroy other people's quirks, not just his own. This is when Deku's like, oh my god, this quirk's pretty powerful, so I can edit other people's quirks as much as I like. Oh wow, that's pretty impressive. So, anyway, the next day of school happens. No, sorry. Deku's called down for dinner by his dad. Deku! That is when he walks down for dinner, and Inku Midoriya is there, unable to look Deku in the eyes, and Deku says, Mum, Dad, I just want to say thank you for getting me, well, I guess a future, and I'm sorry I'm so useless, because I'm quirkless, and all. That is when Deku's mum says, no, you're not useless, we just want the best for you. We know you're very, adamant, very motivated, and we feel like if you could put this effort into somewhere else, you'll be perfect. On top of that, you've had training, so we know you can somewhat protect yourself against the weaker quirks in society. Now I feel like it's a good time to fully explain, well, what's happening with the quirks in society. So, I don't know if you could tell, but they are developing a lot more, so they are getting stronger. Like, telekinesis is pretty strong for a quirk, and it could probably rival All Might, but All Might will win in a fight, because you know he's All Might. But, anyway, so quirks are getting stronger, and there's a lot more similar quirks coming up, like I mentioned, the lightning quirk, because of a lot of inbreeding is happening. I don't know if that word is allowed on YouTube, and this basically makes certain families have certain focused quirks, and Deku's family was a bit of a in the rough situation, but that'll be explained further down in the line, and Deku, yeah, anyway, so, so society people have a lot more similar quirks, and quirks have been classified into a couple of categories. Of course, there's D rank, which is the weakest quirk, C ranks, which is middle of the range quirks, B ranks, which is high level quirks, A ranks, which is really high level quirks, and S ranks, which is godly quirks, or quirks on the level of God. And then there's, of course, Deku's, which does not lie in any of them, because it's got endless potential, and quirks are ranked also in the ability the users. If the quirk is traditionally a C rank, it can be pushed up to a B rank if the user uses it correctly. If you get me, you get me. If not, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Just shoot a comment asking the question, and I'll try and answer it as soon as possible, though I am busy, and I'm sorry if I've not made myself clear, but there is a ranking system of quirks, and Deku's does not lie on this ranking system, though if he did, right now his quirk ranking would be D rank, because he can't use it for his own benefit, if that makes sense. So, to everyone else, he's quirkless, which is below D rank, but everyone who's quirkless is in D rank. If that makes sense. Well, no, sorry. They're in F rank, which is lower than D rank, and it's where quirkless people, or really useless quirks, will be, like Inko Midoriya in the original show, where she could just use telekinesis on light objects, though quirks like that are pretty rare, because people are getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, you know, and S ranks are extremely rare, A ranks are mediocre rare, B ranks are the most common, because of C ranks are the most common at birth, but once you train them up, B ranks are the most common, because they're C ranks that have been trained up, if that makes sense. If not, just shoot down a comment and I'll explain it. I'm so sorry for waffling on this subject. Anyway, I've completely forgot where I am. So Deku is basically, he calms down his parents, he eats his dinner, and then he gets ready for his second day of school. His last day of school, which is his last day in wherever my hero's set. I'm so sorry. This video's gone downhill in quality. I'll try and put it back on track. Anyway, so Deku is bullied for this whole day, but he kind of just laughs because he kind of just laughs it out because he's realizing he's probably not going to see these people for the next 10 months. Bear in mind this not boot camp. This summer school in Island is happening for the next 10 months, and he will be there basically training to become an inventor. And this also means that his UA exam is going to be an inventor's exam rather than a hero's exam. Uh, anyway, so back on track. I'm so sorry. Bakugo's like, you better just one dive off this building, and Deku's like, of course you'd say that. Anyway, so I don't need my quote for where I'm going in life. I'm planning to become an inventor, and then Bakugo's like, you're gonna become a scum inventor. Well, enjoy inventing my costume one day. Well, no, I'll be getting it done by somebody who can actually invent. But you know what, Deku? It's a nice dream to have. Deku shoots back at Bakugo like, well, it's more realistic than your dream becoming number one hero, because I reckon my parents are gonna steal that spot when All Might. Yeah, so let me just redo that. Deku shoots back at Bakugo. Well, it's more realistic than your dream to become the number one hero, and then Bakugo's like, you damn B word. I don't want to say it because I don't know how YouTube will react, but anyway. And then he charges up to Deku, but he pulls back his punches, not wanting to hurt Deku too much because he don't want to get like kicked out of the school on last day and then get kicked out. His chances ruined for UA. So instead, he just nicks the book that he's working on and chucks it into the water. Of course, Deku has been working on these books and he's quite distraught about the books, and he's still making the books, but this time, rather than focusing on his quirks, on the quirks of the people, he's also wrote a lot of stuff on their equipment, and he's now highlighting all of that, so you can basically use that to become a better inventor for himself. Anyway, Deku walks home on the last day of school. Bakugo's actually left quite early today, which means that Deku can go the shortcut way home, which does leave him in quite a predicament, which is the slime monster. So, the slime monster goes exactly the same as it does in canon, with Deku getting the heck beaten out of him. This is then when he's saved by All Might, and this time he grabs onto All Might's leg like he does usually and jumps away with All Might after getting his signature and all that. So he jumps away with All Might, and that's when he lands and he realizes it says All Might's injured. So he asks All Might about the injury, and that's when All Might goes into Small Might form and shows him the basically the injury. This is when he reads about One for All, and One for All doesn't have a rank next to it like any other quirk would. Bear in mind, this ranking's it's like a normal thing that every quirk has, and it's kind of like a ranking within society. But Deku realizes that the system that he has, it's told him about the fact that All Might's injured, and it also reads next to his quirk One for All, which is bizarre because he thought it would be a strength enhancer quirk, and he's a bit confused why the quirk says special next to it rather than S rank S rank, because All Might's quirk is godly in strength, and he thought it would be one of the only S ranks next to his, not even like his mother and father, which is they're both A ranks, and society views them as A ranks. If you get what I'm going at. I'm sorry if this is quite confusing. So he does ask All Might about his quirk and why it's not an S rank, and All Might responds with, "Well, first of all, let's discuss the injured thing. How did you know?" Deku says, "Well, it's a part of my quirk. It's too difficult to explain. So I just knew that you were injured, and I was gonna ask, how did the symbol of peace get injured? Is it just a little cut or something? Because I swear." Then he goes in his head, I swear my system wouldn't pick up on just a cut. And All Might cuts off Deku's thinking with, well, lifts up his t-shirt. You see this hole there? This wound as well. It's from 5 years back. And Deku is like, wait, that time you saved 1,000 people? All Might says, no. It was this time I fought one for all. It was never truly interviewed on. But anyway, back on track. You need to get away from this place. And you can't tell any of your friends about this. Anyway, I'm leaving. He then jumps away. Deku doesn't get time to ask him about any more questions, and All Might has now red flagged Deku as someone to keep his eye on because Deku is, well, he might be evil or something because he knows about his injury, which no one else does, unless he's maybe working for One for All. So All Might has got his eyes on Deku in a bad way, and he also realizes that maybe he shouldn't give away his quirk just yet, just in case someone like Deku's watching, because he thinks One for All is active again. So, in the eyes of All Might, Deku is a bit evil because of Deku's curiosity with his quirk screening. Now I feel like I should probably explain how could Deku see All Might's quirk. Well, whenever Deku walks up to somebody, it says their name and their status like it would for him. His status is normal, which means he's got nothing wrong with himself, and his name is Deku, of course. Well, no, it's Izuku Midoriya. All Might's name was Toshinori, but he didn't mention that. And next to it had injured, so he asked All Might about being injured and all that, and that's when he was shown the injury and all that. I hope I am making sense. If not, yet again, just leave a comment asking. I'll iron it out in the next video, or I'll explain it to you there and then, or both. Anyway, back on track. So his kind of meet up with All Might didn't go the same way as it usually would, but one thing that did happen was, well, no, nothing really happened. Anyway, Deku got sent home, and, well, no, Deku walked home. Of course, the incident with Bakugo happened, but this time, what Deku did, he decided to edit the slime's quirk. Well, no, is it slime? Yeah, I guess it's slime. He did it this time in the battle. He decided to edit the slime's quirk, and this, he threw his bag at the slime monster, yeah, and without thinking, hero instincts kicked in. He held onto the slime monster and jumped into its slime. This is when he pushed out Bakugo somehow, and then then he got knocked out because of breath issues. This is because he ran in and basically expended all his breath straight away. So as soon as he jumped into the slime, he was out of breath and needed to breathe, and then he got knocked out unconscious. This is when All Might saw him, jumped in, saved him, and thought this was some sort of ruse to get Deku on his good side. So basically, the slime monster incident happened the same, other than All Might didn't see it as a hero's instinct, but rather as a trickery. And basically, he just wants to keep an eye on Deku. Deku came out fine. Bakugo came out fine, and Deku got rinsed out and, of course, sent home. And his parents were dead worried about him and got to the incident a little bit late. And basically took him home. They didn't have a go at him, but basically said, "Don't scare us like that again." And he got sent to Island. This is where I'm gonna end this episode. Just to finish up where we started, Deku is being sent to Island. He got a talk from his parents, and his parents are like, well, they've given up on him becoming a hero, even though now he has a quirk, he hasn't had time to tell them about it yet, and instead he's going to Island. He spent his last day fighting the slime monster, and that was kind of like the last straw for his parents as well, and they're definitely sending him because they want him to basically build either Inventor's Gear for another hero, or maybe even build Inventor's Gear for himself, so he can become a hero a lot like Iron Man would, but Iron Man isn't in that universe, so it's a bit of a loose dream. And It was actually a dream of Deku's at one point, so that's why they've kind of got this in him. And Deku realizes they're only doing it for his own good, so he's not mad at his parents for sending him to Eye Island. Anyway, he gets on the plane, and this plane sends him to Eye Island as quick as possible, because you've got to remember his dad's rich, so it's like a private jet, and no one else is on this plane, so Deku, well, other than the pilot and the odd person coming in to check whether he's okay and offering him food and beverages, like a chauffeur, I think they're called. No, that's to do with cars. But we move. They come in and to check whether he's okay, offer him food, and so what Deku does on this plane flight is iron out his editor ability a bit more. He realizes that he can edit other people's quirks, but due to him not having a quirk himself, he can't edit his own quirks, nor can he create them yet. But he realizes that this was told by the god, meaning that it's definitely a thing. It's just up to training and experience. That is also when Deku realizes he has a stats button, so he opens that up. He can't change any of his stats. He needs to do training to change his stats, and he can't add any points or take points away. But he can see his stats, and he can also, he's seen other people's stats, like you check the waitress, is that the word? The plain person, you check the plain person's stats, and realize that he pretty much, the basic for a human is between 100 and 110, and his stats are at 300. Like, all his base stats are at 300, and realizes this was during the explosion, or what I'm calling the regeneration process, if you remember that. And it's what his body's done, it's reinforced itself so it can hold this new quirk that will take a lot of power in the future, but he needs to increase his stats to get that power, and he'll do that by training. But what is kind of a roadblock for him is that he can't really go out training when he's now being forced to focus on inventing due to him being sent to Eye Island, so it's kind of like a loop. But then he's like, okay, then he's like, calms himself down, like, it's fine, I'll figure something out. Anyway, I think I'm almost here. He looks out the window, and that's when his face is like in amazement as the plane circles around this beautiful looking island that looks high tech yet secure at the same time, free yet heavily guarded. He felt like he was in, I don't know, a paradise for inventors, a paradise for people these days. That is when the plane lands on a runway, and he realizes that there's two people waiting behind the glass of the airport. Bear in mind, this is not a big commercial airport, it's a very small commercial airport. So he realizes that there's two people behind this glass, but due to the surroundings, he can't really concentrate, and he can only really point out that it's a blonde-haired girl and a mysterious man in what looks to be glasses. But yeah, again, it's kind of blurry because of the distance and everything like that. Anyway, Deku gets off the aeroplane, gets into the airport, goes through the heavily guarded security due to it being Eye Island, and then can I just take a drink 1 sec? Sorry. And then he meets these two people. The strange man in glasses introduces himself as Professor Shield, and that's when it clicks in Deku, and he realizes who he is straight away, going into fan mode and explaining all about him and what he had to do with All Might and his golden age and all that. That's when Shield is kind of like, hey, awkwardly, and tells him to basically calm down. And this is my daughter, Melissa Shield. Melissa Shield, as a confident, bubbly person she is, waves to Deku and says hi and greets herself, and basically says, hey, so we're basically the same age, right? And you're here to go to the Inventor's School, aren't you? Well, I'll show you around, That's when Professor Shield, yes, says, oh, that's a brilliant idea, but first, let me explain what my what I am, basically, who I am to you. Well, you may not know this, but I was very close to your father, a bit like how I was very close to All Might. We were all very close back in the day. So, he decided to make me your godfather. Now, if you don't know what a godfather is, it's like a person who's not related to you, but you you would trust them with your looking after your child. I'll fully explain it in the comments if you don't know what it is. It's quite a common term here in the UK, but I don't know whether it's a thing elsewhere, like America or Japan. So I might have to retcon that later. But we move. Anyway, so back on track. Professor Shield is then like, well, I'm running out of time here, so I'm gonna let Melissa take over, or I'm gonna let my daughter take over, because you know he's a parent, so he won't call his daughter by her full name because that's a bit weird. But he's like, I'm gonna let my daughter take over, and I'm gonna go get on with some work. That's when Melissa's like, oh, hey Deku, are you feeling okay after the flight? It was quite a long flight. And then Deku then kind of shrugs and says, well, no, it was only an hour or two, so it's pretty. You're just off the coast of Japan, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So that's when Melissa takes him on the tour of the whole island, showing him some places. But of course, the expo or the event won't be there, so he's just taking him around the shop, so we're getting a drink, and they're all having a jolly old time. Deku, of course, does have one of those golden cards where the limit on the money is basically limitless, so it pays for all the drinks and everything. If you're wondering, oh, how does money work there? We don't fully know, so I'm presuming it works like normal place. But anyway, that is when I'm going to do a mini time skip, because we've already really seen the island and everything about the island. I'm just going to do time skip to after the tour. That is when Melissa finally asks Deku, so are you quirkless then? And Deku then nods yes. Melissa thinks this is kind of peculiar because he's oddly buff for somebody who's, well, quirkless. And then she's like, oh, guess you like working out. Maybe we can meet in the gym one time. And she chuckles to herself. Then she's also like, so I know you're off to the inventor school, right? Do you want to meet here tomorrow and I can show you around there too? And Deku then says, yeah, that'll be nice. So Deku goes home and he's thinking to himself a little bit about the system, a lot about the island, a lot about his new school. He's quite nervous. And then he thinks about Melissa and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, she can teach me the ways, I guess. Oh, someone's got a fast car or a loud one anyway. Let's get back on track. Back on target. Sorry, I'm just going to get my notes up. Yeah, so this is where I'm going to do a little time skip. Deku and Melissa, they've talked, they've got closer. Deku's got used to the school. He's started inventing stuff though. He's really kind of behind Melissa, because Melissa's been there for a couple extra years, with her being a slight bit older, but not too old. It's like, I think there's like 2 years in it, so it's not like weird or all. That is when Melissa has got closer to Deku's friend and realised that Deku's true aspirations is to become a hero. So she's been working on something for his birthday. Now, I've completely forgot when Deku's birthday is and whether it matches this timeline. I'm just thinking now, no, she's got a gift ready for, just a gift, because he wants to give, she wants to give him a gift, so she's been preparing it for the next couple of months. So that's when Melissa's like, Melissa's working in a lab, and Deku asks, oh, what you're working on? And Melissa keeps it a secret. This is after school, so it's kind of like it's not working towards anything on a project. And of course, Melissa is working to make Deku's gift. That is when stuff goes a little wrong, and the gift actually malfunctions and explosions happen. This explosion hits Melissa directly, causing fatal injuries, and really like risking her life. That's when Deku runs over to her and he starts crying because he realizes Melissa's dying. And this is when Green, if you remember what that that kind of energy there, if you remember what that looks like, that starts covering Deku, but then it turns green and starts going into like surrounding Melissa's injury, because of course it's like an explosion and shards of metal have gone into her stomach and cut her open. So the shards of metal get grown out of the body, if that makes sense, into Deku's hand. He pulls them out, throws them aside, and Deku then stands there with her in her hands, her injuries healing from Deku's quirk, but Deku too distracted to notice it, and that's when they both pass out from loss of energy. Professor Shield realizes this as he checks his lab, because this is all done in his lab, if that makes sense. And he notices this. Professor Shield takes his daughter and Deku to the not to the infirmary, but rather to their homes. That's because he just thinks they've both passed out, because both of their injuries have been healed. This is where I'm gonna kind of I'm gonna explain what's happening. So what's happened is Deku has developed a quirk due to his surroundings. The quirk is the ability to regenerate other people. Now, this doesn't work on himself yet, and there is one key reason why. It's because of the amount of energy it takes, and it doesn't take it just from one person, it takes it from both parties. So if Deku's healing, oh sorry, not my mic there, but if Deku's healing somebody, it takes energy from himself and energy from the other person. And then that's when Melissa wakes up, and Deku wakes up, and Deku's panicking about Melissa, and Melissa is panicking about Deku, because Deku was in the same room where the explosion happened, but the reason why Deku wasn't fatally injured himself was because all the metal shards went into Melissa, and then Melissa basically realizes that she's healed, and that's when they both suss out that Deku has a new quirk. And Melissa's dead shocked and surprised for Deku. As soon as she realizes this, she hugs Deku, and they both blush. This is where I'm going to be leaving this, this episode story-wise. Now I'm going to explain a bit where Deku's quirk actually ranks within society, because of course there's the, I think it's D rank to S rank. Now, due to the rarity of quirks that heal like this, Deku is a S rank. He has a S ranked quirk, but that's because quirks are not just ranked off. Quirks are ranked off usefulness, not ability to become a hero, if that makes sense. So if Deku used it to try and become a quote-unquote hero, like as in going around saving people, it will probably be a D rank, at best C rank quirk. But due to it being able to heal almost any injuries, even injuries that take surgery and are pretty much fatal to heal, and he can heal that in an instant, it makes it a really powerful quirk, and that's why I think it should be ranked S rank. But the first thing Deku whispered to Melissa was, can we keep this a secret? So she's going to keep this a secret as, Melissa realizes this. As Melissa everyone knows how the ranking system works. So basically, Deku's got his first S rank quirk, and of course this won't be his last, but as in for him becoming a hero, it's not too useful because he cannot heal himself. But he could become a supporter hero or like a medic or something. But officially it is a S rank quirk because it can accelerate heal, and it can also let's say if someone loses their arm, it can heal an arm as well, but that'll probably potentially put Deku in a coma due to energy loss, and it could, due to the amount of energy it takes, we don't know the backlash yet. We'll find out a bit more about this quirk next episode. Yet again, one of out. I said a couple of months, but I never really said how many months it's been. So it's been 4 months, and Melissa is literally one step off finishing this robot. So, after the explosion, they all recover quickly, and they find out about Deku's quirk, but Melissa promised not to say anything, and that is when Melissa literally, she goes and starts working on the robot straight away. Deku's like, no, 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 don't you dare work on that robot, and Melissa's like, it's fine, I made one mistake, and either way you can heal me, can't you? And they flirt around a bit, they play around a bit, you know. Yeah. I can't believe I just said that out loud. We move. Okay, sorry. Anyway, so it has been 4 months, and this incident happened 4 months into the inventor's thing. So Deku helps out a bit with the invention. And what is this Deku's gift? What is it? Because it's finished the day after the incident. So what is the gift? Well, the gift is a robot. Now you may be asking, why would Deku want a robot? Well, what this robot is, it's kind of like a sparring partner for Deku. So Deku can work on basically training and all that. Now that Melissa knows that he can edit quirks as well, Melissa thinks, oh, and Deku basically tells her almost everything, like how one day he'll be able to create quirks, and Melissa's like, oh, well, this robot's pretty much perfect for you, so I'm such good at giving gifts, and that's when Deku's like, maybe I can give a gift too. So, I also said something about Melissa's quirk. What Melissa's quirk is, it's a slight increase in cognitive ability. That's just a fancy way of saying she's slightly smarter than the average person. So, what has Deku done to basically edit her quirk? Oh, someone's in the back. Right, so what has Deku basically done to edit Melissa's quirk is he's done a branch off quirk, which has a branch off to a quirk which literally has nothing to do with her increased cognitive ability, and instead makes her live a little. Well, it's like dormant immortality, so it's not full-on immortality, but what it's doing, it means she ages 4 times slower, and this is so basically she can live longer. And that's when Deku actually does this to himself, cling on this edit quirk to his regenerative ability, so it's like a string on part of his quirk that he lives 4 times as long. And he doesn't tell Melissa he adds this quirk, but he does ask her. Well, no, he does tell her, Melissa he's added this quirk to her. But what he says, he asks her about it first and whether she wants it, and then she's like, yeah, that'll be nice. And so basically, they both take on this dormant immortality quirk, I'm gonna call it. Anyway, so Deku trains with the robot, and that's when the energy kicks in again, and it creates another quirk for him. This is just the system working by itself, and this time Deku starts to kind of get a hold and the grasp of the system and how to create quirks. So what I'm saying is Deku's becoming OP. So he's been training with the robot for a month now, so he's 5 months in, and what's this new quirk? Well, this new quirk that he's developed, by the way, this is all in between his inventor's studies, though he's kind of not focused on his inventor's studies and has bad grades, which, well, he has, like, middle-of-the-road grades, not like Melissa, who has really high-end grades, and the reason she has such high-end grades is because she's motivated by Deku due to Deku being there and supporting her becoming an inventor. So basically, they're both being motivated by each other, but Deku's middle of the range inventor's grades, Melissa's really high inventor's grades, but after school, they've trained with the robot. Melissa helps Deku train, watches over him, makes sure he's okay, and controls the robot, see what settings it on, pushes up the settings, pushes down the settings, you know. This is all after school, and they're a month in, and that's when Deku feels the energy again, and the system has created another quirk for him. And what this quirk is, it's a simple strength quirk, but Deku edits this and makes him to be able. So the simple strength quirk increases his strength by quite a bit, but then he edits it to be able to increase it tenfold. But the drawback of increasing it is that it's a dramatic speed loss. Though this is kind of like this only kicks in really at later levels, like 100 times, which has the power to destroy the city, because it's not like scale factor, if that makes sense. It's not 100 times his base strength. It's just called 100 times, and I'm sorry I read that wrong. It's 1,000 times, which is able to destroy a city. So yeah, but Deku's not able to test this out. It's just kind of predictions and Melissa's predictions, because they've read the energy he gives off. The reason he's not able to try it out because they're scared of the effect it might have on Island. And Deku has finally got a grasp on the creation side of his quirk. So he messes around with it a bit more, and this is where I'm going to skip to another 3 more months. So he's 8 months in total, and that's when he can that's when he gets he's learned to create a quirk all by himself. As for the robot, now he can easily defeat it even on max strength, which max strength is like an average villain. It's not like a high level villain, it's like an average villain. He can defeat that easily, especially with his second quirk, which is a speed quirk. This is just a basic speed quirk, other than the fact it doesn't just increase his speed dramatically, it increases his ability to percept his surroundings. So he can activate this speed quirk and look quicker, see quicker, and the messages in his brain transfer quicker. So if he picked up a pot with the speed quirk activated and the pot was boiling hot, he'd be able to drop it quicker than a normal human, you know. All the base, everything's quicker. You can read books quicker and all that, though the drawback is loss of power, and it does take a lot of mental strain when he's doing, let's say, reading a book, because he's taking in all the information at once. So it's better to read a book normally than it is to read it in this speed quirk form. There's not really a full name for this, so I'm just going to call it speed. No, I'll call it, I'll call it speed. And this kind of activates pretty much naturally to Deku, and it's kind of like a reaction, but you can activate it, like force activate it, and that's when he can fight with it. But the drawback is he loses power, and this is a big drawback because it kind of makes him vulnerable when he's in his speed form. Anyway, so another month goes by and he's in the 9th month, and that's when he learns one more thing, and that's it's easier to create a quirk if it's in his ancestry. So what he does is he creates an ice quirk like his father. So he does this by tapping into his ancestry and creating this quirk. And now you may ask, what's different between this quirk and his father's quirk? Well, his father had a really quite powerful ice quirk, but where Deku's differ is he's able to make certain things with it, and it also has a sense of telekinesis. So, for example, he'll be able to make a block of ice and have it float in the air, breaking quote-unquote the laws of physics, as what his dad would do. When he makes a block of ice in the air, it'll fall straight away, and Deku can also make it fall, so it's kind of like ice telekinesis. He also has perfect control over the ice, being able to make a sword, and the drawback is that the ice can hurt him, first of all, so he can be stabbed by his own ice, and the second drawback is it takes stamina, quite a bit of stamina, but not like a terrible amount, but it means that if he uses his ice quirk, it gets harder to use his regenerative quirk, which he still can't use on himself, and that's because the system is limiting him to kind of, well, the only reason it's limiting him is because the amount of energy it uses is harmful to Deku. That's why it needs 2 parties. So you know, because it uses energy from two parties, it's not as dangerous. But if Deku was using it on just himself, it would be dangerous because of the amount of energy it just consumes of Deku alone, if that makes sense. If not, yet again, comment if you're listening. Yeah, just drop a comment and I'll fully explain it. Anyway, so just let me switch back to my older notes. Deku gets sent home because it is the end. Because it took him a whole month. It took him. He created the ice quirk in the 9th month. It took him the whole month to get a grasp of this powers and basically learn the powers. So he's going to be sent home. But on the last day, Melissa asks him to basically go on a quote unquote friendship date thing. It's like just a day out together where they're not focusing on quirks and just having a nice look around, you know, because there is a cinema on Island and there is a food place, so they go around, they have a nice look around, and that's when give me a sec, sorry about this. So they have a little date, they go to the cinema like I previously mentioned, and that's when Melissa makes a move and kisses Deku and says, don't forget me when you go to back to Japan. I'm sorry, I can't follow you. And Deku goes home. He's greeted off by Melissa and Professor Shield the next day. Of course, Professor Shield is busy this whole time and actually isn't able to follow Deku to the airport with Melissa because he's working on some for All Might. This is, of course, if you've not seen the movie, it's of course the thing to do with the movie, like the quirk enhancer. Professor Shield is working on that for All Might. So Deku gets home. He gets home and he's greeted by his family. And that's when he says straight up to his father, Dad, I've become a lot of confident recently and I've been training a lot. I want to try the hero course as well as the inventor's course for UA. Is that okay? And then his face lights up and says, well, son, you can try and I will support you all the way. So, you know this is happening in the next week or so, right? So, just be ready and get training. So, sorry for saying so many times. So Deku gets home, he rests a bit, and he has a week of training. He goes to some secluded place on the some secluded place near the home. It's a beach where trash has been thrown everywhere, and he uses the trash as kind of a barrier to hide as he practices his ice quirk a little bit more, practicing some unique moves we will see in the UA exam, which is going to be happening right now. So Deku, he's walking into the UA exam, and one person is keeping a special eye on him right now. That is the one, the only All Might. All Might looks to be angry. He looks to be full of anger towards Deku, of all people. Now, this is confusing because, well, it's Deku. Deku's the hero, the protagonist. Well, All Might is ready to fight Deku. He's well pissed off, and no one really knows why. Or do we? Can you figure it out? Of course, I'm going to tell you in this part. I think it's going to go a little over the 15-minute mark, but that's fine. It's not like I got anything important on tomorrow. But let's get back on track. Let's focus. So, the UA exam happens. Deku walks in. That's when he trips up. And he trips up. This is when his speed analysis starts working. But Deku doesn't want to use any of his other quirks to save himself. So he's just like, oh, okay, I'm going to have to accept the fall. This is because he doesn't want to get told off for using his quirk. Because, of course, unlike Island, he can't use his quirk without breaking the law. Because that's the law. Unlike Island, doesn't quite have that law, if you remember. Because of the security on the island. And I've just thought, have I stopped recording and started recording again? Or is that just that time of day? We'll risk it. We'll risk it for the biscuit. You know what they say. I really hope I've got this thing, because it means back on track. So Deku gets saved by well, his speed quirk activates. He realizes he could react, but he's just like, okay, I'm just gonna take one for the team and fall. And that's when he's actually saved by a girl. He says, oh, thank you. So, what's your name? And she responds, Uraka. The reason Deku's not freaking out is because he's just spent a whole 10 months with a girl. That girl being Melissa, who ended up kissing him. That did freak him out, but you know what? We move. It didn't freak him out. It just made him really nervous because it was the first time he's been kissed by a girl. But yeah, just to iron things out, so he's not nervous this time. He talks to Raka quite confidently, and then he's like, "Oh, do you want to walk into the UA exam together?" After he finds out that she is also taking the Hero UA exam, and her name is Uraka. They then walk into the exam together, and that is when he starts to think in his brain about the whole UA exam. And Uraka looks over and like, oh my god, he's very concentrated, because of course it's him, Uraka, and Bakugo. But this time Bakugo doesn't hold that much anger towards Deku, because well, he holds some anger, but there's not much anger yet, because Deku isn't shown to be quite powerful or have a quirk or anything. But there's anger because Deku's taking the UA exam and he feels that's kind of rude. But Bakugo thinks in his head, haha, the puny fool is just being forced to take this by his parents, blah 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 blah. Anyway, let's get a move on. So Deku's in UA exam. Ida doesn't talk to Deku this time because Deku wasn't muttering, due to Deku being more composed with himself after fighting the robots. He's not quite as nervous, blah 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 blah. 3, 2, 1, the bell gets, President Mike tells everybody to go. This time Deku goes straight away, activating his speed quirk on a low level, so his stamina isn't drained, or his power isn't drained too much. By power drained, I mean when he's using his speed quirk, he has a lower strength output than when he's not using his speed quirk, which it's kind of weird because force times power equals because of laws. So the faster you go, is the harder you punch. But this will cause backlash on Deku's arms, so he could theoretically run as fast as he can and punch and do a lot of damage, but of course the backlash on his hands would be unreal because he's got nothing to protect him, blah 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 blah. I hope that makes sense. If I'm not making sense, just yet again ask me in the comments and I'll explain the question when I have the time to. So back on track, Deku runs up to the first 1 point of robot and he uses his strength quirk at we'll go 100 times multiplier to completely annihilate it. This wrecks the robot completely, taking it out, and actually almost taking out 3 robots behind it. These were all 1-pointers. That's when Deku's like, okay, maybe I need to cool back a bit, so he decides to use 50 times. This is of course lowering it and increasing it when he's fighting a robot again to save energy, and also to save speed, because of the drawback being if he uses the quirk he loses speed, but it's not too noticeable. So Deku takes out all these robots and he racks up the most amount of points, more than Bakugo even, because of the amount of speed and the efficiency he is taking out these robots. All Might is looking from the outside of the arena and he looks really annoyed at Deku. That is when Deku sees Uraka and sees that she's in danger. Realizes it's the girl he was talking to before and the girl he walked into the exam, and he wants to become friends with this girl because she's quite nice, so he goes in and he saves her. How does he do this, you may ask? Well, literally all he does is he uses his strength quirk to rip into the robot at 50% and climb up the robot's arm, ripping off the armor as he climbs up, like ripping his hands into the armor and kind of using it as a ladder, I guess you could say. And he just walks up to the robot's face and uses 100 times smash, and this completely annihilates the robot. Deku then falls to the ground and realizes that he's going to have to stop himself, but then he also realizes that Uraka is going out to save him, so he just lets Uraka save him as he lands carefully on the ground and Uraka's there throwing up. That is when All Might can no longer keep in his anger, and he smashes through the viewing window, if you remember where that is, and charges at Deku. He then screams, "I know who you're working for," and punches at Deku, thinking that Deku's basically trying to be a spy for All For One. All Might continues punches, even though he's tired from working as a hero beforehand, before the exam. Deku realizes All Might is tired. He then says, "I refuse to fight you," and All Might keeps on punching. Deku uses his speed quirk to run away from these punches, but is blown away into some rubble from the amount of air pressure coming from these punches. All Might isn't holding back. All Might then says, "Detroit, smash!" And Deku quickly picks himself up and uses the ice quirk to create a shield barrier. This cracks as the ice goes everywhere. The ice is pushed into Deku and heads towards Uraka. Deku dodges the ice near him, but realizes he's going to have to jump into the way of the ice shards going towards Uraka if he doesn't want her to be hurt. All Might is too blind and angry to realize that he's putting students in danger. This is really out of character for All Might, but All Might thinks Deku's a part of All For One, and his anger is filling him as he spent these 10 months alone, angry, with his pent-up anger building up at Deku, as he thinks he's All For One's predecessor, and as he blames Deku for everything bad that he thinks is going to happen because of his predecessor dying to All For One. Of course, he's got no one to protect, and he's got nothing to lose, and he's had no one to basically calm down his anger like Deku was in the anime. This causes All Might to be very angry and just continue relentlessly wanting to hurt Deku this whole entire time, blaming him for his predecessor's death and blaming him for trying to fool the UA system. This of course means that Deku's gonna have to jump in front of the ice, which he does without a thought because Uraka saved him twice already. The ice goes into Deku's body. Luckily, it dodges all his vital organs, but it does cause him to bleed a bit. Deku starts bleeding out, but luckily he can pick himself back up, which is then when All Might swings again at him, going, "Detroit, smash!" Deku blocks it by covering himself into a ball of ice. The ice starts cracking as All Might relentlessly pounds on it at 100% with his face full of anger. That is when Deku decides that he has to help All Might. He first of all makes sure that everybody gets out of the area, making sure to tell Uraka to go through hand signals and face signals, pointing her to the exit. Uraka eventually gets out of there as All Might keeps on relentlessly pounding at this ice shield, which has Deku behind it. That is when he lets the shield melt and he activates 150 times. He catches one of All Might's weakened punches. This is weakened because All Might shouldn't be able to be in his one for all form, but he is in it anyway out of anger of Deku, and the reason he shouldn't be in it... Okay, just dropped something. But the reason he shouldn't be in it is because he's been saving people before then, so him being in it is actually really bad. So Deku basically uses 150 times to hit All Might. This causes him to go into Small Might form straight away, and he uses his ice to make a big cover of thick, unseeable ice. So All Might's small might form is hidden within the ice cube. That is when he then uses regeneration, and though he's bleeding out himself, he it didn't hit anything vital, and Deku knows that because he realizes that he's not gonna die from bleeding out. So what he does instead is Deku uses his regeneration quirk on All Might. This, of course, drains both of their energy an extreme amount, and what Deku is actually doing is he is using his regeneration quirk to heal his permanent injury. All Might starts coming back to it, realizing what Deku is doing, and that's when he realizes Deku's using up his energy. All Might is then he's kind of like coming back to his senses, no longer in the anger-filled state like he was before, after attacking, and he then starts regretting what he's done. That is when both him and Deku pass out, but the regenerative energy starts covering Deku's body again. What it's doing is a hidden quirk has been activated. Now, this quirk hasn't been mentioned before because not even Deku knows about it himself, and he still goes on not to know about it. And what I'm calling it is godly or divine protection. And basically, what's happening in his body is being covered in that regeneration energy, and any injuries on his own body is being repaired. Any injuries on All Might's body is being repaired. Even the injuries that were meant to be permanent are being repaired, like he was working on before, but now they're fully repaired. And this causes Deku to use quite a bit of this causes Deku to not use energy, and that's because it's instead using the god's energy, and that's because the god that granted in this quirk has been, well, I want to say woken up, but he's basically, when he gave Deku the quirk, he set some energy aside that was locked behind a good deed, and this is what the divine protection is, and this is being used up now, so it can't be used again unless the god wakes up, which he won't be because that's a part of the deal. But what this divine protection is doing is it's protecting Deku because he did a good deed, and the god's basically been a good god, I guess you could say. But this is a one-time use thing and cannot be used again. But what it's done, it's fully healed All Might and fully healed Deku. But they're still both passed out. Deku comes to it about half a day later, so it's now the middle of the night. He is told that he's passed the UA exam by the pupil because of the amount of power he's the amount of power that he's shown against fighting All Might. Now it's time to explain why All Might was so angry, and they say it's because someone has actually broken in and created some sort of aura with their quirk, and this is an anger aura. Now this is a new villain I've added to the story, and we'll find out more about him later down the storyline, but we just know that he broke into he didn't break into UA, sorry. He tainted All Might with his anger back when he fought the slime monster, because he was somewhat behind the slime monster attacking civilians like it did. So basically he was behind the slime monster and behind All Might's pent-up anger and why he fought everybody. All Might is feeling really bad, and he's basically told by everybody that what he did isn't his fault, but All Might still feels like it's his fault anyway. So he comes into Deku's room after he comes to, and that's how he's told about him making it into UA, and that's when All Might follows it up by, oh yeah, and I forgot to say, thank you for saving me, Deku. You don't understand, but I remember you jumping in front of the ice. As a hero, I should have done the same, but as you know, I wasn't thinking straight. Anyway, I no longer feel worthy for this quirk. Well, no. It's not that I don't feel worthy. It's that I feel like, even though you've healed me, my time with the quirk is running out, and I feel like I should pass it on. Now, I've already offered it to somebody else, but they refused, and now I'm starting to see why they did. It's because fate has already decided who the owner of this quirk should be, and Deku, well, no, he calls him young Midoriya, and young Midoriya, I think the owner of my quirk should be you. That is when Deku's like, whoa, wait, what? What about quirks and owning quirks and whoa, what? And that is when All Might fills him in about One for All and how he can pass on a quirk. And that is also when he says, anyway, I feel like you're worthy enough for this quirk, and I can tell you're not with One for All. All for One, if you was, you wouldn't have healed me, the owner of One for All. So that's why I'm asking you whether you want my quirk. Now, I've realised that you're not normal, are you? You're some sort of prodigy. So whether you can use this quirk for the greater good and make it stronger to take out One for All for One, it doesn't really matter. But the spirits within the quirk are telling me to pass it on to you. So Deku, I'm going to ask you this from the bottom of my heart. I'm pretty much begging you here. Will you take One for All? This is, of course, where I'm going to end into the video. So, I realised that there was some issues with plot holes or plot inconveniences, or just me neglecting to tell you some information. So, the information is, of course, why couldn't Deku just edit away the downsides of a quirk? Well, the reason is because every quirk is a muscle. That's how it's been described throughout the whole show. So he can't edit out the negative impacts of the quirk because quirks run like muscles, and this is also because he doesn't have fully control of his edit quirk, and it's a bit like an untrained swordsman. He has the sword, he can cut stuff, but he can't cut it precisely, and basically the marks being left behind is the negative impacts of the quirk. Once he gets a better hold of this quirk, he may be able to edit the quirk so it works without backlashes. But the reason that takes well, by backlashes I mean like Speedy can't use strength, as in his strength quirk. Ice uses stamina, regenerative abilities use stamina. But the reason he can't do this normally is because it's changing the fundamental meaning of what a quirk is, meaning that it's going to take a lot of practice with his edit quirk. And now you may be asking, what's the downside of the dormant immortality, which is Deku's and Melissa's dormant immortality, and the drawback is that there isn't one, and that's because I've... Okay, right, so hear me out here. There is only a negative impact for active quirks. So this is like an active quirk is like Todoroki being able to shoot. Well, no, we'll use Mina as an example. Is it Mina? Mina? However you pronounce the name. Mina. Sorry. However you pronounce the name, but we'll use her as a good example for this. She can shoot slime, she can ride slime, all that. So eventually she gets tired and can't shoot any more slime, I'm presuming. Wow, that sounds suspicious. Anyway, her passive ability is that her skin's like resistant to slime. This doesn't ever go because it's like part of her body, if that makes sense. So I'm using dormant immortality as a passive quirk, meaning that it doesn't have a drawback. I hope that makes sense. If not, just shoot a comment and I will clear things up. I will have
a response ready that makes sense, because I would have thought of it and written it down, which I have done here, but I don't know whether I'm saying it correctly, nor whether I'm pronouncing the words correctly. Pardon me, sorry. Anyway, so let's get into the story. So again, sorry. Right. So just picking up where we left off. The exam is over and everything's cleared up, and All Might's talking to Deku. This is after the exam, and he offers him one for all. Deku doesn't refuse, wanting to get as powerful as possible because he's fearful. The reason he's fearful is because A, he's heard about one for all for one from All Might, and if it's as powerful as himself, and if All Might thought that Deku was a disciple of All for One, he's scared about the power of All for One. Number two is because there's always Deku thought All Might's power was stood by itself, but now he's learnt that there's two sides to All for One and One for All. Now that he's learnt that there's two sides, he's fearful that someone else may have the other side of his power, if that makes sense. So like two sides of the same coin, so every power must balance on the hero side and the villain side. It's a hidden fear of Deku. Number three, he wants to become the symbol of peace. So having the symbol of peace's power will be a lot more easier to explain than Deku having an edit ability quirk, if that makes sense. So Deku having multiple quirks would be harder to explain than Deku just focusing on All for One at the minute. So he realizes that him just using All for One throughout the whole whatever will just be easier to explain, and hoping that none of the students really noticed. Of course, he's gonna have to sort out Uraka, because she definitely did notice, but the rest of them could be just chalked up to I don't know, someone else was helping out, or some lame excuse that Ida doesn't really believe, but everyone else just eats it up because, you know, that's how society works. Why would UA lie to them? So I can't remember. Deku takes one for all. This then leads me on to. Well, no. This leads me on to Deku going home, and that's when he gets a call from Melissa. Deku is like, "Oh, hi, Melissa. How you doing?" Melissa says, that's fine, but kind of irrelevant at the minute, because of course, how did you do for UA? And Deku responds with, well, I don't fully know yet, but, well, I think I got in. And that's when he also tells her about his day, and of course he mentions the fight with All Might, and how he technically won the fight and healed All Might. And Melissa's just shocked, but then she kind of smirks, and thinks to herself, well, this is Deku we're on about. He's literally given me dormant immortality, which she is grateful for. The call ends, they both go to sleep, and the first day of UA happens. You may be asking yourself, James, if they went to the UA exam, bloody hell, sorry, James, if UA started, what did they do in between the UA exam and the beginning of UA? Well, I'm here to answer that, because I just ended it realising what, that I've left a bit of gap here, and let me just pull up my notes real quick. Okay, no, that's Discord. Sorry about this, very unprofessional of me, but, well, of course, there's a time skip here, and that is just Deku training. He does try and edit the One for All quirk to see what the downfalls are, and that's when he finds out the downfalls of One for All are the backlash it does on the body. So this is, of course, going for the backlash on the weak body, like how Deku's arms will break. But that's when it has like brackets next to it and says equilateral. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. It says neutral, sorry. Neutral. We'll just go neutral. And then Deku looks into it more, and he realizes because Deku's body is reinforced. Because Deku's body is reinforced from the time he edited his quirk. Well, his whole body edited with the energy. If you remember when back in like episode 1 or 2, he had that big spurt of energy and his whole body got reinforced so he could take the edit quirk. Well, that reinforced him enough to take the one for all quirk, meaning that he's perfectly fine in the strength department to handle 100% of one for all. And then he realizes that there is a mystery section of one for all that's all blanked out with weird text that he's never seen before, and he just thinks it's a glitch within the panel, but then he thinks a glitch within the God's power is a bit weird. Maybe you should ask All Might about this. So yeah, that's what he's got up to within the time skip. So UA starts. Bakugo is angry at Deku because Deku shouldn't be able to be in UA. That's not fair. How does he get into UA even though he's quirkless? But before Bakugo can do anything, Ida walks up to him and says, "Oh wow, dude, you took on that robot with some other people's help. That's pretty impressive." And then Uraka goes, He didn't get help when he took down the robot." And then Deku's like, "Oh, there's that girl I saved." He then pushes her out of the classroom and quickly tells her that, "Oh, can you go with Ida's story that other people helped me? I'll explain why later." That is when Aizawa walks out and then looks at Deku with, like, you know, the evil eyes and tells him, "Can you get yourself and that girl back into the classroom?" And Deku says, I'm sorry. So Deku gets back into the classroom, and that is when Aizawa starts telling them things like, "Oh, welcome to UA. I can't believe it took you guys so and so to show up. I think it was like 3 minutes. And on top of that, someone had the audacity to go outside the classroom, even though I was waiting for them to shut up. Unbelievable." That is when Uraka. Well, no, that's when Aizawa continues speaking. And he mentions the fact that they're going to be having an examination today, and Uraka breaks up like, wait, don't we have a orientation speech? And then Aizawa's like, "Do you think heroes have time for an orientation speech?" Anyway, so today we will be doing an exam, a fitness exam like you would do in a normal school, except there's one big change, and that's the fact that you can use your quirk this time. Before this happens, Deku, we're gonna have to have a talk with you. Aizawa takes Deku out of the classroom. Aizawa's like, "Okay, so we know about you, and select staff know about you inheriting one for all. I've been told to, as your homeroom teacher, to basically tell you to limit your powers. You can only use 50%, and this is really at a push. Now, I'm going to excuse you from the testing today, because we don't want you harming any of the other students, nor do we want any of the villains knowing about your power. Instead, we're going to take you to one of the hidden training facilities we have around campus that the heroes don't know about yet. The reason we're doing this is to keep you out of the sight from... Sorry. We're taking you to a hidden facility that not many heroes, never mind villains, know about yet. This is so we can keep your ability and everything about you a secret. This is because you're a prodigy. We don't want the heroes knowing how powerful you are yet, because we don't want the heroes, we don't want society, and we especially don't want the media or villains to know how powerful you are yet. This is especially for the villains, is because they may train more, it may inspire them to get stronger. See, we've already got some intel on them, and we think that they're planning to take out All Might. If they find out about you, then they plan to take out even stronger people. So we're going to take you to a hidden facility like previously mentioned, and we're going to get All Might to train you up. Well, since he's no longer injured, he should be able to use his power for, we predict, around 4 or 5 hours a day. This is of course, for training you, taking away all the time he uses saving citizens and stuff. So you should be able to get a good few hours training him, and of course, if any of you get hurt, we will use recovery quirk rather than your regeneration due to the drawbacks that we have learned from the UA exam. I hope you understand this. As for cover, we're going to say that you're ill for this training examination. Deku then gets sent away to this hidden facility and trains with All Might. The training he does focuses mainly on One for All and how he can utilize it in special ways. Deku learns about the Detroit Smash and how to successfully Detroit Smash, as well as starting to learn how to use a power in the air. This is because Deku's not really had a strength and speed movement quirk together like he has before. He's had it separately but not together, so he's mainly just practicing how to use One for All, basically getting used to the power, and also learning how to control its levels a lot more accurately, so how he can control rather than just using 100%, and he's also learning how he can route it throughout his whole body. Deku learns this pretty much within one day, but he's still shaky on it, so he don't fully know it. So I'm just going to call it full cowling, though they do not call it full cowling yet, because they don't see it's a special move, more just Deku controlling his power. Like in the anime, it's kind of a special move, but Deku just, whenever he activates One for All, his aim is to use quote-unquote full cowling immediately. Number 2, he's kind of starting to get control of it in the air, and if you're wondering what this facility is, it's the concrete jungle, I think it was called, the concrete facility. So they've also got Cementos there. On top of that, the only people that know is Aizawa, Cementos, and the certain people on the scoreboard, so like Nezu and all that. They're the only ones that truly know about Deku's power. The rest it's trying to be hidden from them because they don't want anybody to know about Deku's power because of how powerful he is. They're scared if the villains try and match that power, it might cause them to be motivated to get stronger. This is as for the Aizawa exam, everything goes the same other than Deku isn't there, so Mineta gets kicked out of UA. This is pretty basic because Mineta's pretty much a creep. So Deku, after this training exam thing, after the training sequence, Deku goes back to class and everyone asks whether Deku's okay, and that's because the excuse for him going was that he felt sick, so he was sent to the nurse to see whether it's okay, and Deku gets told about this excuse, so Deku's just like, yeah, I'm fine, I guess it was just nerves or something. Deku realizes this excuse isn't going to hold up. Anyway, so the day goes on as normal until the end of the day. Deku asks Uraka to go on a walk. This is because Deku wants to explain everything about his quirk, which he does to her, and Uraka doesn't quite know why he's keeping it a secret. And that's when he says, well, it's not me that originally wants to keep it a secret. When it comes to One for All, when it comes to the strength side of my quirk, but it's basically, he's explained that he can edit quirks to Uraka, and then Deku's like, oh, I want to keep it a secret because people find it weird that I have this ability, and I don't want to weird people out, and Uraka's like, yeah, that's fine. And then he's also like, oh yeah, I don't want anybody to think they can abuse me for my power as well, and Uraka's like, oh yeah, I guess I understand that.
So, Deku had just got back from his training with All Might, so now we're going to go into the All Might training arc. So what happens in the All Might training arc? So first of all, he gets given weights made by the support crew. That is because he's a lot more in tie with the support crew. The reason he's a lot more in tie with the support crew is because the support crew is Deku's second home. This is because Deku does have a kind of half summer school degree in support items, so he makes his own support items in the meantime. This support item just limits his power. It does this through weights, like I've just mentioned, so I don't know why I re-mentioned it. deeply, deeply apologise. That I am spending more time apologising than I did on the mistake, so let's get back to it. So, oh my god, I've just eaten this pasta and it's really made me feel sick, so if I'm off track, blame the pasta. Can you get food poisoning from cheese? I'm gonna have to search that up after this video. So, anyway, sorry for getting off track. So anyway, Deku, he hangs out with the support team. What this weights do is limits him to 5% power. So these are big weights, and they're found throughout his costume. Another thing that it's a bit like you know how Goku wears a weighted suit? Deku's doing the same thing, but this is A, so it's fair for the students, and B, so that he can actually fight the students, and C, him fighting the students increases experience, and because he's still using one for all, it means he's using his muscles, and he has to use one for all 100% because of the amount of weights on his body. Yeah. Because of the amount of weights on his body, it makes him, he still has to use 100%, blah 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 blah, summary, it means that he can advance with the quirk a lot more quicker than he usually would, which means he'll unlock all the other side quirks a lot more quicker. So I'm just, he's just using weighted suits. I don't know why I had to make it so complicated. If you're wondering what the tech behind it is, it's not like gravitational, so it's not gravity changing, pulling it down. It's actually, oh, what was I gonna say? It's density, so the items are more dense. It's the same clothing, but it's more dense. And this was actually technology that was helped developed by Melissa back when they were on UA, because I realised after Melissa made the robot, she wasn't really doing much. So what she focused on was making dense armor for Deku's training, and she'd finished it and got a private jet. So Melissa went to see whether Deku was okay after training with All Might, checked up on him, gave him the dense materials, which Deku took to the sport class, which they put into his whole suit, blah blah blah. So basically, in summary, he has more dense material, so he could only use 5% for the All Might training exam. And on top of that, he got to see Melissa again. Now, there is a protocol which is on this suit, and it's that most of the weights are in his upper body. This is so that if he gets into trouble, he can take off his shirt. And number two, there is, like, you know, you get like a tight undersuit, like a quite, you know, like something you would basically wear something underneath it that's comfortable for him, so that if he has to get into an emergency, he can unstrap it all and get the weights off him, so he can use all his power or partly of his power by just taking his t-shirt off. This only covers his private area, if you know what I'm on about. The reason I'm saying this is because he might have to lose the weights. You'll never know. He might have to lose the weights to fight somebody. So anyway, okay, right, let's get into it. So the UA training exam, how does it go? Right, so it starts off with Bakugo, Bakugo, Ida, Uraka, and Deku all be put in against each other. The rest goes the same, just so you know. I just hit my mic, I apologise, but the rest goes the same, just, it's just the Bakugo versus Deku fight that changes. So, how does it change? Well, it all goes the same up until Bakugo and Deku go against each other. Bakugo goes in for a right hook, Deku catches it and this time swings Bakugo towards the ground. Bakugo saves himself with an explosion, realising what Deku's doing, and realising that if he did hit the ground it will mean a lot because of Deku's one for all, even though it's still only limited to 5%. When he's swinging Bakugo down at full pelt, it'll do a lot of damage because it's more than Deku would usually. So Bakugo saves himself with an explosion. Deku loses grip due to fatigue from the use of his quirk because of the armor. The armor does cause fatigue because he has to use 100% blah 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 blah. So he loses grip due to Bakugo's force against him and his fatigue. Bakugo gets free and straight away unleashes a huge explosion on Deku. This is when Deku uses his speed quirk to get out of the way. This completely
this weakens him stamina wise, but it also weakens Bakugo because he's used one of his mega gauntlets. So what Bakugo does to trick Deku is he uses his mega gauntlet again, but this time he aims at Uraraka, so Deku's to save Uraraka. He does this by using his speed quirk, catching her and pushing her out of the way, meaning that he gets caught in the explosion. This explosion deals a lot of damage to the fatigued Deku due to the pure weight of the armor. Now, I'm not going to release the weight until a bit later, but basically this material is super strong due to the density put into it, blah 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 blah, some science malarkey. It wasn't destroyed by the explosion, but Deku is damaged quite a bit. All Might doesn't stop this fight because he knows Deku can beat Bakugo some way or the other. So what Deku decides to use is 5% strength with a little bit of strength multiplier. And what this means is that, Deku decides to use 5% of One For All, but he focuses it on his legs. And on top of that, he activates his speed quirk. So what Deku's trying to do is get behind Bakugo, so of course, he runs behind Bakugo before Bakugo can notice, due to Deku's speed quirk boosting the speed of One For All quite a bit. And then Deku drops the speed quirk and punches with One For All. The reason he drops his speed quirk is because, if you don't remember, his speed quirk does lower his melee. Now I feel like his strength. Now I feel like I should explain the speed quirk a bit more because people were confused in the comics. Comments, not comics. Jesus Christ, this pastor's gone straight to me. Yet again, follow me on TikTok. I can't believe I'm saying that. I've gone to the dark side. Unless you use TikTok, which is such a kind of cool place, but at the same time it's kind of not a cool place. It depends what side you're on. Anyway, back on track. So how does his speed quirk work? Well, when he runs at a speed, he gets a lot weaker and a lot more vulnerable. So of course, mass times speed equals force, but if he punched somebody using his speed quirk, the amount of recoil that he'll get would not make it worth it. So he'll just get a, like, if he punch somebody with speed, his arm will break because he has nothing protecting him. On top of that, if he used One For All with speed, like, to punch something, it will break because of the recoil. The reason it works with his legs is because he's not actually hitting anybody, and I know that sounds really weird, but how the speed quirk works is he loses all strength everywhere else but his legs. Now, this is kind of a retcon, but I'm sorry about that, but he loses strength everywhere else but his legs because all the strength is focused within his legs. And this causes the rest of his body to basically turn into a target, I guess you could say. Right, now, so anyway, he runs behind Bakugo, and that's when he swings back and charges up One For All 5%. This 5% of One For All actually being 100%, but you know, because of the weighted, it's not actually 100%. I don't know whether that holds up math-wise, but it's good enough for me. It's not really a true you get what I mean. I'm sorry if that don't really make sense, physics and maths wise. Anyway, so this hits Bakugo right in the back where he's open up and he doesn't realize. Well, he kind of realizes it, but it's too late for him to do anything. Bakugo gets hit to the floor, and that's when Deku uses his speed quirk because, of course, it does speed other functions within his body, but all the internal functions, so how quickly he can react. But it cannot, like, help his... It's kind of weird to explain, so his whole stats are focused into speed, because if you remember I did stats. It's a really weird quirk how it works, but basically what it does, it makes his whole body a target when it comes to being hit, and he can't hit himself, but he can run away. And of course the strength quirk is the other side of that, and he can hit really hard but he can't really run away. And then the One For All side of it is One For All, so it's a mix of both, if that makes sense. I'm so sorry I keep on retconning it and changing it and spending so much time on it, but I'm gonna be honest, I've made it really confusing for myself. Anyway, So he hits Bakugo to the ground, and that's when he jumps on top of Bakugo, getting him into a police lock and asking Uraka to wrap tape around him. Uraka wraps tape around him, and that's the Bakugo captured. So next it's to capture Ida. So Deku and Uraka slowly search each one of the buildings until they find the building with Ida in it. They realize it's empty. So what Deku does straight away is 5% one for all to knock down the door. The reason he does this is so that Uraka has a projectile to throw at Ida. Then he asks Uraka to throw the projectile at Ida. Ida then reacts, going to hit Deku, but Deku uses 5% of one for all to hit back, causing them to kind of get into a lock, and then that's when Uraka comes swinging in with the door. The door hits Ida, and then Deku runs to collect the bomb. This of course gets them MVP because not much damage, and does discredit Ida a bit because of the fact he doesn't get MVP and the fact that he got beat so easily. So of course the All Might exam has just happened, so I am going to do a little time skip to USJ. So Deku's on the bus, and this time Bakugo don't really pick with him. This is because Bakugo got absolutely annihilated. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, it's to the point where people are feeling pity over him because of how much Deku beat him, which really knocked Bakugo down a lot of pegs. Because you know how he's really overconfident and he's like, I'm a high school Chad. He's not really that much anymore. He'll gain his confidence back, but Deku's a little bit overpowered. So they all walk into the arena, and 13 starts explaining the USJ and what it all is. That is then when Deku realizes that somebody who's usually in this training exercise and stuff like that isn't there. That's because it's All Might. So you may be asking, since All Might's no longer injured, whereabouts is he? Well, All Might's doing All Might things, and now he's got his power somewhat back. He's still losing it because he's giving it away to Deku. He's now going around saving people, and he's been really He's been really irresponsible. That's a word I'm looking for. And he's just lost track of time saving people, and he's still saving people as we know it. He's not picked up his phone as well, which is just not, it's not good All Might. That's mainly because when he's heroing, he doesn't carry his phone, because he would carry your phone when you're heroing. Anyway, so All Might isn't there, so 13 explains about the USJ again, even though just, you know, where I'm just gonna take a quick sip of my drink. So, just to move it along a bit, that is when purple portals start appearing into the sky, and villains start raining down from them, as well as what looks like the main ringleaders with a ginormous, monstrous-looking creature, the person that looks like the ringleader, and the portal guy who looks like he's summoning down the villains. They all seem dead weak, but the aura coming from the muscled-up creature that doesn't quite look human is immense, to the point where even Deku thinks it's similar to All Might's. So, that is when they all get separated, of course. Everything else goes normal for everybody else, other than Deku and Tsuyu. So what happens with Deku and Tsuyu is, of course, this is a training exercise, so Deku is wearing his suit. He takes off his suit that has the highly dense material that makes him weighed down, so he can only use 5%. Immediately, he takes it off, realizing that they're real villains straight away. Then he gets Tsuyu to throw him up in the air. The reason he's done that is because he does not know how much percentage he can use to A, get high enough, and B, not damage the boat, because if he damages a boat, it has a chance of putting Tsuyu in danger. So he gets Tsuyu to fling him up in the air, and that's when he punches down on the water, which causes a... This is using 100% of one for all, which causes the whirlpool effect, and as he does this, he tells Suyu to basically grab onto him, and he, with a tongue, of course, and then he gets them both to land, and he does this through a mixture of slight flicks, so basically, he uses one for all to control himself in the air, which is quite impressive. And Suyu's like, "Whoa, when did you learn to use your power that well impressively?" And Deku's like, "Well, I mean, I've been training by myself." Trying to not make the fact known that he's been training with All Might that much, because favoritism isn't really meant to be shown. Sorry, my mouth's drying up quite a lot, and it's also 2:50 in the morning, so it's not the best time to be recording this, but hey, I've been writing the script for however long. I'm quite okay, yeah, focused. Right. So, this causes all the villains to be chucked into one big whirlpool, and Deku and Suyu both run away. This is because Deku wants to get to the main threat, and Suyu doesn't want to fight the villains that she technically doesn't have that much of a chance against because of the sheer amount of them. So Deku and Aizawa get to the battle. Deku and Suyu get to the battlefield. That's when Deku tells Suyu to stay back a bit. Deku peeps around the corner to see Aizawa's hurt. This really angers him because Deku doesn't like to see his teachers getting hurt, and now he's got power. He realizes he can do something about it. So Deku immediately activates 100% full cowling, and also puts a strength quirk behind him. This causes him to walk a lot slower as he walks towards the monstrous creature and the Shigaraki. I'm just going to call him Shigaraki, as well as the portal looking dude. He walks towards him and says, "How dare you hurt my sensei?" He's struggling for breath because he's not used this much power in a while. It's getting harder for him to walk as he's getting slower as his strength quirk is increasing. He decides to let it go. So he can get closer to them quicker, not making himself an open target. "You get away from him!" That's when he realizes if he does anything, he might hurt Aizawa. So what he does straight away is make sure to get Aizawa out of there by faking a punch, but instead using his speed quirk to get Aizawa out of there immediately. This of course gets the Nomu's attention as Shigaraki's like, "Get the boy." So Deku runs away with Aizawa, placing him where Suyu is, and then runs immediately into battle. He turns off his speed quirk, rather focusing on one for all for the speed, and then he puts a little bit of strength behind it and punches the Nomu. He calls this one Improved Detroit Smash. He puts a lot of strength behind it, which completely nullifies his movement speed for a bit. This leaves him an open target, but luckily a dust cloud is covered. This is because he's left a crater where he's punched the Nomu into the ground using more than 100% of one for all due to his strength increase quirk. Deku immediately realizes this is not fully taken out the Nomu, and he could get up at any second, but due to the amount of rubble keeping him in place, the Nomu shouldn't get out. Deku then stares at Shigaraki and Portal Dude, getting even angrier at him as Portal Dude and Shigaraki stand there, shocked at the pure power of this kid. He then shouts, "Imbecile kid," as Deku charges towards him, but because he's so angered, he's still got his strength quirk activated. This causes him to be too slow, and Deku realizes from inexperience he's let the Portal guy and Shigaraki get away because they've had enough time to react due to Portal guy's quick reaction skills. Right. Deku then walks over to the Nomu, realizing that it could wake up at any second. He decides to scan to see what quirks it has. This is because he's curious, because he can take a blow from All Might and still be able to be somewhat conscious, though the Nomu's not able to move. That's when Deku realizes it's being controlled. This is because when he opens the edit panel, he realizes beside its name, it says, pardon me, it says species, human. This angers Deku so much because he realizes that the Nomu's human. Deku runs into the crate before the Nomu can fully get up. That's when he realizes what he's got to do. The rest of the UA heroes get here a little bit earlier because of the loud rumble that Deku caused earlier, and on top of that, Shigaraki and the portal dude were distracted a lot more making it a lot more easier for Ida to run away. Ida's also a lot more faster because he's been training due to the strength shown by Deku. Sorry, I've wrote that long of a script, I've completely lost where I am, but I've found it again, so I do apologise for that mini break there. Right, Deku walks up to the Nomu, and of course he realises what he's got to do. He uses a low amount of One For All to blow wind around everywhere. This causes what was once settled dust to turn into a dust cloud. This also attracts the attention of Cementos, who knows about Deku's quirk somewhat, and he decides to he realizes Deku's doing something, so he covers in a cement wall. This is when Deku starts to try and edit the Nomu's quirk, but he realizes editing the Nomu's quirk will change its biological DNA, causing it to potentially die unless it was hooked up to some life source. That's when Deku realizes he's going to have to use his regeneration quirk. He fills his whole body with regeneration energy and drags energy from the Nomu, causing them both to use energy as he envelops both their bodies in this golden pure regeneration energy, which then turns somewhat green as the Nomu is completely covered. Its figure cannot be seen. Deku starts editing away some of its quirks. You hear Deku's screams of agony, not because it's causing hurt, because of the amount of strain on his stamina. He manages to pull through though. He's edited away all the quirks of the Nomu. The Nomu's now become a human. All Might sees the cement cage and as soon as he gets there, runs inside. He's been informed about the whole situation by Cementos, as Cementos opens the door to let All Might in. Deku's used up all his stamina as All Might comes in and looks at Deku as he's fainted on the ground. He also sees an outline of a human who's also fainted on the ground. He checks both their pulses to see whether they're alive. He's passed out, but he's still breathing. All Might holds Deku in his hands. Then he says, "You've been a good hero, kid," and and smirks a bit happily. He then he gets them all out of there, and they're all taken to a hospital. Sorry about that. Yeah, again, lost my spot. A whole day has passed as the news has been spread around. It's only been spread around to close friends of Deku, and this is of course Melissa. Melissa flies away straight away, taking an overnight flight to Deku's hospital room as Deku sleeps. He's not quite in a coma, but he's used up all his stamina that he could have possibly used, and he's risked his life saving the Nomu. He's been sleeping for ages as Melissa sleeps by the side of Deku's bed, and Inko Midoriya asleep with her head against the wall in a chair. Melissa's also in a chair. That is when Deku wakes up a morning after the fight. Bear in mind, the fight happened early, like 11 o'clock-ish, so he's been asleep for, I don't know, he's been asleep for at least a good 20-ish hours. Deku wakes up on the chair as Deku wakes up in his room, and he starts to move about, of course, because he's just woken up after 20 hours sleep. This wakes up Melissa, who gives him a hug straight away and then hits him and says, "Don't you ever do that to me again." This causes all this commotion, of course, wakes up Inca Midoriya, who bombards him with questions, asking him whether he's okay, and she's like, oh my god, I'm so glad you're okay. Are you okay? Oh, I love you so much. Thank you, thanks for waking up, Deku, and everything like that. And Melissa's just looking at him, happy because he's awake. That's when All Might walks in and is also glad about Deku being awake. Of course, he didn't wait in the room due to suspicion and all that. That's when All Might then tells Deku to meet him at the beach tonight. That's when All Might tells Deku to meet him at the beach tonight, which he does because Deku is let out straight away due to him not having any injuries, but he's told not to go to UA and instead enjoy the day due to him being, well, such a hero, blah 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 blah. And they just wanted him to enjoy the day because Melissa's there, who isn't usually there. So he goes out with Melissa after assuring his mom that he's okay and taking her home. Deku and Melissa both taking Midoriya home. The day goes by quick for the two, as Melissa is then sent home to Island to continue with her studies. So Deku sees her off and sees her off in the airport, cause of course, with her dad being Professor Shield, she's absolutely loaded, so she takes a private jet back to Island to continue with her studies like she kind of has to. And that's when he goes to the beach, as it is the night time, and All Might has asked him there. Where? I'm sorry. Right. So, Deku gets to the beach, and All Might straight away bows to say sorry. Then he starts going on about, "I'm sorry I wasn't there, Deku. I wasn't there in your time of need. I was too busy fighting other criminals, and I wasn't being a proper hero." That's when Deku nervously but impulsively says, You are a hero, you're the symbol of peace, and I understand that you were busy. I should be thanking you, Mr. Symbol of Peace." That's when All Might says, "Well, you call me the Symbol of Peace, but from what I've seen, I won't be the Symbol of Peace for long. Deku, yesterday you were a hero. You saved everyone. You helped everyone. You did something even I couldn't have done, and you helped the Nomu. You kept everybody safe, and of course Aizawa came out with minimal injuries, but let's be honest, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. He could have even, well, we won't think about that, but you taught the villains a lesson, and you almost did everything right. Though, I heard you need to work a bit on your smile." He chuckles in the heroic way he does. Deku, one thing you did miss at UA today is that the UA festival is coming up and it will be happening. One thing I do ask for you from the UA festival is that you face the crowd as a youngling hero, and as the up-and-coming symbol of peace, I want you to exclaim to the audience, and I want you to tell them that you are here. Deku then mumbles nervously, isn't that your..." All Might cuts him off. "It was, but now it's ours. Deku, you're a hero." Of course, this means that next is the UA Fest. Anyway, hope you're enjoying. Goodbye. Deku, he's 5 years old, he's a child, he's innocent, and he doesn't know he's, well, quirkless, because he isn't quirkless. So Bakugo gets in his quirk, and Bakugo basically brags it and shows it off to the whole class. And that day, that's when Deku feels funny, so he goes home, and they go to the doctors, and they find out, well, it's quirk. So they go and test Deku all the way through to find out what his quirk is. So uh, first of all, the doctor tells Inko Midoriya that Deku has had some weird quirk evolution, and then he explains what a quirk evolution is by going, well, it's so your quirk is levitation, and your father's quirk is breathing fire. Well, your son has got a completely different quirk, and this is, well, a quirk evolution is usually, it's not too peculiar, but in this case, it's completely different, and we're still understanding the science behind it, but it's just completely peculiar, and we've never really had a case like this before. So consider your son, well, consider him one in a kind, I guess. And that's when Inko Midoriya then is concerned, because she's like, wait, does he have some really bad genetic quirk disease or something? And that's when the doctor fills him in. No, 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 no. It's a perfectly normal quirk. It's just not it's not the same. Uh, it's not the same as yours, which is very. It's not too out of the league, but it's got nothing in common with yours or your father's quirk. Are you sure Deku's father is who you say it is? And then she blushes and says, yes, definitely, in an angry tone, and then they both chuckle awkwardly, and that's when the doctor gets to explaining Deku's quirk. Anyway, so you're probably wondering what Deku's quirk is. Well, the electrons within his cells are more electronically charged, meaning that he can create electricity through. Okay, yeah, no, drop the whole electron thing. Sorry. Um, Deku has static electricity building up in his body, meaning that one day when his quirk gets stronger, he'll be able to release electric. And you're probably wondering, won't that hurt him? Well, no, because he also has these weird scales on his body. So far, they seem like they could be resistant to electricity. They'll be resistant to some heat. But the certain voltage of electricity and the certain heat, we have no idea. But that's a very powerful quirk, because if he has resistance to heat, it's also a higher resistance of skin. So any higher skin resistance. So any household appliances should be not very damaging to Deku. So if you, let's say, theoretically, don't try this, you gave Deku a knife and he went to chop his fingers, the knife would shatter rather than his fingers, and you're probably like, oh, won't that mess with him sweating and other bodily functions when it comes to skin? Weirdly, no, because his scales seem to be working with his body biologically, which is peculiar because we've never seen an incident like this before, though his body working with his quirk is quite usual, because his quirk is like an organ of his body. And then Inko Midoriya just nods along and then asks, so will Deku be okay? And the guy says, moral of the story, yes. So anyway, Deku goes to tell his whole class about his quirk, and they're like, oh, that's a mediocre quirk. Before Bakugo takes a spotlight again with his amazing quirk. Anyway, so they're in the playground as kids, and Bakugo and his two followers, which is a winged dude and I can't remember the other one, but the winged dude and the other one are both bullying this random defenseless kid that hasn't got his quirk yet. That's when Deku steps in and says, Bakugo, stop! And Bakugo says, move out of the way, scrub. With your quirk, you're gonna get defeated by me and just be bullied like the kid, so you might as well step out of the way. And that's when Deku gets into an attack posture and says, a hero wouldn't stand down. And that's when Bakugo gets really annoyed, creating an explosion in his hand, going, you think you're a hero, Deku? And then he charges at Deku, throwing an explosion at him. Not enough to hurt him, but enough that it's malicious to attack him, as this is a bit of playground banter, I'm guessing. But Bakugo's bullying this random kid, and that's when Bakugo hits him with an explosion, and Deku just stands there and stares at Bakugo like, and says to Bakugo, "Please, just stop." That's when Bakugo and his crew walk away, not wanting to get any trouble, and Deku then releases all this pent-up stress about the whole situation and goes, "Oh, that was a close one." And then the kid he saved was like, "Oh, thanks, Deku," and walks off. And that's when Deku's like, "Oh, he still called me Deku. I guess it's kind of stuck." Anyway, we're skipping back to modern day, and by modern day I mean when the anime first started. So when Deku was quirkless and got told to, out of the building, and his book got thrown out of the building. So anyway, Deku, we're now at that point in time. The whole class is cheered as it's the end of semester, as Deku stands there, as Deku cheers with the class too, and some people go, "Hey, well done on your score, Deku," and tap him on the shoulder. Everyone's a lot more welcoming to Deku, as he's now more integrated within society, as he does have a quirk, which has made him a little bit more confident within himself, as he's no longer being bullied so much by Bakugo. Now, I'm referring to it as bullying. I don't know whether it is bullying because Deku still sees him as a friend, but either way, I'm referring to it as bullying. Sorry about that. Anyway, so that's when the teacher says, "So, you guys ready to do some reports to find out what job you want, to find out what you're doing in the future?" Then he throws it up in the air and says, "Ha ha 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 ha. I know you all want to become heroes," and everyone shows off the quirk other than Deku and Bakugo. That's when Bakugo tells the whole class to shut up and says no one else is a real hero here, and no one else will ever will never be as good as him, and he's going to be going to UA. That's when the teacher says, "Oh yeah, Bakugo, you are going to be going to UA. Oh, he also says Deku's going to be going with you. You two are going to show the school proud." And that's when Bakugo says, "That damn fool Deku, he's never going to get in with his weak-ass quirk." And that's when Deku says, "Just shut up, Bakugo." And Bakugo gets even more annoyed, but not wanting to be expelled on the last day of school, he decides to do nothing about it, and instead wait till everyone has left and it's just Deku there writing down notes about heroes from the local news, and Bakugo and his crew walk up to him and he says, "I'm gonna make your life torture." And Deku then says, "Jealousy. Is it just because my quirk's so good?" And Bakugo hits him across the face with an explosion. Deku just stands there as he fixed up his now messed up hair and says, "Bakugo, you can't hurt me without damaging the skull, so just drop it, please." And Bakugo walks away pissed off, as Deku stands there with a smug look on his face, as he's just stood up to Bakugo, as he always has, as Bakugo is always coming on him, because Bakugo is even more mad at Deku because Deku is standing up for himself. Anyway, Deku then finishes up writing up his notes about heroes, his new book. He's also writing up notes about his own quirk and how it reacts to other people's quirks, which is a new book, so he can track what his own quirk does. The reason he's got this book because he realizes how important it is to know a lot about other people's quirks, and how it's tenfold as important to know about his own quirk so he can utilize it in new ways and evolve his combat like he assumed All Might would, and like how he knows All Might would, studying him from his golden age all the way to his modern age, seeing how his moves evolved, like how in America he was quite new, and how he evolved his different moves and how he could adapt it to his quirk. Anyway, throughout this time, Deku's what's happened to Deku's quirk since he was a 5-year-old. Well, his scales have got even stronger. They still don't know how much electricity or heat or damage they can take, due to them not wanting to risk it and go for, I don't know, 5,000 volts and then Deku be put into hospital, as soon as his scales can't withstand the electricity, they're scared that he's just going to react like a normal body, which is the same for any knife tool or any punches or anything, but they're pretty sure that his defense is somewhat high. Another thing they've found out he has is the electricity within his body, the energy potential within his body has been slowly increasing over the years, but he still can't release it yet, as he's not figured out how, if that makes sense. So they are starting to think that it's just electricity build up in his body to help withstand the electricity in his scales. And as for his normal bodily functions, they've not been affected from over evolution of his quirk. So it's not quirk singularity theory kicking in yet, which is quite peculiar. And I would just like to take 5 seconds here to ask you guys to like and subscribe if you did enjoy this what if. Deku he's just finished up writing his notes as I said in the end of last video, and he is now getting ready to walk home from UA. He decides to take a shortcut through the alleyways because he wants to get home quick, and he's actually working out now because he's like, oh, I can become a quirk, but I can become a hero, sorry, but I do need to work on my body and I also need to work on my quirk. He's also thinking that because his quirk is more of a augmentator than it is a power type, so it boosts the power he has. He needs to have power to boost rather than give him power, rather than just straight up giving him power. So he realizes he's gonna have to train a lot if he ever wants to become a pro hero, and he is ready to train a lot. He's having protein meals, and he's a bit, well, he's basically ripped, but not like All Might ripped, like a normal, like he is in the anime, really, just toned and ready, and he looks like he could actually put up a fight if he was in the normal world, not like a scrawny lad like he is. Just thought I would mention that, just throw that in there, just whilst I'm getting a bit of the beginning setup, the story setup, you know. Right, anyway, let's get focused, let's get right. So he's walking home, and that's when he gets attacked by, you'll never guess it, a slime monster. Deku, not wanting to back down, goes in for a punch straight away against this slime monster, realizing it's a villain as soon as he speaks. He just knows from hero instinct, and he doesn't hesitate to punch the slime monster. That's when he realized his fists go straight through, and the slime monster laughs and says, "Ha ha ha ha, you won't defeat me, now I'm gonna take over your body." But before he could, Deku uses his boosted speed from working out to run away. That's when Deku assesses the situation. He realizes his quirk is not matched well against the slime monster, as the slime monster can just absorb any hits he throws out, and because of the slime monster's weird substance, he can't defend against it with his scales, meaning that Deku is on an all-time disadvantage. He's like, oh, I can run away, ask a hero for help. Then he realizes that no hero in the vicinity could help anyway. None of their quirks match up well against this this villain, and on top of that, the time it takes to look for a hero will cause the monster to raid crazy in the city. Sorry, I forgot the words there. And basically rampage, there we go, rampage the city, and Deku doesn't want that with his hero spirit within him, knowing that it'll put lives at risk, so he decides to stay in the alleyway. Then he decides, well, I might as well try and put up a fight against it. He runs up towards the slime monster and goes in for a punch. The punch fails as his body starts seeping into the slime monster. The slime monster's absorbing Deku Deku thinks as he very slowly loses the ability to breathe, being drowned in the weird slime liquid of the monster. The monster then chuckles. You will be a good vessel for my quirk. He chuckles again as a loud thundering noise comes. It's like music is playing in Deku's head as he feels the air pressure of somebody landing beside the slime monster. Dun, 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 dun. Deku's theme, All Might's theme tune is playing in Deku's head as All Might screams, "I am here!" And the slime monster starts to try to run away, screaming in fear of the symbol of peace. He realizes that the symbol of peace's power would be nothing against his own. He realizes that he needs to run away to be able to absorb this vessel, which is Deku. That's when the slime monster goes. Well, time to head out. And All Might responds with, "You will never leave with the citizens I've sworn to protect." Detroit smash! He hits the monster with a clean Detroit smash. The wind pressure is immense as it covers the alleyway. It's not enough to break the windows, but the windows are put under stress as Deku is grabbed by the hand of All Might. Deku now faints from lack of oxygen, to then be woken up by a slap across the face. The slap is nice as the huge hands of All Might protect him from the concrete as he slowly wakes up to realize it's a symbol of peace. Deku's confident exterior now crumbles down as Fanboy takes over him. He asks All Might immediately to sign his handbook as All Might says, "Already done it," and then All Might asks whether Deku's okay. Deku responds immediately with, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Oh, I do have a few questions to ask you." And then All Might goes, "I'm sorry, kid, but I don't have time." "Well, anyway, better get off." And then he gets ready to jump away, but quickly before he could, Deku grabs his bag, grabs his books, and jumps on All Might's leg, launching up in the air with him. Deku's face has been left with the ground as they all go up in the air, and he screams, "All Might!" as All Might looks behind him to find a weird kid dangling on for his life. He then tries to shake him off, saying, let go," and then Deku says, "What in the air?" And All Might goes, oh yeah, right, kid, just close your face. I'm gonna land on this nearby building." He lands, and then Deku gets rinsed out by All Might for grabbing onto his leg. All Might says, "Why would you do that? That's so idiotic. What were you thinking?" And then Deku responds with, "I needed to ask you some questions." And then All Might says, "I'm out of time," as he turns into a small shrunken person. His eyes are shallow and full of bags as he looks like a deflated human. Deku then screams, "Whoa, imposter? Who are you?" And then All Might sits down and says, "I'm All Might. Don't worry." And Deku says, "Why are you like this?" And All Might says, "There's a fight that happened 5 years ago. By the way, it's a fight that happened 5 years ago." He lifts up his t-shirt and shows Deku a wound. "It messed me up pretty bad. It messed me up pretty bad and turned me into this. I can now only use my quirk for so long a day. I hit my limit saving you." And then he responds with, "By the way, don't go telling anyone on the forums about this." Deku then says, Oh, okay, I'm sorry, All Might." He then responds with, "But I do have a question. You know, I tried to act confident, but there is always one anxiety going on in my head. Can I really become a hero like you, All Might?
my quirk, it only gives me mild protection, and all the strength is not from the quirk, it's all just the usual strength that everyone else has. Will I be able to defeat villains like you? That's when All Might gives him the blunt truth. With your power, no. No, you wouldn't be able to beat villains. They're just too simply out of your league. You could maybe become a small-time hero. Your quirk's powerful enough to do that, but symbol of peace, I'm afraid not, Deku. But, sorry, you don't call him Deku. I'm afraid not, my boy. You could always become a police officer, then Deku's whole identity just cracks. Visibly, you could see his face drop as he now the whole exterior and the whole dream of him becoming a hero is ruined by All Might. All Might then says, anyway, just go down through this door. I've got to get back. He turns into All Might. He turns into All Might one more time. You can see he's struggling as he jumps down from the building and turns back into. He jumps down from the building into the alleyway and turns back into Small Might. So, he then Small Might then heads into a store. Deku makes it down the staircase and begins to walk. He's contemplating life. Not even the symbol. If the symbol of peace doesn't think he can become a hero of any high caliber, is there a point of even trying? Why not just go for a normal, well-paid job like everyone else? What's the point of becoming a hero if I won't make a change in society? That's when he subconsciously walks towards the trouble. He starts realizing that there's that a lot of people are hoarding up, so he goes to have a look, see whether he can write some notes. Maybe he could give it on to his son if he ever has one, or maybe he can give it on to Bakugo. Even though he bullies him, he's definitely going to become a hero. That's when he sees Bakugo in danger. He sees that Bakugo's been absorbed by the slime monster, and he watches the heroes as they try to save him. The muscle guy tries to punch him, but his fists just get absorbed like Deku's before. Luckily, Deku did notice one thing. He noticed that the slime monster could be distracted if he hit him in the right spots. His eyes were not slime, they were still tangible to normal strength. Deku realizes that he cannot hold back anymore. If none of the heroes can do anything else, which they have tried, he has to do something. So Deku gives it a couple more seconds to see whether Mount Lady could do anything. Then he realizes she's too big for the alleyways. Deku gets ready to battle. As his hero instincts kick in, he throws the bag at the tangible eyes of the monster as he gets ready to swing for a punch. I will not let you beat my friend. I will win. Smash! As he goes in for the punch, the bag hits the slime monster, stalling him. As Deku pulls back for his punch and swings. When he does swing, lightning is released from his fist and makes contact with the slime monster, and his fist hits the slime monster. The lightning from his fist causes the slime to crystallize, meaning that Deku can punch through it, using his hard scales to make sure he doesn't get any scratches or deep cuts, but he still does get scratches and cuts. But none of them are too deep as he continues punching, releasing all the energy that was stored up within him. Lightning is spreading around as it starts to separate, and heroes keep away the citizens to make sure they don't get hit by the wild lightning coursing from Deku's body. He punches the slime monster numerous amount of times, but it's to no avail as he runs out of energy and lightning, and the slime monster shakes off Deku, pushing him to the side, and laughs. Ha 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 ha. You think you'll be strong enough to beat me? You're just a weakling. You're just a veteran. That's when a figure comes from the crowd. He's about 7 foot, muscular. It's All Might. The whole crowd is cheering as All Might walks up to the slime monster.
He starts saying to the slime monster, I wasn't living up to my own ideals. Deku, with your spirit, you can always become a hero. Anyway, as for you, slime monster, you're never gonna win. You're a puny villain. He pulls back his fist as he screams Detroit Smash at the top of his lungs. The air ripples and the air shakes the earth around Deku and the rest of the people there. They all can feel the immense power coming off All Might as he changes the weather. It starts raining as the slime monster gets defeated. Everyone, it takes a second of realization for everyone as they all start cheering. The police arrive and collect the slime monster as All Might quickly runs away, running out of time after dealing with social media. Deku gets rinsed out, but congratulated and said he gets a says he has a powerful quirk at the same time. Bakugo gets told he has a powerful quirk and offered a sidekick job, which just annoys him even more. But he does laugh at Deku, saying, haha, you got defeated by the slime monster. And then he does chuckle under his breath, thank you though, as he walks away arrogantly. Deku then walks home, get interrupted by the 7-foot muscular man known as All Might yet once again. All Might coughs, turning into his shriveled form, as Deku stood there shocked again. He still has not gotten around the fact that All Might is injured. All Might is tiny. But he then comes back to reality. He snaps back to reality. Sorry. As All Might starts talking to him, All Might yet again apologizes for not following his own ideals, and then says to Deku, anyway, your quirk, you're strong enough to become a hero. I'm ready to bet on you. Well, he says, I'm ready to bet on you, Deku. See, I'm ready to train you to become the proper hero. Do you want to become my disciple? Do you want to become my predecessor? And Deku immediately says yes. So what happens here is All Might hasn't told Deku about One for All and hasn't offered him it, but offered to train him instead, because he doesn't want to give Deku One for All just yet. And Deku is gonna get trained by All Might. Right into the story, Deku is getting trained by All Might for the 10 months before the UA exam to get into UA. So Deku is is invited to the beach one day, and he goes straight away. But he's never really been to this beach before because it has a bad reputation. But if All Might told him to go, he goes. So he goes there, and he sees that the beach is it's a mess. It's got garbage everywhere, and Deku is, well, he's a bit embarrassed because there's just garbage everywhere, and he's like, okay, this isn't quite a clean beach. And that's when All Might comes up in his small Might form, and he's talking to Deku, and he starts off the conversation like, I used to go to this beach every day. It used to be such a lovely beach. Then, well, the currents, it caused all the garbage to go here from fly tippers around Japan, you know? It's sad how humans have ruined society. Well, anyway, back on track. See, a key thing about being a hero is focusing on, of course, the big problems, but the big problems are just as important as the small ones. So, as your first job as my disciple is to clean this beach. And I will watch you clean this beach. Deku then asks, okay. I know this is all for the well-being, but is there any training involved with this? And so All Might says, haha, nice to know you're dedicated to training your body up. Well, of course, there's a lot of heavy items on the beach, and this should train your body. On top of that, I'm going to sit on top of the few heaviest items to proper get your muscles working. And then Deku goes, oh god, this is going to be a difficult one. So, Deku first starts off with the smaller items, like the tire. He just picks that up because of his because of his better body and posture, because he's been working out for a lot longer of his life. He's because if you remember back from part one, I think or beginning in part two, I mentioned he's been working out a lot more because he's been confident about his quirk and he realizes he's got to work out to become a hero because that's how his quirk works. So he's been lifting around so when he lifts around these items, he's having a lot more easier time. On top of that, when he goes home, he studies. So cleaning up the beach lasts for about four-ish months because he's able to do a lot more in a lot less time. And All Might's there like, wow, you're a lot more than I expected. You did this quicker than I expected. Anyway, this is time for the fun part. So, if you remember back when you were fighting, you did a lot more damage to the slime monster than you expected. And I'm sure you knew why. It's because you had lightning released from your body, but it wasn't normal lightning. It had a bluish tint to it. It was quite fascinating to watch. Anyway, I recognise that you didn't use that in the first fight because the slime monster had no marks of your quirk being used against it. So I'm assuming it's not because you were it was not because you were scared of using your quirk against the villain. It was mainly because you didn't know you have it. Am I correct? And that's when Deku goes, you know, All Might's smarter than I expected. To put all this together from the little evidence, it's pretty smart. And that's when Deku nods a yes to everything All Might has said, and All Might says, so basically, what we're working on now is for you to be able to release this lightning without, having to rely on circumstances. And then once you've learnt to release the lightning, of course, you need to control it so you don't kill everybody you hit, or so that you can maybe up its power if there's ever anybody that needs more energy to take care of. Anyway, Deku, the next 5 months are going to be very difficult, and it's going to include a lot of training methods to do with electricity and conductivity. Are you ready? Deku then nods yes. 5 months pass as they try a bunch of different training techniques. Deku has learnt to release his lightning, and he can control it. But he cannot control his power output fully to the point where he can boost his power output. He can only control the lightning itself, so he can shoot out the lightning and control the lightning. This is a lot different to Denki. Sorry if I pronounced his name wrong, I completely forgot the pronunciation. This is a lot different to him because he cannot control electricity. But Deku can, and on top of that, Deku has the other boost to his quirk, and Deku has learned 3 major moves. The number one is lightning, which is pretty basic, and it's where he shoots a lightning bolt. This is a ranged move, but does not do that much damage, only potential. Well, it has a lot of potential, but due to Deku's low output at the minute, when it comes to ranged moves, it's pretty weak. But it could probably take care of a normal human being if there was in a fight. He could use lightning bolt, and yeah, I'm gonna call it lightning bolt, and that would be able to it would like damage them, but it wouldn't knock them out or anything. So it'd still have to get in there and punch them or shoot a couple of lightning bolts at them. His next one is Thunder Fist. This is where he surrounds his hand in lightning and he punches them. This one does a lot more damage because of course he's punching them, and the lightning stays with them for a bit, which causes them to be electrocuted at a high rate because he's making contact with them, and for the longer time he makes contact, the more damage he does, and this damage it keeps on increasing the longer he makes contact. I've just repeated myself. And then the final move is a unique move, and it's called body amplification. And what he does, he recirculates the energy within his body, and this gives him the ability to do spurts of energy. Like, so basically it's similar to Kaioken in a sense, because he can like double his power for a limited amount of time. But the drawback is this: it doesn't heat up his skin because it's scaly, but his internal organs and stuff get pushed to the limit, which causes him to basically have a time limit of, right now currently it's a minute at 10 times his normal strength, and it's about 5 minutes at 2 times his normal strength. No, sorry, we'll go half 30 seconds at 10 times his strength, and 5 minutes for 2 times his strength. Yeah, that's solid time. So it's safe to say that Deku is ready for the hero examination, which will be covered in this episode. So I might go a little over the 15-minute time limit I set myself, but you know what? We'll go with it. So Deku, he's walking into UA. He's a lot more confident than he is before, but he is still worried, like every other student is there. Whether they like to admit it or not, back a go. Everyone is frightened because this is their future on the line. That's when he trips up on his own feet, but then he gets saved by a mysterious girl that seems to have a floating quirk. She says, "Oh, hey, are you okay? I'm presuming you're going to UA too, right? You ready for the exam?" And Deku just stumbles as she says, "Well, hope to see you in there." Deku's then like, whoa, what just happened? It all happened so quick. Wait, was that the first time I talked to a girl? This time he's not so freaky outy about this, because he was calling his last school, but he still didn't really talk to girls that much. So he's a little freaky outy, but he's more shocked about the fact he was that distracted to fall over, and he's kind of like screwing his head back on his shoulders and being like, okay, I gotta be a little bit more serious and a little bit more on my feet now, because I don't want to make a silly mistake like that in the exam. So anyway, he continues walking into UA, and that's when he gets into the hall, and he's just studying his notes about his own techniques and how he can maybe pinpoint the techniques for the exam. So anyway, what Deku does next is he's mumbling this entire time, and that's when Ida tells him basically to shut up in front of the whole of the UA, and Deku's all embarrassed, and he puts his books about notes away and starts to take in the robots and everything, and then he takes in the 0 pointer and realizes he can get 0 points for it, so he's got to avoid it at all costs. Anyway, they start heading into the UA examination hall, and he realizes he's not put with Bakugo, and he realizes that he's never going to be put with anybody he knows, and he's put with a bunch of random people, but he does recognize the girl who saved Amelia and the boy that told him off. He goes to thank the girl that saved Amelia, and that's when Ida pulls him aside and says, "Don't do that, don't distract her. You may not be taking it seriously, but she very seriously is, so don't distract her." That is when President Mike comes in, and he's like, "Hello everybody, are you ready for the exam? 3, 2, 1, go!" Everyone goes as Deku is still not over the speed of President Mike telling everybody to go. He's a bit mesmerized, and he doesn't quite clock onto the situation until he realized everybody else has left. That's when he's like, "Oh god, I gotta get going." So what he does immediately is activate 2 times body amplification. There we go. He does this so he can get ahead of the pack, and he realizes that the test is only around 5 minutes long. So he comes up to his first 1 pointer, and he uses a thunderbolt straight away to see whether he can shock the systems of the robots. Luckily, this does work due to Deku's power being
lightning based, so the electricity within the robots are completely short circuited. Deku's really lucky here because if the robots were made out of some sort of material that didn't conduct electricity, he would be a bit screwed here due to his power output not being too high, or anyway, he's not high enough to take care of a robot if he didn't have the advantage, or if he was put against other students that were more powerful than him, he would be screwed. But in this case, he doesn't really have to hold back against the robots. And in summary, is the advantage against them. So he takes out a few. The one point is using lightnings at ranges. Some of them take more lightning bolts than others. And that's when Deku's getting worn out. So he turns off 2 times amplification for a bit, so he can let his body rest as he starts running around, thunder punching them. I'm changing it to thunder punching or thunder fisting, whatever I want. They mean the same thing. So he goes around thunder punching them just to take them out. It takes about 3 seconds of contact for him to take out a 2-pointer robot, and about 1 second of contact to take out a 1-pointer robot, because the circuits in the 2-pointer have a lot more higher voltage fuses, so it takes him longer to short circuit them. That is when the test is coming to the end. There's about 30 seconds left of the test, and Deku realizes that a huge robot has been released. He realizes that this is the 0-pointer robot. This 0-pointer robot is way out of Deku's league. Even though he has the technical type advantage against it, it's still out of his league. So Deku decides that it might be best to just run away. That is when he realizes that there's a girl stuck under the rubble, so he runs in and he immediately activates 10 times body amplification. This isn't 10 times his strength, it's just called 10 times body amplification because it does 5 times what the 2 times body amplification does. And basically what I'm trying to say, it's not 10 times his body, 10 times his normal strength, it's just a body amplification on a higher level. He called it 10 times because he thought, oh, that's a nice number, and it doesn't actually equate that, so he's not that powerful. But anyway, he runs in and he realizes that he has no chance against the 0-pointer, so he'll be better off just to lift the girl up from the rubble, pick her up, and run away. He sees this as a kind of cowardly move, but he remembers a lesson that All Might taught him. To be a hero doesn't always mean to win. To be a hero means to save everybody there. Sometimes you might have to run away and let somebody else stronger save them. But what I'm planning to do is to make you the person that's strong enough to deal with every situation, though you're still training. So, if you ever get into trouble, save everybody in the area and run away yourself. Sometimes it's better to let heroes stronger than you at the moment help you out. Remember that, Deku. And that's when Deku runs away, and the 30 seconds hits time, and due to Deku overusing his quirk, he's really out of breath and his body was pushed to the limit because he did use 2 times body amplification earlier, which yet again, bit of a confusing name there, but it is 2 times his body. It's not directly 2 times his body strength and all that, but I just want to clear that up. Anyway, so he finishes the UA exam and he's pretty confident about his theory test, a little less confident about his physical test, but he did take out a lot of 2-pointers and 1-pointers due to having the type advantage. This is where I will leave this episode. Deku had got into UA, if you didn't know, he definitely 100% got into UA, and and he actually passed in first place. Now, this is because you got a moderate amount of robots. He absolutely decimated the amount of robots, and he got hero points.
And I'm just going to take this extra 5 seconds for apologising. This is so late. I actually was invited out, so I wasn't going to say no. So I've been outside, I've been doing stuff. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would be this late, but it's hella late. Anyway, getting back on track. Deku is getting ready to go to UA. He's going to, Aizawa. He's going to do Aizawa training. So it's all fun and games. So he's walking into class, and in the back of his head, he's hoping that the kid that told him off and Bakugo isn't in his classroom. The reason he doesn't want them in his classroom is because he sees Bakugo as kind of a bully, and he thinks the running kid's a bit mad at him, and well, he doesn't want somebody who's mad at him in his class. But that is when he finds his classroom and he's like, oh, well, I found my classroom, so I better go in. As soon as he walks in, he notices Bakugo straight away with his arrogant attitude and his legs crossed together on the chair. And then he then stumbles in a little further to realise around the corner Ida was there. Ida quickly walked up to Deku and apologised. He apologised to Deku because he saved Uraka. He realised that was a heroic move, and that's when he said, if I wasn't in an exam, I would do the same. But in the back of his head, Ida's like a bit annoyed at himself because he didn't really act like a hero like Deku did. He also compliments Deku on his quirk, realising that it's quite a powerful quirk with it being lightning based but without the drawbacks, and he also noticed the fact that he could boost his agility and speed and all that, so he realised it's quite a powerful quirk but as well as quite a tactical quirk. Anyway, Aizawa then walks in and tells the whole class to shut up. Wait, no, sorry. Uraka then walks in and compliments Deku and thanks him for saving her, and Deku blushes and don't really say so. Not until Aizawa cuts up the whole class and then says, it took you 3 minutes to shut the hell up. What the hell are you thinking? You're in this classroom, you're in the top classroom in the UA, and you think you can do that and get away with it? Absolutely unacceptable. So he basically rinses out the whole classroom for that, and then tells them that he's his homeroom teacher. And then he mentions the fact that there will be special training today, and that's when Uraka stops Aizawa and says, don't we have orientation? And Aizawa hits back with, do you think heroes would take a break? And Uraka then gets nervous about this, and Deku's thinking in his head, oh god, we have hero training? I better get ready. I wonder what it's going to be. That is when Aizawa and the whole classroom go to get changed, and the UA costumes pop out of the wall. Also, sorry, I'm whispering a bit. There is people doing stuff upstairs and I don't want to disturb them. I've realised this is like 4 minutes into the video, but either way, sorry, I'm whispering a bit. It won't always be like this, but for now it is, so I apologise for that. Anyway, so they all get changed, and Mineta does what Mineta does, and that's when Deku is the first one to throw the ball. This is mainly because Deku was he was valedictorian. Sorry, I don't know whether that's a word. I should probably stop using it. But Deku, he came first place in the UA exam. So what Deku decided to do was boost himself by 10% and put a little bit of lightning behind it. This is so he could push the ball as far as possible, and he ended up getting around 1,000 meters, which is really, really far. Bakugo, of course, got around 800 meters. Uraka got infinity. Now it's time for the running race. As soon as he threw the ball, he did remember to deactivate 10 times body amplification, so he can use it for the run, because of course he's realized all the events are short distance, so he can use 10 times amplification in these short spurts without him completely tiring out. Of course, if he kept on doing it, he'll tire out pretty quickly, but because it's just like one-time incidents, he can do it, he can pull it off. So it's the running exam. Deku's put against Ida this time because they realise they're both quick-paced. So because Ida takes time to speed up, Deku absolutely thrashes him because Deku goes 0 to 60 pretty much immediately. Sorry, I'm just taking a quick drink. I just realised I said 0 to 60. He does not go 0 to 60 because that's unbelievably fast. He goes 0 to his max speed. His max speed will go about 20 miles per hour because that's like a reasonable pace. It's fast, and it does take him, it takes him like a second to get to that speed, but once he's at that speed, he can't go much faster, because that's, well, at the minute anyway. So he absolutely wins the running race, and he did thrash the throwing race as well. Thrash means win, sorry. It's a bit of a British slang word, I don't know whether you guys all understand that, but he absolutely beats the first two competitions other than Uraka beats him at the throwing because she got infinite, and Deku can't get infinite because he's not strong enough yet. So anyway, it's a jumping competition. He wins against everybody but Mineta, and then it's the lift up competition. He wins against everybody because of his muscle augmentation or amplification, sorry. And that is when it is time to see the results. Overall, Deku got first place because he won against everybody, which sadly leaves Mineta in last place. So, what am I doing with Mineta? I am going to take him out of this series because of the flirtatious and rude vibe that Aizawa got from him, and he's not that good of a hero. He doesn't see potential in him. Well, he does see potential, but he's tainted by too much persuasion to do naughty stuff that he shouldn't be doing. Aizawa has decided to kick him out of UA. This scares all the other UA students, because of course it was pretty much out of nowhere on the first day, and it keeps them all in line basically. So they all go home, and as soon as they get home, they're all motivated to work harder because they don't want to be kicked out of UA. This especially hits Deku, who realized that without this lightning and body without this lightning and body amplification, he would be screwed. If he wasn't trained by All Might right now, he would be in Mineta's position. He realizes he needs to get stronger because of this. He doesn't want to be kicked out of UA. He wants to become as strong as All Might. So Deku is now working out a lot more than he is usually in the anime, and don't get me wrong, he's working out a lot in the anime, and this is where he discovered a new technique. His new technique is, if he doesn't use body amplification when he's training his body, he can do lightning spark, and what this does is instantly regenerates all its muscle by shooting them with lightning. Though the cooldown for this is he cannot use body amplification a day before and a day afterwards, and he can only use his lightning thing once every 24 hours, and it stops his position to use body amplification and any other lightning side of his quirk. So basically he uses up all his lightning side of his quirk, but it does train up his lightning side quirk a lot, don't get me wrong, but it means he can't use body amplification or anything, but it instantly regenerates his muscles. So it's like yin and yang, and he uses this every Saturday. No, he uses this every Friday when he gets home, so he can train. Then he uses it, trains, and then on Saturday he trains, but he doesn't use it because of the cooldown. But he uses it Saturday night again, sorry, and then he doesn't use it Sunday, so he can have lightning quirk for school. So this makes his training quicker, but he cannot use it practically in a battle because it makes him pretty susceptible, unless, other than the fact he has claws. Well, no, he doesn't have claws, I meant scales, which protect him a bit, but it basically it leaves him really vulnerable, but it means he can train a little quicker, so that's a benefit. Anyway, so Deku is getting ready for the All Might exam, which I will cover in this episode, even though this episode's really late as it is. I probably shouldn't cover it, but I'm going to cover a bit of it anyway. So, I've decided to skip all the other ones, other than the fact that Mineta wasn't in the fight, which meant one team was unbalanced, but it still ended up the same way it does in the anime, and either way it's kind of a bit irrelevant because it's not quite focused on at all. Mineta didn't really do much anyway in that fight, so I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what fight Mineta was in at all, so I'm just gonna skip over the whole Mineta not being there for this fighting part and focus on Deku and Bakugo. So, Deku, Bakugo, Uraraka and Ida are all put in a team against each other. Deku and Uraraka are on the same team, Ida and Bakugo on another team. Ida and Bakugo are acting as villains, which Bakugo is very good at, but not as good as Ida at being a practical one. Bakugo is just a bit evil, and he's a bit he's a bit more mad at Deku than he usually is, because Deku's got this amazing quirk, and he's jealous, I guess. On top of that, he's realised that he's getting attention of All Might, which he doesn't like, because he wants attention of All Might, because who doesn't? It's his hero. So, anyway, Deku walks in. He walks in first, kind of protecting Uraraka. The reason he's doing this is because he realises he has a lot more of a defensive and attackive quirk, as she has a lot more, she doesn't have as much defense or attack, so if she got hit by Bakugo's explosion, it would do quite a lot, as because of Deku's scales and ability to body amplificate, it means that he can kind of take more blows from Bakugo and potentially win against him, though it's not fully known yet. So anyway, Deku is going ahead, and they both walk through slowly, checking each room, but making sure to be conscious of the time limit, not wanting to lose the race. That is when they hear a slight move. They hear a slight creak of the floorboards, and then Deku looks around, and Bakugo comes charging in with explosions trailing behind him. He hits Deku right in the face, which causes him to be flung into the wall, leaving a mark in the wall, causing Deku to take quite a lot of damage, even though his scales took most of the hit. Deku then steps up as Bakugo runs towards him, going for a right hook. Deku notices this, and because he was still writing notes about Bakugo, Deku grabs Bakugo's right hook and uses 10 times body amplification to swing him down on the floor. This swing down on the floor causes not 10 times, 2 times body amplification. This and slams him on the floor. This slam on the floor causes Bakugo to get hit in the back of the head. This doesn't concussion. It just makes him a bit disorientated and Deku uses this disorientation to quickly wrap tape around him. Uraraka just stands there amazed by Deku's ability to take him on, and then Deku kind of chuckles and says, "Oh, it's only because I've known him since I was a kid. Anyway, we should get on and take out the bomb." This is also where I'm going to fill you in. Bakugo, one of the leading fighters, has just been taken out. Now it's just Ida versus Deku and Uraraka. So, Deku and Uraraka start climbing the tower. They make sure to check every room to see whether the bomb's in there. That's when Deku starts discussing his plan with Uraraka. He discusses the fact that she's going to struggle to fight within the next fight. This is because he knows Ida isn't stupid. He's going to stick by the bomb, so fighting's going to have to happen. He also knows that he's going to clear the room so Uraraka cannot use her quirk. That is when Deku asks Uraraka whether she could make him lighter, and Uraraka nods yes. That makes Deku say, "Ah, great," and Uraraka blushes, And then Deku says, so the plan is, you're going to make me lighter so I can beat Ida speed-wise in my 2 times form. That might not work, but there is a possibility that it might, and if it does, that means if I can beat him in speed, I can hit him out of the way. That's when I want you to use your quirk on him. This is so that he can be lifted up in the air, and that means that we don't have to full on fight him. The reason I don't want to fight him is because I don't know whether he has something up his sleeve, and if he's off the ground, he cannot fight. Uraka's then, wow, Deku, you're smarter than you look. And then Deku's like, aw, thank you. But he's like blushing the entire time, so it's like, thank you, you know, like in his own charming way, you know, how he does it. So anyway, they go on with the plan. Deku goes first as a figurehead, knowing that he can take a hit from Ida if Ida decides to hit. He's basically, they've got a plan to take him out. So, they finally find the bomb, and they finally find where Ida is. So, what they plan to do is the plan. So, Deku immediately runs in, and Ida's shocked by the speed. This is because he's using 2 times speed, but he's still faster than Ida, and Ida's shocked by this because he realizes that Deku doesn't have the strain on his body like he did in the Aizawa exam, because you got to think 10 times does put a lot of strain on Deku's body, but Deku doesn't have this strain anymore. And that's when Ida realizes that Uraka has made him faster in a weakened form. Ida only picks up on this due to his smart senses, and the only other people in the class to pick up on this, if they was watching, of course, would be Bakugo, and Todoroki does pick up on this. It does also get noticed by Momo, but it does go over All Might's head somewhat. Like All Might recognizes he's doing it, but he doesn't see it as a strat. He just thought that Deku was well, no, All Might notices it. Just in summary, All Might notices it. But All Might only notices from his experience, and the fact that some of the students notice shows that they're prodigies, and but All Might doesn't think anyone else notices, but he does think Deku's smart for thinking up with the plan. So that's when Deku goes behind Ida and knocks him into Uraka. He makes sure to knock him somewhat off-center so Uraka can move out of the way, slap Ida, and cause him to float up in the air. This demobilizes Ida enough that Uraka then can tie him up in a rope, and Uraka stops, froze up due to overuse of a quirk, and Deku collects the bomb safely. This ends the exercise, and then All Might gathers everybody up. All Might says that Deku's the MVP. This is because he came up with a strat, and he made sure to be careful around the bomb, not knocking Ida into it or not having a fight around it, and instead knocking him out of the way of the bomb and not putting his comrades in danger by knocking Ida off target, and also taking out with Bakugo as quietly as possible without causing too much exterior damage and without permanently hurting Bakugo or damaging Bakugo at all, and Deku basically gets given the golden star. This is when they all get told to get sent home, and Deku is told to go to the beach by All Might, and All Might is really proud of Deku. This is because he realizes that Deku, not only is he going on leaps and bounds with his quirk, he's also learning tactics and all that. And that's when he asks Deku for a duel. So you're probably wondering why and how can he do this? Well, All Might said to people, he basically pulled strings with the police officer, and they all said it was cool on the beach that he cleaned. If he promises to clean up the mess that the duel leaves, no one gets hurt, they can have a duel. So he's got the go-ahead from the police, and he's only going to use 10% against Deku, and this duel's gonna last only about 1 minute because that's how long 10 times works for Deku. So the duel starts, and All Might goes straight in for a Detroit Smash, but Deku dodges it using 10 times. Then with that 10 times, he goes in for a Thunder Clash. This is a new move he's created, and what he does, he uses a lightning to blind his opponent whilst punching them. The punch is normal due to the lightning being used to blind the opponent. This is the only move he can currently use within his 10 times body amplification, due to his 10 times body amplification using up so much electricity that he has, and so much of his, well, it's not quite electricity, it's inner energy, I guess you could say. Like, yeah, just inner energy will do. So then Deku jumps down from 10 times and jumps. Deku jumps down from 10 times and grabs his breath, whilst All Might learns to see again after the blinding punch, as in the Thunder Clash, was it? I think I went Thunder Clash, yeah. Then All Might goes in for a punch, and Deku activates 10 times, dodging it. And then Deku gets into a position in the air where he's falling down onto All Might, deactivates 10 times, and activates Electric Fist. Wait, Thunder Fist. No, Thunder Punch. There we go, Thunder Punch. This Thunder Punch makes contact, and due to the electricity in All Might, due to the electricity hitting the whole of All Might's body, it hits his weak spot, which immobilizes him and permanently reduces his time to be able to be in big form. All Might realizes this and stops the duel straight away. Deku's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And All Might just simply says, "Deku, you won. But if I used 100%, you'd be absolutely beaten." That's when All Might says in his head, "I can't tell this kid that him damaging him hitting me in that spot made me, him hitting me with that last punch hit my weak spot, making me permanently weaker. That would destroy the kid's morality." Anyway, so we're flashing to the next day. Deku wakes up. Luckily, because he took care of the All Might fight quite quickly, and All Might was going quite, well, not rough on him. Deku came out with no injuries that wasn't clean. That wasn't a little scrape or a little bruise. So basically, he's in tip-top shape. Well, not tip-top, but you know, none of his performance is affected by what is happening tomorrow. Well, which is now today for him, because he slept and he woke up, and he's off to the USJ. This is a school trip that everybody goes on, and they all get on the bus, and everyone starts picking on Bakugo, basically having a little joke around, because he decides to have an arrogant go at Deku, and then Deku realizes that the tables have turned. Anyway, when he gets on the bus, he sits next to Ida, and Ida basically says, "Wow, good tactic in beating me." And then Uraka, who sat behind him, joins in and basically compliments Deku. And Deku says, "Oh no, it was all of my teammates. I was just there to fill in the gaps, I guess." And then Uraka goes, "Nah, it was teamwork. We all worked together." Then they finally got at USJ. Due to All Might doing hero work earlier in the day, this time he's even more puffed out due to Deku damaging his weak spot, which means that he's definitely not there for the USJ. Deku picks up on this, now knowing about his knowing about Small Might, and having been trained by All Might, knowing about his time limit and all that. Deku realizes it when 13 raises up 3 fingers, and he realizes that even though he was told 3 teachers would be there, there is only 2, and that's when he puts it all together and realizes All Might is out of strength. This is when a purple cloud comes from the sky, and no, sorry, this is when 13 explains about the USJ, and a purple cloud comes out from the sky. This purple cloud then invades the sky, and then weak-looking villains start coming out. These villains look about as experienced as a normal citizen, but they look like they have quite powerful quirks, but not overpowered quirks to the point where they're undefeated. But they are certainly scary to the newish students, other than Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku being confident. Deku being confident because he feels like he has power now. Bakugo being confident because that's his personality trait, and Todoroki not really feeling emotions at the minute. Well, visibly anyway. So, Deku gets into a fighting posture, and that's when the portal starts to appear again, but this time a little bit smaller, and a weird monstrous looking creature comes out of it, as well as a guy that looks like his body is rotting around him, with hands all over his body. The creepiness aura was unreal, but yet he never had a sense of true power, well, like a true villain would. But there was still some evil aura there, and his killing intent was high. Everybody knew that. That is also when a purple misted guy came out of the portal. He was weird, and he looked like the one who was controlling all the portals. That is when all the students have portals appear underneath them, and they all start disappearing into different biomes, being separated around the USJ. Deku wakes up underwater. He realizes that he's surrounded by villains that have water-based quirks. This is bad for Deku because Deku's quirk does not work the best underwater. Deku is then panicking, not knowing what to do, and puts on 2 times body amplification, and then goes to try and punch one of the villains until he's saved by a frog-looking girl. The frog-looking girl says, "Hey," says, "Hey, hey," and Deku immediately thanks her for saving him. He's then thrown onto the boat, and Deku starts discussing the whole situation. What he says to her is that I think they don't know I think they've split us up all into different groups. It looks like there's only us 2 here, and I'm gonna be honest, my quirk really doesn't match up for this. That is when Deku uses his big brain to think back about the time that someone got onto campus, and he puts it together that the villains must have put on campus, but he does not tell. The villains must have got the timetable off campus, but he does not tell anybody because he realizes that they're now after All Might, but he doesn't want to tell anybody that because he doesn't want to scare anyone, because if someone's off after the symbol of peace, that they're gonna be scared. So Deku only just realized it now, and he's panicking himself. And that's when Tsuyu says, "Hey, calm down, calm down, calm down. What can we do in this situation?" This is where I'm gonna end it right into it. First of all, Tsuyu is like, calm down, Deku, because Deku is panicking right now. Because usually in the anime he doesn't figure this out, but he figures it out straight away because he's a lot more closer to All Might this time, because he's been training with him and they've been dueling, and he had in his back of his head that he knew that he damaged All Might, so he thinks, oh god, they're coming after All Might, they must know about his weak spot. And Deku's a lot more screwed on. Well, he was until now. He's panicking. And Tsuyu's like, hey, calm down, Deku. You're smart. Let's think this through. So, have you got any ideas for the situation? And then Deku remembers he's got a lightning quirk. But then he remembers, oh god, water and lightning won't quite work. And he might power himself out, which isn't that good. So what he decides to do is ask Tsuyu to look for a generator on the boat, or some sort of fuel engine on the boat, because if he could take the potential energy from there and absorb it, he could use that to overrun himself, and use it to pump all that energy into the water to put electricity into the water, because theoretically he could do that due to him being able to store energy within his body that naturally stores up from movement a lot more than usual people do. So he's able to somewhat control electricity by absorbing it and then letting it out in his body. But there's a chance he could overburn himself, which would leave him in a rough situation. But he realizes the situation he's already in is pretty dire. So they realize that the boat somewhat has an energy source to power the boat. Well, because it's a real boat that's been plopped in there, they realize that there's a generator in the boat. So they turn on the generator, which creates a loud noise. But Deku starts absorbing the noise energy, the sound energy, because that is a thing in science. I didn't know if you know that. So it instantly gets suppressed, and then he starts absorbing the energy the generator's creating. And because it's UA, they brought a high-end yacht, so it's creating lots of energy. And that's when Deku is struggling to contain the energy. So it starts creating blue lightning that originates from where his hands are, and it creates electric claws, whereas first of all, the electricity makes his hands close together, so like make closed fists, and then like where Wolverine's claws come from, lightning claws are starting to form there, and on top of that, lightning starting to create spark up down his arm, and then it separates to his whole body, and it's focused on his shoulder blades as well. There's a focused sparks there, like something's trying to form there, the same as his knuckles, of course. And that's when Deku's eyes, he shuts them and he opens them again, and they've gone pure lightning blue, a bit like how you can see in the middle image, but like a pure lightning blue. And Deku's like, okay, I think I've absorbed all the power, but I can't move. Don't worry, all the electricity is stored and controlled by me, so you can pick me up, but I want you to drop me into the water. Do you think you can do that? So Suyu wraps him around her tongue and chucks him into the water, and Deku whispers to her when he's holding her, make sure you don't touch the water at all and stay on the boat. That is when the villains destroy the boat and it starts to sink, but Suyu stays on the sinking boat even though it's going down quicker than the Titanic. Deku is then thrown into the water, and he says, overcharge! This is when he lets out all the energy that he's been storing up from the generator and from the sound energy that the generator produced. And it separates around the whole pool and electrocutes every single one of the people that are in the pool. They try to climb out, but of course the electricity is causing muscle spasms within them, so they can't move. But due to them having watertight quirks, they don't drown, of course, they just get electrocuted to the point where they cannot battle anymore. And they're all kind of knocked out, but they're floating, so they're not dying, they're just knocked out. That's when Deku's like, okay, Suyu, it's safe to come into the water. And she drops into the water because all the energy has been dispersed around. And Deku is like, okay, I no longer have that boost that I had, but I think I still have enough to go into 10 times for 1 minute. Even though my body's damaged, I will be pushing myself to a new limit, but hopefully I can do it. It's not trusted though, so if we really do get into a predicament, we'll have to use it, but I really don't want to. Suyu says, okay, Deku, and then they start walking to the center of where they were to see whether they can meet up with the rest of the UA students. Sorry, I was just taking a quick drink. Once they get there, they see that Aizawa is in deep trouble, and Deku's hero instincts kick in again. He realizes that if he does nothing, no one else will. So he runs in immediately and tries to take on the Nomu. His punches do nothing against it, yet he's still punching. Luckily, the electricity that's being released from his punches, from absolute rage, is causing the Nomu damage because it has no quirk to defend against it. But he is using 10%. He is using 10 times, and he is using electricity, which is completely draining his supplies. He's about a minute in before Deku is completely wasted in stamina-wise. But he has got around to the Nomu. He's frying it to a crisp, but he's not destroying it as the Nomu keeps on regenerating on him. Then the Nomu hits him to the side, finally gaining control as Deku gets weakened. Deku's body bounces against the rubble until he gets hit into the rubble. The rubble collapses around him. Aizawa stares with fear in his eyes, fear of Deku's death. Tsuyu then calls for Deku as Uraka watches the situation. A tear falls down her eye as Deku is the nicest person to her. She runs over trying to lift over the rocks, but the Nomu grabs her and then flings her to the side. This doesn't... Luckily, Bakugo runs in and captures her, but that's when he realizes Deku's been smashed. Has been smashed into the mountain, the mountainous terrain, sorry. Bakugo, in pure anger, charges towards the Nomu, even though it's no possibility he's going to win. That's when the portal guy steps in, and Bakugo immediately sees Shigaraki's hand. Luckily, he reacts in enough time, but he's still stood there raging. Shigaraki is getting ready for a speech. Shigaraki begins his speech. I don't really know what I did there, sorry about that. You damn heroes, this whole damn society. You know what I find it? A joke. That kid today, he just wasted his life trying to be a hero, trying to copy the symbol of peace. And you know what? I'm gonna kill the symbol of peace today, just like I killed that kid. As soon as he stopped laughing, the rubble starts to rumble with pure earthquake. A thunder strikes the rubble as Deku comes out. His eyes are full of lightning like before. This time the energy from his fist is more defined like claws. Wings are sprouted from his back. These wings are made out of electricity. But Deku's eyes, his pupils are gone. He looks entirely unconscious. He looks entirely unconscious, and all his movements look heavy. Blood is dripping down from his head as he charges towards the Nomu. He hits the Nomu, frying it up. Deku releases that much electricity that the Nomu's completely fried before it can regenerate again, causing it to be knocked out for a solid 5 minutes, as its cells were fried that much that it cannot regenerate its cells quick enough. So it was fully taken out for the time being. Then he charges at Shigaraki before the portal guy steps in, opening up a portal halfway across UA, halfway across the USJ. Deku then falls through that portal and realizes he's halfway across the UA. Then he gets struck by what feels like body strain, and he gets knocked out, falling down from the sky. Luckily, he falls into the pool again, where he falls into the pool again where the knocked out villains were. Tsuyu sees this and starts running towards Deku, and jumps into the water, saving him before he has time to drown, as Deku's completely destroyed body is there. It looks like his scales have been burnt off. They're still there, but fried. Sorry, not burnt. It looks like his scales have been burnt, as his whole body is there, fried to a crisp. Deku then groans, "I'm okay. Is everyone else okay?" that's when that's when Suyu says yes, and Ida's gone to get help. As soon as Suyu finishes that, he hears Uraka running over in pure tears coming down her eyes. Uraka wants to hug Deku, but realizes that his body's that crisp that hugging him would be really bad for him because it'll hurt him. Uraka then screams, "Help is on the way!" And as soon as he does that, a loud bang is heard at the main entrance of the UA hall. The USJ hall. "I am here! Now who's been messing with my students?" All Might says as he uses his immense speed to run towards Shigaraki. The portal guy does react quickly though, as the Nomu steps up, blocking All Might's punch. The portal guy reacting quickly gets Shigaraki out of there immediately as the Nomu tries to put up a fight, but due to Deku burning it to a crisp, it's still not at full power, so All Might manages to knock it out within a couple of punches. It takes around 30, which is a lot compared to the 300. Deku realizes he could never. Deku, in his head, is thinking about that power and realizes that maybe he could reach it one day, but right now his body can't seem to control the electricity. But he realizes that what happened was due to the adrenaline, his self limiter on his quirk went, which caused him to go berserk. This is when he finds out he's unlocked a new form, or move I guess you could call it. This new form and slash move is called Berserk. What it does, it pushes his body to the limit, as previously mentioned, but it comes back with some serious side effects. The USJ incident is over. This will lead on to the sports festival, but there's a little bit of filler, which I will do next episode because I've just beaten Shigaraki. Of course, not Shigaraki, the Nomu, I said the Nomu, okay? You're just imagining things, or I am, or someone, I don't know, someone is. Anyway, so Deku's just beat the Nomu, and he's been put in hospital because he's basically been beaten to a shrivel, and of course it was Deku and All Might that beat the Nomu, but most of the credit went to Deku for absolutely annihilating him beforehand, and All Might realizes this because he's slightly weakened, and all the stuff leading up to it. All Might actually wouldn't have been able to beat the Nomu this time because, yeah, sure, it's Deku's fault, but Deku and him had a fight, and he's losing his power quickly, and of course, if he's losing his power, where is it going? It must be going to somebody. Well, no, this is the fear. He doesn't know when to give up One for All, so he's deciding to use the UA tournament, and after the UA tournament, he's going to decide who to give it to, though the power is getting ready to leave him, so he has to decide before the power leaves him, and he's also got the fear in the back of his head that he should be the last one to carry One for All, and it shouldn't be carried on to anyone else, as he believes training Deku would be strong enough, but he also believes that he should give it to Deku, or of course Mirio. That's why I'm going to let the comments decide, should I give it to Deku or should I give it to Mirio. Of course, if I give it to Deku, then this is just going to turn into an overpowered series. But if you like to see that, you might as well make him overpowered. But yeah, I completely forgot about One for All, which is not good, but I did it, so I gotta apologize for that. So yeah, but it's still running out arguably even quicker because One for All is basically, he's working on the embers of it, it's needing to be passed on, and One for All is like, oh, okay, we're gonna just fizzle out until you pass me on. Yeah, because it's a Satian quirk, and All Might realizes this is a way of telling this is One for All's way of telling him that he needs to pass on the quirk and get it to someone else as soon as possible. Anyway, so we're going to continue with the UA Sports Festival. I realise I've waffled for way too long, so let's get right into it. So, Deku wakes up, he's in a hospital, he's like, where am I, where am I? He realises there's still scorches on his hands, but it's nowhere near as bad as he remembers before going unconscious. That is when, Inko Midoriya charges through the room. First of all, she's a fat go at Deku for getting into danger, like, like, basically, I can't believe you got into that much danger, and then hugs him and is like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're okay." Deku then um Deku then asks what's going on, and Inko Midoriya explains, "Well, you fainted after fighting, you fainted after defeating one, well, helping yeah, sorry. You fainted after helping All Might defeat one of the villains. Apparently, he's one of the strongest there. And anyway, you woke up, well, you woke up a little bit, and we didn't know what was going on. And then we sussed it out and just realised that you had mild burns, but these burns were eternal, so it damaged you a lot because it went past your scales. But all it took was a couple days of healing. Now it's only 2 days have passed since the USJ, and you're all awake and ready to go back to class if you want to. And then Deku asks, wait, I left All Might there. Is All Might okay? And then Inko Midoriya says, well, look for yourself, and points at a window. That's when he realizes that All Might is there, but it's two-sided glass. So, wait, two-sided glass? It's see-through glass, sorry. So, All Might is there looking at him with a happy face, realizing Deku's okay, feeling that basically he stayed there for as much as he could because he felt that Deku going unconscious and fainting from the electricity was partly his fault. Though he doesn't, though now Deku's okay, he has to quickly go to UA before school starts and tells Deku to come. Well, then he goes into Deku's room, says, "Well done for being such a hero, but if you want to come to school today, you can pop in by 12 o'clock, or you can just call it a miss." So, anyway, Deku does decide to go into school, so of course it's like 9 o'clock there. I want to say school starts at 9 for them. So, he pops into school 3 hours late, and everybody's surprised by his by him coming into school. They all ask whether he's okay. They're like, yeah, you're cool, you're cool, you're cool. Even Bakugo asks this because Bakugo wasn't there when Deku went berserk and knocked himself out. Well, he was there, but he partly wasn't there. So he was like, did he get that power on his own, or did he use something else? Not really knowing what's going on or why his quirk damaged his body so much. Neither does Deku know, so you don't get out of it. But he's still nicer to Deku because Deku did technically save the class a bit by persuading, by fighting the Nomu. That is when Aizawa walks in, and Aizawa thanks Deku. This shocks the whole class because Aizawa isn't usually, well, the kindest of souls. He is cool though. I love Aizawa, I gotta be honest. He's so badass. Anyway, Aizawa isn't the coolest of souls, so when he says, no, Aizawa is the coolest, but he's not the nicest of people. So when Aizawa says thank you, everyone goes, well, everyone's like, oh wow, that's new, because Deku saved Aizawa from getting his face beaten in, or of having to take on the Nomu and distract the Nomu, which Aizawa was thankful for, because even though he had his quirk erased against Aizawa, he still had the strength of All Might. Like, well, no, he was still really strong. Not the strength of All Might, because of course he lost some of it. You know what I mean. So, anyway, that is when Aizawa says, well, since Deku's here, we've got some more good news. This is where people are like, oh, this is where kind of offbeat for Aizawa. He's a bit happier today. It'll probably end tomorrow, but he's still happier right now. And that's when Aizawa's like, So, anyway, the good news is the fact that the UA Sports Festival will be happening. This, of course, means that you've got to get ready. So, we're going to go outside and do some brief training today, and the Sports Festival will commence within a week. We're still keeping it going to prove to and that's when, sorry. So anyway, the whole class cheer because they're happy this sports festival's still going on, of course, because the USJ incident, USJ, yeah, USJ incident left the sports festival up in arms because people didn't know whether it was going to still be on, or whether it wasn't going to be on because of the attack that happened. And I've repeated myself. I apologize. Anyway, they're happy that it's happening, and that's when it flashes back to the school board deciding, and they decide to put it on the so the world isn't scared by the villain's attack like the villains intended they would be, and to basically just dial down the severity of the attack. So anyway, Deku goes home, and All Might already knows, so All Might invites him to the beach, and then All Might's like, "So, how you feeling from the attack?" And Deku's like, "I'm feeling pretty good." And then All Might actually asks Deku for another duel. Uh, this time, uh, this time, yeah, Deku says, "No, I wanna train tonight, so I can't use any of my lightning." Oh yeah, and the side effect of using recovery girl's healing techniques is that I'm out of energy, so I can't actually use that much energy. And all that's like, okay. Well, once you get better, if you want to duel, that'll be cool. But I say do it after the sports festival. Now we don't want we don't want you to be injured after this before the sports festival. Now, do we? So Deku's like, yeah. So the week passes, and Deku's just working on some moves and working on um, his ability to control his electricity once he does unlock it back, because all his internal energy was used up when Recovery Girl used her recovery quirk, not magic, to heal him up. So because it takes energy, it took Deku's quirk instead of his actual energy. But by quirk I mean it took, because he stores energy within his body that he builds up from natural circumstances. He builds up a lot more than usual. That's how he gets his energy. And of course he has hidden energy that he can pull out, but it causes damage to his body. But when Recovery Girl healed him, all that energy got used up, and the cooldown is 1 day for him to get fully energized again. So he waits a day, and then he does that thing where he instantly repairs his muscles, if you remember, but it takes away his lightning for a couple of hours. What, I think it was 24 at the beginning. Well, the cooldown's has now gone to 12. Before he can use his lightning again. So he's basically getting back on track, and he realized his capacity for lightning has gone up quite a bit due to the fight, and he's ready for the USJ fight. He's ready for the sports festival. On the way to the sports festival, he realizes that security is a lot heavier. Well, it's very heavy, and he susses out that this is because there has just been an attack on UA, which, I mean, if you were a school, you would make your security better if you just had an attack. So, Deku's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Oh my god, there's, I don't know, Mount Lady, and then he gets distracted, and then he gets into the sports festival, and he says hi to everybody, and gets ready for the first event. So, due to him being first, he does have a speech. So he starts off with saying that he's happy to be at UA, and he's happy to be here, and he wishes everybody good luck. And that's when he says the only really controversial thing here, and that's he is going to become a hero. The reason it's slightly controversial, it's more uplifting, and then he says, "I'm going to become a hero. I'm, and I'm gonna, and hopefully you can all be on this journey with me. I want to thank you all for being an amazing, well, for wait, I don't know. I want to thank you all for being amazing heroes so far, and I want to say good luck to everybody in the future competitions." And everyone cheers because Deku had quite a normal speech compared to Bakugo's angry rant. And anyway, it's time for the first event in UA, which I'm gonna cover because yeah, I'll cover the first part of it. So anyway, Deku immediately. The first UA event is the running race. To start off the event, Miss Midnight chooses it out, and then she's like, "Okay, we're having the running event. Right, someone needs to." So then they all get aligned in the running race. Midnight counts down from 3, 3, 2, 1, go. And sorry, it was not Midnight that does that, it was Present Mike. And once they've done that, everyone starts running, and no, not Shigaraki, oh my god, Todoroki, sorry, freezes the ground. Deku realizes this because of his new adapt ability from the USJ incident and jumps up in the air. That is when he realizes that Todoroki has ran ahead, and only a few of the students got out, noticed the ice was coming and got out of the way. Though out of the few of the students, majority of them was Class 1A, and that's when people are in their heads like, "Oh, how have Class 1A done it? How have Class 1A done it?" It's because they have the ability to react to situations due to them being trained by the incident. And then, so it's the whole of Class 1A that's just running along this icy ground, and then Bakugo flies across to actually first place, beating Todoroki. That is when the 3 huge robots come out of nowhere that they have to defeat. So, Bakugo just flies over them. Todoroki freezes it off balance, and that's when the next runner-up, Deku, comes. He's in 2x form, and he runs past him, and he realizes the robot is toppling over on top of them. So what he does, he decides to run through its leg and get past it straight away. Of course, the hero side of him makes sure that the robot doesn't fall on anybody, and he realizes the 2 people it is going to fall on have similar hardening quirks that they can survive in. So he realizes that it's all okay and continues running at 2x body amplification. This is... I'm doing this. Right, okay. So, Deku has just ran away from the fallen robot that was put off balance by Todoroki. He ran through it, realized it was basically safe for everyone else. If not, he was going to save anyone who's under the robot. And he realizes all it's going to do is slow people down, because Kirishima and Tetsu all have the hardening quirk, so it'll just slow them down, if that makes sense. So, anyway, Deku continues running, and then he walks up to this, to the next obstacle. He realizes that there's 2 ways to get past this obstacle. He could jump in between the big pillar rocks, or he can crawl across the rope. Deku's like, well, I might as well, and he activates... he keeps on 2x body amplification, and he jumps across, swings off the rope, if you know what I mean, and uses the momentum he got from the swing to go over to the other side, and he only just clips the edge. So he's like, okay, that's not safe. He pulls himself up, and then he's thinking, okay, that's not safe. Now I have 2 options. I can either jump up to 10, or I can do that, or I can crawl across the rope like a normal person at 2 times. He decides to crawl across the rope at 2 times, which means he does do it quite quickly. Uh, and the reason he does this is to save energy, because he don't want to overuse energy now, because he is going to have to keep his energy for the last couple of rounds. Now you're probably wondering what happened to the 5 minute limit. Well, due to him going overboard in his energy, the 5 minute limit has now been moved up to an hour, but the 10 times one still takes a lot more energy, and it is now, but it has moved up to 2 minutes now, and you're probably like, that don't make sense, but it kind of does, because, yeah, because 10 times takes a lot of energy, and it takes more energy. It just takes a lot of energy. So, anyway, Deku, he struggles across the ropes, and then he realizes Todoroki had to do the same thing. Uh, and this is when Bakugo is ahead. So Bakugo is ahead on this part, but Bakugo does have to avoid the mines next, which slows him down as he's the first one to do so. Todoroki chooses to go the other side of the minefield away from Bakugo and uses his ice to walk across. And Deku's like, I mean, if I use 10 times here, it could be smart, but I'm not going to. So Deku starts to walk across, but he walks across behind Bakugo. Deku realizes if he gets flat third place, it's probably a lot better than overusing his energy. So he just waits it out at 2 times after getting past the bombs at 1 time, because he's got to be careful at the bombs. So then he jumps up to 2 times body amplification and just finishes the race. He finishes in third place, which is still fantastic, but it's not first place, which means he doesn't have the big, the big point thing where they put 1,000,000 points on the person that came first place. The person that did come first place is actually Bakugo, and the reason why is because he's innately faster than Todoroki, because he can use his explosions to boost him ahead, if that makes sense. So, personally, I think Bakugo should have absolutely annihilated that race, because he can also fly, so I don't know why he didn't just fly past all of it, or did he? Did he get... I think he got stuck in ice, and I think I completely ignored that, but I can't be asked to retcon it now. So yeah, Bakugo wins by quite a bit. Then it's quickly followed up by Todoroki and Deku, and what I just said contradicted each other, so we're just going to move past it. Yes, yeah. Right, so, what's next? It is the jockey race thing. So Midnight explains the event to the students, and then the students go to everybody. Quite a lot of people want Todoroki and Deku. Basically, no one wants Bakugo, but Kirishima teams up with him as his best mate, and people follow Kirishima. This creates the certain teams. Now, I am only going to go over the teams of Deku. Yeah, I'm only going to go over the teams of Deku, the ones with Bakugo. Okay, I'll go over as many teams as I think I can remember or that are important. So, there's a Class 1B team, then there's Deku's team. Deku's team has him on it, Uraka on it, the Mei Hatsume, I've learnt the names, Tokoyami, hey, wait, I forgot, right, so, Deku, Uraka, Tokoyami, Mei Hatsume, and that's just the same as normal. Yeah, we'll keep that. Yeah, we'll just keep the same as normal, just minus Mineta with Froppy. Does Mineta go with Froppy? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and also Momo ended up a little bit earlier, but that's a bit irrelevant, because, yeah. So, anyway, the race starts, and straight away they all go for Todoroki. This includes Deku, but Deku's team goes about it differently. He realizes that that there is one team from Class 1B that is going after all the weaker bands, so they decide to take him out first, targeting him to take out all their bands. That works successfully, and that is when they then start going for Todoroki. So now they have enough bands for them to get in, but they want to basically secure themselves because they have all the bands from another group from Class 1B that were planning to nick other people's bands. Does that make sense? By bands, I mean the headbands. Sorry, gotta clear that up. So, then he goes after then he goes after not Todoroki's group, Bakugo's group. That is when Bakugo tries to fly up in the air, and Deku says, "Haha, I've been planning for this. Uraka, now. Hey, Hatsume, you follow her up." And what they do is Uraka uses his quirk on Uraka uses her quirk on Deku, and then Hatsume pushes him up, and then pushes him in the certain direction with a jetpack. So Deku's now flying after Bakugo, and then Deku, Uraka, and Mei time it perfectly due to Mei's good sight and Mei being smart and understanding the angles to basically catch Bakugo. And this is miraculously works, which is very weird because it was a very like well, I want to say bad plan, because it was very impossible to pull off, but they did, and that's when Deku steals Bakugo's headband, and then Uraka releases his quirk. Tokuyami's Dark Shadow catches Deku and places him softly back onto the jockey. The jockey, is it called the jockey? I mean the team, and then goes back to defending Deku. That is when Todoroki comes and nicks half of Deku's headbands, but he doesn't know what the points of the headbands are. That is when half of Todoroki's headbands gets nicked, and then one more gets nicked from Deku. So Deku's like, okay, if these headbands aren't the right points, we're absolutely screwed. So we're kind of winging it here. We gotta quickly get some more headbands. The time ends. It ends quite quickly. Deku is really shocked and quite scared. Uraka is scared. Everyone else is scared because they don't want to be kicked out of the competition on the second round, but they don't know whether they have more points. So Deku takes off one of the headbands slowly, realizes it reads 50 points. He then takes off his second to last headband. It reads 10 points. He then takes off the last headband and is absolutely excited because it reads 1 million points. Deku got the 1 million points one. The other people that got in is the, of course, Todoroki's group, Bakugo's group, and Shinso's group. Shinso. I don't think I'm saying his name right, so I do apologize. My pronunciation might be a little bit off. It might be a little bit squiffy. But then half of Shinso's group give up because, well, okay, right, so I feel like I should explain why Class 1B was out of it. Class 1B was out of it because they got frozen. Well, you know, the group that is now going to get in because half of Class 1A half of the Shinso's group gave up because they felt like they didn't win and they wanted to get there by themselves. So basically, in the long run, everything turns out the same, other than Deku works a lot more with a team as Uraka, and this time Uraka doesn't feel so much like she's getting carried, but instead feels closer as a teammate with Deku. Mei Hatsume has gained more trust, so they're closer friends as well. And Tokiyami, I'm so sorry if that's... that's the alarm that was used to wake me up. I am so sorry. Anyway, Tokiyami is also closer to Deku now because they all work close as a team, but not as close as Uraka. And Deku actually wants to thank Mei Hatsume. But just to clear things up, everything's the same other than the relationships between the people, and also the fact that they came first place in second round instead of coming first place in the first round. Anyway, so clear things up. Right, so Deku is getting ready for his first fight, and that's when Tail Dude comes in. I am so sorry, I cannot remember his name for the life of me. Tail Dude is like, Deku, this kid you're going against, I think he has a mind control quirk. Make sure to not talk to him. Funny joke. And then Deku basically says, "Thank you, Tail Dude. Thank you for helping me out here. I think I might have an idea on how to beat him." Anyway, so he walks into the ring with Shinso. Shinso starts by saying, "Ah, so you're the person that got 1,000,000 points. So how does it feel to be taught by the symbol of peace? You know, people say he's dwindling as a hero. I just don't think he was ever a hero." That's when Deku activates 10 times straight away and says, "All Might is the symbol of peace. He's the best hero ever. I'm gonna show you. I don't know. I don't know. I've lost it. I'm gonna try and show you a fraction of his power and a fraction of his heroism." We'll go with that. And that's when Deku answers a question. So he gets instantly locked in Shinso's mind control. But something weird is going on. So, due to Deku's energy being controlled by his conscious all the time, a bit like how we have sensory reactions, we can stop them with our brain, but we don't really think about pulling it. When you've got a hot pan there, you don't think about, "Oh, the pan's hot, we're gonna pull away." You just do it. This is a bit like what Deku does with his energy quirk, and what he was learning to do was release it. So now that his conscience has been totally taken over, that means all the part of his brain that's suppressing his quirk has now gone. So this means that all the electricity that is building up is now building up at a rapid pace his body cannot handle, which means after about a minute of being put in this mind-controlled state, Deku's going to go into critical and explode with lightning, which is it's not too bad for him, but he could never do it consciously because of the amount of energy it's gonna take for him to think about creating that much energy, if that makes sense. So he's going, basically what's happening to him is he's going critical, which is all because he's been put unconscious state. So 30 seconds pass as Shinso mocks Deku and starts to tell him to go out of the ring. Deku's hero's conscience is stopping Shinso from controlling him as much as he usually is. He's very surprised by Deku's ambition, and that's when he realizes he's losing grip of his conscience, but he doesn't think it's because of this. He thinks his conscience is kind of waking up from his mind control, and he realizes it's because something's going to happen. That is when it happens. Deku explodes with energy, and for a second he goes into the I want to say half dragon mode, where his claws start materializing, his and wings on his back start materializing. Nothing does materialize as there's not enough energy there. But Deku uses a new mode which is 20% muscle augmentation, but he can only use this for 30 seconds. Deku quickly unactivates this mode and realizes he has his own consciousness. That's when he starts running towards Shinzo with 2%, 2 times muscle augmentation, also known as 2 muscle augmentation from now onwards. I'm not going to say the time sometimes because, yeah. So he starts running towards Shinzo. Shinzo tries to persuade him not to, if that makes sense. Like, be like, oh, you think you're ever going to be as good as a symbol of peace? Do you even think the symbol of peace was any good? And just basically mess with his head. This time Deku doesn't talk. Punches Shinzo quickly, punches Shinzo, pulling back his punches, of course. And this punch knocks Shinzo to the ground, and then Deku picks him up and drops him over the ring. Not like a full-on drop that would hurt him. He picks him up and places him past the ring, which basically has defeated Shinzo. Sorry if I'm saying his name wrong. Start off with Deku is a kid. He's a kid. He's just a normal kid. He's still quirkless, but this time around, rather than making him puny, I'm gonna make him work out. So yeah, he does not skip leg day, he does not skip arm day. He's working out like hell. He works out till he's buff. And bear in mind, he's still a kid, so he's just buffing out. He's just working out as much as possible. And the reason he's like running and all that, the reason I'm deciding to make him do this is to put some logic behind one for all. And what has changed is after he found out he was quirkless, rather than his mum going, no, you can't do it, his mum decided to get him combat glasses. So combat classes, yeah, combat classes, so he can basically build his way up and become a good hero, but a good quirkless hero, and the first quirkless hero. So his mum is now putting hope behind him and buying him exercise stuff. So basically Deku's ripped and he's really good at we'll go hand to hand fighting. So this is like All Might's style of fighting, so like punching with a few kicks. Like he can do certain kicks, and he, for the fun of it, he's learnt the crane kick from Karate Kid because he found it a laugh. Like he was like, oh, I'll use this as like fun in the spare time, I guess. So anyway, Deku, he's just finished school. Bakugo is messing with him, but due to Deku's newfound confidence, he's actually putting up a fight. This means that Bakugo gets even more annoyed at Deku, but somewhat respects him at the same time. So he gets told to swan dive, and Deku basically says, yeah, of course you'll tell me to do that. It's almost like you're scared of me. And they conflict off each other to the point where Deku actually, well, Bakugo has to walk away before, well, no, he gets dragged away by his friends before he attacks Deku, which could lose him his spot at UA, of course. But he doesn't. He has somewhat self-control because this is his like whole future on the line, and believe it or not, as hot-headed as he can be, he's also very smart, and he's calculated. So he's hot-headed, but he's calculated. So anyway, Deku, of course, leaves and gets into a fight with Slime Monster. The Slime Monster's like, hey, I'm gonna take over your body now. And this time the Slime Monster's like, oh, this dude's gonna be a good host. He's quite strong. I reckon he could hold my quirk very well. And that's when the Slime Monster starts getting a bit panicked because Deku actually is fighting against him. So the Slime Monster's like, oh, I'm gonna have to put some effort into it. Anyway, the Slime Monster evidently wins against Deku, the quirkless boy who's trying to fight a slime monster, until All Might drops down and punches and basically takes him out in one punch. And Deku is, of course, fainting from lack of oxygen, you know, because he's kind of been attacked by a slime monster, and he kind of needs to faint at this point. And then All Might's like, "Wake up, my boy, wake up." I don't know. I'm just buzzing about 1,000 subscribers yet again. Thank you, absolutely amazing. Anyway, wake up, my boy. You hit 1,000 subscribers. No, wake up, my boy. Where did "wake up, my boy" come from? Anyway, we'll rock with it. We'll rock with it. So, All Might wakes up Deku. Deku wakes up. Deku's like, "Oh my god, it's All Might. Can you sign this?" All Might's like, "Ha ha ha ha. I've already signed it." Deku's like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna sell it on eBay." No. He's like, "Oh my god, this is off in my collection." Then All Might goes to jump away, but Deku, now with his newfound confidence, is like, "Oh, I need to ask you some questions." So he grabs onto All Might's leg. All Might jumps, and Deku realizes that, "Oh wait, All Might's jumping. I better hold on tight." And this time he shuts his mouth, knowing it's gonna dangle, and shuts his eyes because he's thinking about something. He's not like awkwardly moving around. He's being more calm and calculated, a bit like Bakugo. So his face isn't dangling about, and that's when he screams to All Might in the middle of the air. All Might says to him, "Oi boy, get off me!" And the boy's like, "If I let go, I'm gonna die. Maybe you should let me. Hold on, please. Also, I need to ask you some questions. Bear in mind, this is in the air." So he's like, like at this point he is panicking because he's like 30 foot in the air. Like no one can stay that calm, and it's still Deku. So he's like, please let me hold on. Look how high we are. Also, I need to ask you some questions." Okay, I don't know how that's gonna translate to audio wise, but it's what's done's done, you know. So All Might of course lands, turns into Small Might, and Deku lands with All Might. That's when Deku is shocked by Small Might and asks him, "Are you an imposter?" And All Might is like, "No, I'm All Might. You might not know this, but 5 years ago I got into a fight. Yeah, don't go telling any of your friends online about this." And that's when Deku was like, "No, I'm not going to." And then Deku follows up with, "So, even though I'm quirkless, even though I don't have a power of my own, do you think I could become a hero like you?" And that's when All Might says, "No, but you can become a policeman." By the way, big up. By the way, I don't know. No, but you could become a policeman, or I don't know. You could work in the hospital or something. And Deku's like, Oh, okay. That's not very fun, but I've been practicing my whole life." And then All Might's like, you need a quirk to become a hero. Quirks are getting stronger these days, and you're just outclassed as a normal human. I'm sorry. What's your name again? Deku? Wait, no. Izuku Midoriya. I'm sorry, Midoriya. That is when I just realised I use Deku every single time in my titles, but it's not necessarily his name, is it? It's like his hero name, but I use it because it's short. Anyway, we're gonna take a short break from the story here, just to explain where I'm gonna go in the future, because something's just hit me. So I'm gonna try and get around to some suggestions. I am gonna be doing a part 2 to Regeneration. I will do part 2 to this one if people want me to and comment that they want me to, and B, this gets what, 10 likes? Yeah, we'll do 10 likes. That's a solid like goal. Anyway, we're gonna get back on track real quick, and yeah, so Deku has basically been told off by All Might, and he's gone down, and he's a bit disheartened now, but that's when he's like, well, I mean, can I become the first quirkless person to ever become? No, there's no point. I'd just be fraud. I won't ever be as good as All Might. I won't ever be as good as anybody. I'm outclassed in this society. and Deku just uh, walks heartlessly until he, well, of course, bumps into a crowd. Then he's like, "Oh, I guess I subconsciously walked here without well, I guess I subconsciously walked here without knowing. Well, I better see what the villain fight's about. Maybe I could write down some information to give it to a proper hero one day." Then he sees his friend Bakugo's in danger. Due to Deku having what some people will consider hero's instincts, he susses out the situation. He realizes that no one can help, and he realizes that him himself can help. But before he can think about anything, as soon as he finds out that he is the only person there willing to help, he runs into the battlefield. He throws his bag at the slime monster, as we all know, which distracts it for enough seconds, and then he goes to start scraping away to try and get to Bakugo. This, of course, is in peril, but the slime monster realizes that's a boy from earlier, says like, "Ha ha ha, I'm gonna finally get my revenge." That's when All Might jumps in and pushes Midoriya out of the way to then scream, "Detroit Smash!" absolutely demolishing the slime monster and getting the W for them all. The heroes celebrate as that once very important, very crucial threat, nearly killing Bakugo, has now been solved. The heroes celebrate, but tell off Deku because he's done something bad. Then he shouldn't have ran in without thinking, as All Might has to jump away, of course, because his quirk is timed out, and the only reason he could use it extra was because a boy with green hair inspired him to do so. Bakugo then thanks Deku and also says, God damn you, I'm gonna..." No, he doesn't thank Deku. He then says, "Oi Deku, don't do that again, you worthless freak." And then also scoffs, "But thank you," under his breath. Deku smiles as he walks away after being told off by the heroes multiple times. Bakugo gets offered a sidekick role, and Bakugo angrily retaliates. That's when All Might jumps down. All Might jumps down, and All Might jumps down. Yes, that's very logical. Anyway, I'm a bit louder now, but All Might, Deku walks home as All Might jumps down in front of Deku, and he says, "I've been looking for you," and then he coughs and turns into Small Might. Blood splatters out of his mouth. I'm just gonna get a quick drink, sorry about this. Right, okay. He then says to All Might, hey, what you doing here?" And then that's when All Might says, "Remember our talk from earlier? I told you them things. I lied to you. I wasn't following my own ideals. I wasn't following reality. Anyone can become a hero. But I've seen this light within you, this golden hope that I see from nobody else. You are a hero, my boy. I don't care what anyone else says. You've acted on your instinct. There's one thing that all true heroes have. All the greatest heroes from history have this one thing, and that's they go to save somebody before they can think. They act before they can think. They follow their justice before they can think. That's what you did today, Midoriya." Oh my god, how many times did I repeat that? Sorry. Anyway, that's what you did today, Midoriya. Anyway, I believe you can become a hero. And that's when Deku's face lights up and he screams, "Thank you." And then he realizes he's cut off All Might, and that's when All Might says, "But I'm willing to help you. See, my quirk is not like anyone else's. It can be passed on. It's not natural at all. It got passed on to me, and now I'm offering to pass it on to you." Deku, of course, happily agrees, and that is when the training. That's when All Might's like, "Okay, go home, get some rest. Meet me at the beach tomorrow morning." So, of course, Deku meets him at the beach tomorrow morning. Deku then tells All Might. All Might then tells Deku he's gonna get some training, so I'm gonna need to know everything about your life right now so I can build a schedule around it. That's when he realizes Deku's taking combat classes and decides to test Deku on his combat knowledge. Deku passes, of course, because All Might, he's a bit of an airhead, but he's strong, as Deku is very tactical at the minute. So Deku is actually more tactical than All Might when it comes to fighting. So if it was like All Might with no powers versus Deku with no powers, All Might would actually lose because Deku could tactically beat him down. And All Might's like, oh, I'm very impressed. Well, we'll keep your combat classes up. But from the days where you're not at a combat class, I want you to complete this training ritual that's toned to your body. After the 10 months before the UA exam, I shall give you my quirk for the UA exam. Deku then happily agrees, and the training regimen is done. Deku beats this training regimen, which causes him to faint sometimes, and All Might realizes he is going beyond and trying his best. Of course, Deku in the meantime is also trying to train up his head, his brain, for the hero exam, because it does take he does have to do a UA entrance theory exam, so he's also studying for that. Then the 10 months pass. The reason I'm skipping 10 months is because I'm not going to explain all his training regimen. You just need to know he trained to the point where he collapsed every single day, and he kept on getting better and better and better and better. And he's now really, he's really strong, and All Might knows that he could probably contain 100% of the quirk, which is very impressive. So All Might's, of course, like, I think you're ready to take my quirk. Anyway, you clean this beach within 5 months, which was absolutely fantastic. Then we had our training sessions. I just want to say, well done, Midoriya. Rips off a piece of his hair. Finally, you need to eat this. Then Deku pulls a silly face, and All Might's like, I'm serious, eat my hair. Deku eats his hair and then runs off to the exam. Deku's at the exam hall, and he's shaking with fear because he's like, oh my god, am I gonna pass this if I let down All Might at this point? Oh my god. And he's distracted within thought. He's distracted to know whether he can use his power or not. That is when he's tripped over, but he's saved by a mysterious girl who taps him on the shoulder. To them, he can float. This is, of course, Achaku, and she introduces herself and says, "Oh, you're working at UA too. Well, I hope to see you in there." And Deku just mumbles and stumbles all the time because, with being more confident, he's confident about his own skills from times, but he isn't confident about talking to girls yet, which is kind of sad, to be honest. But you know what, Deku's Deku. He's socially awkward. We all are from time to time. Anyway, getting back on track, he walks into the arena, and then he realizes that it's then he gets told the rules of the UA exam. Of course, he's muttering this whole time, so he's told off by Mikehead, is it? I forgot his name, but he's told off by the presenter. Wait, is it presenter Mike? Oh, I forgot his name. That's really disappointing. Sorry, guys. Anyway, he's introduced by him. He's told off by him for muttering, and also told off by Bakugo and Ida. And of course, he goes to thank Iraka in the. He's now in the getting ready for the exam. It's just before the exam, and he decides to go and thank the girl. And that's when Ida's like, "Don't distract her. You need to focus on your stuff yourself." So that's when Deku goes, "Oh yeah, I should probably see whether I can handle this one for all power. So Deku, confident that Deku, after being informed by All Might, he could probably control the power, starts to use one for all. A bright light glows from his body as his arm wraps around an electric. This electric goes golden until it rests and it goes golden until it settles and it goes the color that it usually is. Deku realizes that he has full control of the percentage and he's using 100% full cowling. But then he thinks, oh no, I'm using that much energy. Oh, imagine if All Might was using that much energy and he moved. That'll cause devastation. I should probably dial it down. He dials it down to 20%. He dials it down to 5%, guessing that'll be an alright percentage to move about without affecting the people behind him. The alarm goes and he shoots off. At this point, he's faster than Ida because it's before Ida's got his training and he's using full cowling. But at this point, it's just normal one for all for him at 5%. He runs ahead and he comes up to the robot. He's like, well, this is a robot, so I might as well test my threshold. And he goes 10% Detroit Smash. He runs up to the robot, smashing it, mimicking the moves that he saw All Might do. Then he was like, pretty powerful. He took down the robot in one hit. No, he damaged the robot, he dented it, but it's still not down. This is a 1-pointer robot. So what he decides to do is, rather than up the percentage, he goes repeated smash. This is a smash he's created, and he says, in his head he says, I still need to work on this name. And what he does is he punches real quick a bunch of times in vital positions that he has assessed from punching it the first time. So basically he looks at the positions where the metal looks the weakest and punches there. This is not always so accurate, and it's really good on humans because he's trained where the vital points are due to him being, well, a trained punching person. So he does that, and that defeats the robot, causing its limbs to fall off. Then he's like, oh my god, I'm running out of time, I should probably speed up a bit. So he jumps up to 45% one for all, going to the back of the arena where most of the robots are left untouched, and there's not many people there because it takes time to get to the back of the arena. So then he does Arizona Smash, I think it's called, or it might be Carolina Smash, where he puts his two hands together and swipes. He does that whilst running, and that goes through a 2-pointer robot, completely demolishing it. Then he's like, oh, okay, so I'm pretty good against these. So he literally just, he says 100% Detroit Smash. And he does that down alleyway of the robots where nobody else is. And this completely demolishes the alleyway, racking him around 20 robots with a mix between 1-point and 2-point. Absolutely amazing damage. And that's when he realizes he's actually got some other quirks that is connected to One for All, but he doesn't quite know how to tap into them yet. So he can feel like the urge, and he assumes that it's some sort of One for All urge, but he doesn't quite know how to tap into it yet. So this is, of course, the other quirks appearing because he has full control over One for All at this point. Anyway, so Deku then hears that somebody's in danger. So what he does is he dials himself down to 50% and uses his speed to bounce off the buildings and get a jump up in the air. This is all within a second, and he bounces off the he literally jumped. No, you know what, screw it, yeah. He dials himself down to 50% and jumps on top of the building. This is within like a couple of seconds, and sees that Uraka, the person who helped him earlier, is in danger. So what he does is he uses 100% to jump from one building to another. This completely demolishes the tops of both the buildings, which is bad because a hero is not meant to demolish buildings, but that's not actually quote unquote marked in this score, and he's doing it to save somebody. He also makes sure when he jumps across the buildings that no one else is hurt. Then when he makes contact to the second building, he jumps up and he's head first on the robot, because what he's done is he's got from the back of the arena to the front of the frontish to the midpoint of the arena, so he's looking at the robot front on where no one else is. And he goes 100% Detroit smash. He jumps towards the robot. The collision sparks as the robot's head is completely demolished off and smashes off into the distance uncontrollably, which is bad, but luckily it goes into another arena and smashes some other practice buildings in another arena, which luckily no one else was in yet, but it completely demolished that other arena in UA. That's when Deku realizes that he's gonna have to make the landing without hurting anybody. So what he does is he decides to basically just let himself fall with One for All, hoping that that'll protect him, because he doesn't quite understand how to fully land yet. So he needs to basically get a lesson from All Might on how to land, because he assumes that it'll just be like a normal jump. So he activates 100% One for All and basically covers himself, hoping to not get hurt. That's when Uraka makes him float to make sure that he doesn't hurt himself, saving Deku potentially, even though he had One for All activated, so he would have been absolutely fine. But you know, he still saves her in the eyes of Deku and everyone else. That's when everyone looks around astonished by his power, because he's completely ripped off the head of this robot and launched it further than he usually would, because you gotta think his arms are fully ready to use One for All, and now he can use 100% without the energy being wasted in his hands and all that, and he's actually able to support it, because if you remember when he used 1,000,000%, it was only around 60% of All Might. Now it's like full on 100% of Deku, not All Might Deku, so he's stronger than All Might at this point. But he realizes that the damage he's caused means that he can't really run around the city at 100%, otherwise the city will be demolished. Anyway, so Deku lands and he walks away from the UX. I'm quite happy, and that's when they all have discussions up ahead how they need to get basically Deku's definitely in straight away, but they still give him the amount of points that actually doesn't get him first place. Let me explain. So he loses his hero points due to the destruction to the alleyway, but he actually loses extra points as well, so that makes him get just below Bakugo. So Bakugo actually beats him, but Deku did destroy way more robots than him and got hero points, but he lost his hero points and lost even more, and actually went into minuses because of the amount of quote-unquote danger he put other people in with his uncontrollable quirk. Anyway, so for the next couple of days, he's just still keeping up with his training. He's not as worried like he was last time. And that's when All Might basically, he gets a message with All Might basically saying he's in UA. Sorry for saying basically. Let's start off with just recapping where we got to. So, we got to where Deku was using, got into UA. All Might was dead proud of him. All Might's basically going to already use 100%, and this is 100% of your own power, is absolutely fantastic, because you've also got to think it's stockpiling on All Might's power. So Deku is technically stronger than Prime All Might at the minute. That's technical because Prime All Might has experience, and nothing beats experience, am I right? So anyway, it's Deku's first day at UA. Oh, I just had a sip of coffee and it was very strong anyway. It's Deku's first day at UA. He's walking around. He's pretty nervous because, well, it's his first time there. He doesn't know what he's doing, and at the minute he's been used to knowing what he's doing, and a bit more because he's more confident and arrogant. But now he's like, okay, where do I go? So he's just kind of stumbling around the campus looking for his classroom. That's when, of course, he bumps into his classroom. He realizes the door's absolutely humongous, and he's like, could this be linked to people's quirks or something? I don't know. But, and then he mutters to himself, and he thinks the door's pretty cool, so he opens up the door. It's surprisingly light, even though the big door should look heavy. Well, not that the weight of the door matters. So anyway, he opens up the door, and he's greeted by a classroom with the dude that was uptight earlier. That was the racing dude. The racing dude comes up and immediately apologizes to Deku, and Deku awkwardly and cringily goes, "No, it's alright." And Ida then follows up with, "Wow, you have some incredible power there, and you knew to take out the 0 robot. That was pretty smart." And then Deku's like, Wait, I earned points for that? No, I lost points. And Ida was like, oh, why did you lose points? Well, I caused too much destruction. Then Ida awkwardly goes, well, you demolished, 2 buildings? So I guess that's kind of unheroic, but I know you didn't mean to. And that's when they both chuckle, and then a girl comes in and walks up behind Deku and goes, hey, you're that kid that saved me. Deku then shockingly, awkwardly, well, he's nervous. He's still, he can be confident, sure, but he's never talked to a girl before. Never. So when this girl comes up to him and he's like, oh, hey, hi, Deku, he's like, okay. Hello. And that's when basically he just mutters the whole time as Uraraka's just going on about, thank you for saving it, and oh my god, I can't believe we're in the same class. And that is when Deku's like, oh my god, I talked to the first girl, I'm absolutely amazing. And Aizawa walks in like, well, 8 minutes. Absolutely terrible. You guys, shocking, really are. Well, no, of course he's like, oh my god, I can't, well, 8 minutes and you're still dilly-dallying about wasting class time. Are you really here to be heroes? And then everyone, of course, rushes to sit down, especially Deku, not wanting to be kicked out of class on the first day. Of course, I neglected to mention Bakugo, who was staring daggers into Deku, but didn't want to approach Deku because of that time he that time he risked his life trying to save him against the slime monster. He still wasn't ready to arrogantly have a go at Deku yet. That is when Aizawa starts to explain what they're going to be doing here, and that's when he mentions quirk exam, I think he called it, or just an examination. This, of course, caught the interest of Uraraka, who knew that they were meant to have orientation. The whole class was also interested, but Uraraka got to ask the question first. That's when Aizawa struck him back with, do you think a hero would get to go to an orientation? And that's when everyone was basically quiet and, well, completely shut down by it. So anyway, that's when Aizawa follows up the demand, I guess he just said, with another demand, which was go get changed. That's when they would then show where the changing rooms were. Mineta did what Mineta did. Mineta was stopped, thankfully, and everybody was put into UA hero clothes. I forgot what they're called. They're like the sports clothes, the jumpsuit clothes. I forgot what they're called. But anyway, that's when Aizawa starts to explain the first, well, I guess, challenge. The first challenge is throwing the ball. Of course, Bakugo becoming first will first show us how to throw a ball. But the difference is between any other time you've thrown a ball in junior high is that this time you can use your quirk, see how much further you can get. So Bakugo wanting to show off is like, I'm just gonna throw the ball, put some sparks behind it, and get it, and win this stuff. And win this stuff? That doesn't sound right, but we'll go with it. So that's when he does that. He sparks and he gets like 600 meters or something. I don't know, something silly like that. Something really daft that's virtually impossible. Then he's like, okay, now everyone else will have a turn. Everyone else got their turn. The most memorable one being Uraka, who got infinity. Then it came up to Deku's turn. He was last. Well, panicking about how much power he should put in. Then he was like, oh, I could just ask Aizawa. Then he asked Aizawa, so, how much power can I put in? Then Aizawa said, don't hold back. Aizawa, of course, said this because he wants to see Deku's full strength, knowing what Deku's like and knowing his full strength. So, wait, he wants to fully understand Deku's strength. So what Deku does is he powers up his whole body, including his legs, and gets into a stance. He powers up his arm and powers up the rest of his body to 100%. Then, without moving, he asks people to stand back a couple of steps. Everyone else does, but Bakugo, out of arrogance, including Aizawa, steps back a step. This is when Deku goes for a throw. He leans backwards and gets ready to throw the ball, and pitches the ball slightly off into the air. This ball is shot at what looks like Mach 20 to anyone else, but it was around Mach 3, which is the speed of, I think it's the speed of sound, like 3 times. He's completely shocked all of the students there and wrecked about 10 meters of ground around him. So it was 10 meters of ground where he was aiming the ball in front of them. It was lucky that they stepped back, because the amount of power that was coming off Deku was unimaginable. But due to the ball being shot slightly too high, it kept on going and kept on going and kept on going and kept on going until it actually broke into the stratosphere, through the atmosphere of Earth, out of the gravitational pull of Earth, and hit space. Yeah, that's right. He literally threw a ball as fast as a rocket into space. Well, no, the ball didn't make it. It disintegrated. And then that's when his score was technically infinity, because the machine that was tracking the ball, it never read the ball, so it just defacted to either 0 and infinity. But Aizawa made it go infinity, because basically what he's done is he's thrown the ball into the atmosphere. Theoretically, it would have made it to maybe space or not, actually. But it just set alight because of the speed it was going at, and it tried to left the atmosphere. So literally set a ball on fire by throwing it so quick. This shocked the entire student body that was there. So Momo, even Todoroki was shocked. Like, I can't beat that. Is this the power of just a hero? No, this isn't just a hero. He's going to be the #1 hero one day. God damn. Todoroki said to himself, I've got to train harder. Is this how my dad felt? And then I'm going to cut back to Bakugo, who's feeling really, really annoyed because Deku never had a quirk before, now he does. In an instant after he realised how strong Deku's quirk was, he charged at Deku. That's when Deku went to swing like a punch at him, but only at that's when Deku goes to dodge, but we'll say Deku goes to dodge it at 2%, moving out the way of the main spot. That's when Bakugo's quirk gets turned off and he falls face first on the ground, Aizawa pulls him aside and basically says, "You can't have a go at a student like that. That's not very heroic." But he's seen Bakugo's power, so he's gonna keep him in for a bit, basically. So what happened is, Bakugo charged at Deku before Aizawa could react. Deku moved out of the way, still being in 100%, but toned it down straight away to we'll go 3%. Yeah, we'll go 5%. But as Deku was moving, Bakugo's quirk was turned off. So when Bakugo flopped, Deku was out of the way. But Bakugo flopped because his quirk went. Bakugo got annoyed by this because, well, he wouldn't be annoyed. His quirk got turned off. Then he's like, but he realized that he could get kicked out of UA at this point, so he decides to take a surprisingly calm approach to it and said, "Okay, I'm sorry." To the teacher. To Deku, he just grunted at him and went back in line. As for the rest of the results, Deku couldn't go all out, so constantly in his head he was like, "Oh my god, what percentage can I go without disturbing the people around me?" So he went 10% for the rest of the stuff. That was enough to get him top class, of course, with speed and all that. So he was top of the class, but it wasn't the best he could personally do, because of the amount of power he was holding would just destruct everywhere he stepped, and he didn't want that. Why would he want that? Sorry, my voice is very dry today. So anyway, Deku got into class, and Mineta actually got sent home this time. This is because Aizawa heard about the stuff he did in the bathroom, didn't think he was fit to be a hero, and he came last, so he kicked Mineta out. Yeah, that's right. Mineta's not in anymore. This is when the class goes back. They have another set of normal lessons, and they get sent home. They then come back into school the next day. But before that, All Might has a talk with Deku about school life and everything, and how he did at school. And Deku said, "Well, my quirk was a little destructive because Aizawa told me to go all out. He's now banned me from that, and I want to ban myself, so I had to limit myself to 10%. But I still won. I still won, which is fun." So anyway, then Deku and All Might talked a bit, and then Deku went home, woke up tomorrow, said hi to Araka, said hi to Ida. It's like they're a friend group now. They hung out last lunch and all. So Deku's thinking they're somewhat friends. Deku then goes home. No, Deku then goes to class because he's at UA. He goes into class, and he has a set of normal lessons. Then he has a hero lesson. So he's like, "Oh, is this gonna be with Aizawa?" Then All Might runs in. All Might's like, "I am here," and Deku's like, "Oh my god, it's All Might, it's All Might!" And then because of course he gets excited whenever he sees All Might. He is still a fanboy. So anyway, All Might's like, "Well, today we're gonna be having a hero lesson," and then everyone's like, "Yay!" So and then someone screams in the crowd of roaring, "So what are we going to be doing?" And All Might's like, "Well, we have a little exercise ready for you." He then explains the exercise, which is it's going to be one hero team, one villain team. The hero team will be selected by random lottery, and so will the villains team. The villains will have the tactical advantage, of course, but the heroes are like heroes. So that's when everybody yells, "Yay!" And that's when All Might also says, "Well, every good hero needs a costume." It points at the wall as all the costumes come out of the wall, each numbered to each student's ID. That's when Deku walks up and grabs. That's when Deku and the rest of the class walk up to grab his costume. but Deku doesn't walk up and grab the costume, and instead they all just go get changed. When Deku walks out, he's in his mother's costume, which All Might instantly realizes it's based upon him, with the mask and the smile and the obvious ears, and it's all kind of a knockoff of All Might, which All Might chuckles at, and then he's like, well, he's a worthy successor, so I'm not that bothered. At least he's carrying on my legacy, I guess. Then Uraka comes out, of course, there's that whole ordeal with a costume, and then Bakugo comes out, and they realise he's actually got hero equipment that Deku is curious about, but he doesn't say anything. So anyway, the choices are picked out of the bag, and of course the choices are the same, Deku's with Uraka, but this time some person is by themselves without Mineta, but it doesn't affect the outcome of the fight because Mineta wasn't that powerful anyway. This is when this is when Deku and so basically I'm gonna skip everyone else's results other than Deku, Uraka, Bakugo, and Ida, because they're the only one that actually changes, and there's no point talking about the rest because it don't really affect the story that much. So anyway, Deku goes in saying, "Oh, we're gonna need to work together. So what I want you to do is make me. Can you make yourself somewhat lighter?" Uraka says, "Yes, definitely, but not for too long." Deku says, "That's okay then. Do you mind if I carry you?" And Uraka blushes but says yes. Deku picks her up and activates 10%. Deku is blushing right now, but what he does is he runs in, Princess holding her, at 10%, and runs in and basically starts searching the whole building. That's when Bakugo tries to sneak attack her. So what he does is he puts her to the side and takes the blow himself. This, of course, doesn't affect him too much, but it still does affect him, because you got to think he's a bit more physically durable, but he's still not too physically durable, I guess. But he had One for All activated, so it didn't really affect him, but it knocked him to the ground from momentum. That's when Deku starts to fight against Bakugo. So Bakugo swings at Deku, and Deku grabs Bakugo's right arm, knowing what he's going to do, activates 10% and swings him onto the ground. This, of course, completely knocks him out for the battle. That's him over and done with. Bakugo taken out that quickly, which is quite surprising. No damage is done to the building other than the floor. That's when Deku says to Uraka, "You ready again?" And Uraka nervously says yes, but then follows it up with a solid yes. Deku picks her up again and searches the rest of the building. It's not long until they find where the bomb is, and Ida's like, "Ha ha ha ha, I will protect the bomb." But in his head he's like, "God damn it, Bakugo, why did you go and run off?" So Ida goes and jump kicks at Deku, but then actually flukes out Deku and goes to jump kick at Uraka, but he just isn't fast enough, and Deku beats him. This has got Ida's idea in the head that he's never fast enough. This idea is what's going to motivate him to become faster than he usually would in the series, so he's going to train more, he's going to practice his techniques more, because everyone's inspired by Deku. This is the same with Uraka and everybody else. They're going to train more, realizing that they're going to have to chalk up to Deku someday. They're going to have to try and fight against him. That is when they capture the bomb and the hero team wins, and Deku also gets MVP, but Uraka does get a bit slated for not doing anything in the battle. Right, so next, and that's when the episode ends. Let's get right into it. So, All Might exams just happened. Deku absolutely aced it, but we already know about that, so I'm just going to just go over a little bit. He was MVP. He was arguably the best one out of there. acted like the most like a hero, blah 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 blah. All you need to know, Deku OP. Ta-da! Anyway, the USJ incident, it's about to happen, but before that, Deku strolls into school after being congratulated by All Might on the beach at night. He strolls into school, and that's when his homeroom teacher then starts to tell the class something important. He basically tells the class that they're all getting ready for a school trip, so pop on the bus. So they all get packed up and they go onto the bus, and he also says to bring their hero outfits, so they bring their hero outfits with them. They get on the bus and everyone's... Well, Bakugo starts to pick on Deku even though he's got powerful, because Bakugo is annoyed at Deku for not, well, telling him about his power. So basically, Baku's picking on Deku, and that's when everyone else basically picks on Bakugo, because Bakugo's picking on Deku, and Deku's like, how the table turns, or how the turntable, something like that. So anyway, they get... The bus drive happens, they all just talk. Deku is sat at the back, near the back of the bus with a bunch of friends. They're all talking, it's all class 1A, you know, all happy merrily. Then they get there, they all come off at single file because of Ida demanding them to, being, well, class rep. Like, he's like, hey, everybody, get off, you know. Like, well, no, in the Ida way, he's like, well done, guys, everyone get off now. Okay, yeah, he's just like that. So anyway, it then leads up, and they walk in. When there was like UA, they was told that there was going to be 3 teachers, but Deku clocks on immediately that there's only 2 teachers, and that's when 13 puts up 3 fingers. By the way, 13 is the other hero there, if you didn't know. That's when Deku realizes that 13 has put up 3 fingers to Aizawa, and they're missing a teacher, so he puts the puzzles together and realizes All Might has used up all his time saving people this morning, or something's happened with All Might. It doesn't panic him because he knows that All Might has his limit, and he doesn't say anything else because he doesn't want any rumors to get out there. So anyway, that's when Aizawa starts talking to the class. Hi, well, no, he don't go hi. Class 1A, this is 13. She will be an assistant teacher, assisting to teach you with me today. 13 then takes over, and basically she tells the class what's happening. So she tells the class about how there's different zones, and different zones equal up to different things, like how there's a volcano zone or a hot zone, there's a city zone, there's a water zone, and then there's also, what's it called? Just the main zone, a rocky area. 13 then tells the students to all get ready, because today we're going to be training in the USJ. I forgot what the acronym stands for, but then they're all like, oh, so it's like Universal Studios Japan, right? And no one says it, but they all think it. So that's when a black mist starts to, a black purpley mist starts to conjure up in the center of the arena. Everyone's really confused as 2 figures pop out. It's a figure that's covered in the purpley mist like seen before, and a figure covered in hands. Then Deku's and everyone else, well, Deku then thinks about, these aren't real villains, right? And that's when Deku's mind then darts back to the infiltration of UA, because of course the alarm went off, and that's how Deku decided Ida was going to be the captain of the UA. By the way, I've skipped that bit because I want to get to all the action-packed parts, because that doesn't really change, and I don't want to just repeat stuff that happens in the anime itself. So, anyway, Deku realizes that these might not actually be proper villains, and that's when he sees the panic on Aizawa's and 13's faces, and realizes that they are actual villains, and that's when the whole class catches on, and 13 immediately says, everyone get behind us. heroes are going to handle this one. This is not a training drill. That's when 13 goes to, well, approaches the villains, and then the portal guy approaches them like, ha 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 ha, so these are the Class 1A students. They're quite remarkable, but where's All Might? We stole the schedules from earlier. Deku overhears this and realizes his suspicions were correct. They were the ones who got the reporters into UA, and the reporters were just a distraction. But Deku doesn't say anything yet because he focuses on the matter of hand, and that's the fact that villains are here. But he realizes that he cannot attack the villains yet without the teachers go ahead, basically. So the teachers are like, well, no, the teachers aren't like anything. The teachers are basically, stay behind, stay safe, you gotta stay behind us. Aizawa, that's when a big portal appears around the whole arena, and a bunch of troops start popping in. These are weaker villains. You can tell they're weaker villains by the aura. That was another thing that gave away they were real villains, and that's why Deku was surprised that they were fake villains and then realized that they were actually real villains, if that made sense. So anyway, a bunch of weaker villains started popping in as a kind of safety buffer between the two main evil-looking ones and the heroes. So the teachers start focusing on protecting the students at hand, and that's when the students get teleported away, but not before a ginormous, monstrous humanoid creature is spawned into the arena, which makes everybody freeze because they can feel that it has the power of All Might. Even Deku can feel the power irradiating from this monstrous looking being, as everyone stood there in shock as they're afraid that whatever this mutated creature is, will it be as powerful as the symbol of peace? That is when they're all teleported into separate zones. Deku, of course, wakes up, as we're now in his locked perspective, so I can keep the story linear. He wakes up and he's confused as he's in the water. Of course, he didn't go unconscious, but now he can see what's happening and he's confused why he's in the water. That's when a villain charges at him, and he realizes that he can't really do anything with him being stuck in water. Sure, he could use one for all, but will it kill him? And number two, what if there's a other hero here that I accidentally hurt? That's when he's saved by Froppy, and Deku realizes that he's been attacked by. That's when he realizes he's actually under attack as well, and he's definitely sure they're under attack. This isn't a training drill, so Deku, he's getting ready to fight. He talks to Tsuyu, and she's basically like, oh my god, we're under attack, what can we do? He first of all, he thanks her, then he says, I've got a plan. Of course, Minette isn't here this time, so throwing sticky balls into the whirlpool won't work. So what he says is, if you can grab onto my back strong enough, and whilst I only support you with one hand, what I could do is flick with all my power to maybe create some sort of air pressure, and this air pressure could cause the water to go down, and then due to physics, it will cause a ripple, and if they're not, and no matter how strong swimmers they are, they will all be forced and grouped up into one area, which will give us enough time to escape. Tsuyu then says, wow, that was a lot of mumbling, but realizes that Deku's plan could work to escape. So that's when they commence the plan. Tsuyu jumps on Deku's back as he puts one hand to keep it on her back and goes, one for all, 50%! 50% full carling, and jumps up in the air. Then he goes, okay, one for all, flick. This causes an air pressure, and he says 100% afterwards in what seems like a powered up voice, so like 100%, and the flick that seems anything else but normal causes a wave of air pressure, which then creates a mini tornado, a mini whirlpool that sucks in all the villains and gives them enough time to escape, as the villains are distracted by swimming because they're all being bashed into each other. So that's when Deku keeps on full cowling, lands, and runs into the center to go help Aizawa. He drops off Tsuyu in a safe position where she starts to she drops off Tsuyu. He runs at full cowling, and he jumps all the way over to the other side of the arena where the heroes are. She drops off Tsuyu with 13, who is then about to fight the Wormpool guy, as Todoroki has got there due to him not being that far away, and he's taken out some of the weaker villains. So Deku then realizes he's going to have to go after the Nomu, so he gets ready to fight the Nomu as the rest of the battle is going the same when it comes to the rest of, the battle. Because everything else is the same, other than Deku is now going to have to fight the Nomu to stop Aizawa from getting injured, of course. So Aizawa is going in, and he tries to fight the Nomu, and he realizes even though the Nomu's got his quirk taken away, he's still strong, and Aizawa gets thrown to the side. He isn't injured that bad, but he is knocked unconscious. So Deku runs in and does Detroit and says Detroit Smash, but he only does 50%. So he's like, 50% Detroit Smash. He makes contact with the Nomu as the Nomu grabs his fist and flings Deku to the side. Luckily, Deku was in full cowling at the minute, but otherwise he would be knocked out like Aizawa. Then the Nomu goes in for a punch, but Deku quickly dodges it and then says, "Oh, so you're strong then." 100% smash! The smash hits Nomu, and the whole arena shakes with the power. The Nomu doesn't flinch though, only being pushed back a bit, because his power's a little bit stronger than All Might, but still not stronger. But still not strong enough to defeat the Nomu in one punch. Deku's then panicking because he's like, if All Might's power isn't strong enough to defeat him, will mine be? That's when Deku then says, well, if I gave up now, would I really be a hero? So, the Nomu punches Deku, knocking him away, but Deku repels from the attack, jumping and cracking half of the arena's wall as he jumps back into action. When he jumps back into action, he screams, "Detroit Smash!" 100% repeatable. That's when he repeatedly hits Detroit Smash as quick as he can. Nomu matches these punches, but you can Nomu's very slowly losing to stamina and his shock absorption basically running out, as Deku is technically stronger than him. So Deku keeps on smashing the Nomu until the Nomu manages to grab him by the neck, having slightly longer arms than him, and fling him to the side. This almost knocks out Deku, and it would have completely knocked him out of the arena if it was the side that was cracked. Luckily, it was the other side, but as Deku made contact with the other side of the arena, a big crack went down it again. So there's now cracks both sides of the arena that if he hits it, the arena will crumble, and it could potentially A, kill him, or B, kill everyone else in there, or C, not stop him and he could keep on going into the sky like All Might did. Like All Might when he defeated Nomu. So, anyway, what Deku decides to do is use his speed advantage over Nomu, as that is the one advantage he has, because he has extra speed and extra power, but not extra experience, or extra, like, length, like, physical size. So, what Deku decides to do is, he goes complete special ops, so the Nomu can't see where he's coming from. He sneaks up and uppercuts him with his fist covered by 100%. Then he roundhouses him around the head and runs away. Then he runs in, punches him around straight in the face again, runs away, punches him straight in the face again, runs away. And to everyone else, this just looks like lines of energy going through the Nomu, causing scratches and damages and punches. That's when Deku goes in for a clean punch to the stomach, but follows it up with another 100 punches. These 100 punches wear down the Nomu's shock absorption, and then that's when Deku decides to use a new attack, and he completely uppercuts the Nomu, but follows it up, jumping up into the air, and then he realizes that there's nowhere he can go, so he's just going to fall into the Nomu. But that's when he feels a hand on his shoulder, turns around, and it's the 7 users of One for All, with only a few of them being blurred, including All Might and the 2 ones before the original. And the original then goes, imagine that you can fly. You have that quirk. So Deku realizes that he can actually float. Now, if it wasn't for that close connection to One for All, he wouldn't be able to do this. And this isn't a permanent thing. This is kind of like a gift that has been granted to him due to his close connection to One for All already, and he's gonna have to earn it in the future. But the spirits of One for All realize that Deku's putting everything on the line here, so they decide to give him float. With this float, he goes from falling down in the air to flying concentrated, and picks up speed. And with all his speed that he's collected from this, let's say, kilometer gap, he hits the Nomu with the doubled impact of his fly and his punch, and One for All, and this completely disables the Nomu, like takes him out of combat by getting him stuck into the ground to where he can't get back up again. This only worked because of his shock absorption completely, like, basically hitting its edge, and the Nomu has now fainted, it's knocked out, and basically, Deku's absolutely annihilated him, and the Nomu's been taken out. Of course, 13 has also been turned to dust by the portal guy, and then the portal guy's like, that kid defeated the Nomu? We gotta run. And before Deku could compose himself, because he's very tired out from overuse of One for All, and due to him using the float quirk, before he can compose himself, he actually goes unconscious too. But it's not before the portal guy and Shigaraki get out of there due to the fear of the power of Deku. This is also followed up by the rest of the puny villains being taken care of, and Ida actually Ida saw that Deku was fighting and decided to use that time to escape and go get All Might after some persuasion from Uraka and the rest of the class. And then Uraka sees that Deku's knocked out, so Uraka runs to go see whether he's okay, and that's when the other pro heroes arrive with All Might, and All Might arrived and he took care of all the weaker villains. Uraka and All Might both go see whether Deku's okay. The other pro heroes come, they lock up the weaker villains that will reawaken, will wake up, and Deku wakes up in the hospital a day later, and with Inko at his side, and Uraka as well as All Might at his side, and everything's fine with him. He's not injured, he was just knocked out from exhaustion. And this is the... Hey guys, welcome back to another video. This is what if Deku could use 100% of One For All Part 4. I want to thank you guys for just staying active, and I want to say sorry yet again. But my mic is, well, now I got a new mic now, so I should be posting as quickly or as commonly as I can. So, anyway, Deku wakes up after putting all his energy into a fight, and he wakes up surrounded by what seems to be 7 people in a pitch black room where the only things he could see around him was these 7 people. He sits up from what feels like a hospital bed, but he can't quite see the hospital bed, and then he stands up to realize that his legs are covered by certain coloured mist, a dark coloured mist. And this mist spreads around till his whole, till all you can see is his, till his whole waist is covered. Like, his legs and his waist are now covered with this black mist. That's when, the original owner of One For All steps forward. And his brother is there, All For One. The argument continues as One For All is like, as One For All is having a go at All For One for not using his power correctly. They haven't seemed to notice Deku, so Deku has going on in his head that he's not there. He's just seeing a vision of what he thinks is the original One For All owner. The original One For All owner is constantly having a go at the All For One owner, but the All For One is just shrugging him off and calling him weak. That's when he says, "I've found a quirk that even your weak, frail body could handle." He puts his hand on his face, covering his whole face with his humongous hands as he gives him a quirk. This was the first time Deku has seen All For One, yet his face was still covered by some certain mist, and all you could see was this was a tightly fitted suit on his muscular body. Is that a bit weird? I don't know. He gives the stockpiling he gives the stockpiling quirk to the frail body dude, to the frail body to the original owner as he flings him to the floor. That's when the original owner then looks at Deku as All For One walks off the stage. Well, off the as All For One walks into the darkness. What the One For All owner then says is, "You should subscribe to JimBob729 No. What the One For All owner says is, "Deku, this power has been passed along many people. You've just seen its origins. I wish I could show you more, but we just simply don't have time. You need to be ready. I know you can control a lot of power, but as you can see, there's more quirks to be unlocked with One For All. I believe that you can do it. Anyway, we're out of time. I have to go. Goodbye." That's when Deku then is pierced by bright lights as he suddenly wakes up, breathing heavily. What was that? Inko and Uraka, who were both asleep by his hospital bedside, are woken up by the sudden jerk movements as Inko nudges All Might awake, who's sat back on a chair. They all check to see whether Deku's okay, as Deku starts to calm himself down, realizing what's happened. He says he's fine, and he says he's just a little tired, and he asks what the doctor's results are. The doctors say that there was a little bit of stress on his hands, so there might be some bruising, but apart from that, there might be some bruising on his hands and a little bit on his back, but apart from that, there shouldn't be anything too serious, and you shouldn't worry. He's just been knocked out from overexhaustion, from overuse of his quirk. And then that's when Deku's like, "Oh, okay." Uraka then fills Deku in with the news, with that news being that the UA festival is still going ahead, and Deku is invited to come, but he needs to talk to Aizawa about some rules first. On top of that, All Might's like, "Are you okay?" All Might's panicking in his Small Might form. That's when Deku's really concerned because he's like, "Wait, All Might's in his Small Might form? Wait, what? What? That's when he finds out that All Might has actually told Uraka and his mum. This is because All Might had the stubbornness to not leave, and neither did Uraka and Inko Midoriya. The reason All Might had no stubbornness, was really stubborn about staying, was because he felt like it was his fault Deku was unconscious, so he wanted to stay to see whether Deku would wake up alright, which he did, because he had enough power, but because he wasn't there, because he went to save people, he felt like it was his fault, so he wanted to be there when Deku waked up. Sorry, I'm just going to take a sip of my coffee. So, anyway, that's when Deku says, "Oh, well, okay. Do they?" And then Deku's like, "Oh, do you mind leaving?" Well, yeah, he says, "Mum, Uraka, do you mind leaving? I need to talk to All Might for a second." That's when they both leave, a bit confused why he wants to talk to All Might all of a sudden. He then tells him about the visions he's seen and asks, and All Might fills him in with like, "Oh, I've seen them before. It's just you symbolizing you've got closer to One for All. Though, I didn't think he would actually talk to you. That's new. Maybe One for All's getting stronger." And that's when Deku follows up the question with, "Oh, yeah, do they know everything?" All Might nods no, and Deku asks, "When can I tell her?" Her referring to his mum. And Deku then says, All Might then says, "Let me do it, Midoriya. I will do it." So, All Might walks out as Deku stays there resting on the bed, getting ready for the tournament. All Might then tells Inko Midoriya everything. By everything, it's that Deku got his quirk from All Might. On top of that, Deku still has questions about the visions he's seen because he's not actually been told about it yet. So All Might needs to have that talk with him. But before he could do that, Aizawa walks in, and Aizawa basically says to Deku, "So you're stronger than All Might then?" and smirks. Deku then says, No, I'll never be stronger than All Might." Aizawa says, "Well, without the experience, probably not, but you're definitely well on your way there." Anyway, this is a formal meeting about the. I'm sure you've heard from Uraka about the UA festival. We need to talk about that. Due to your incredible strength, the committee are thinking about banning you from it, when really I know you can limit your strength. I've seen you've done it before. So, Deku, you can either be banned from the UA Sports Festival for being too overpowered, or you can join in for 20% when it comes to the first tests. The reason we're limiting you to 20% is not because your safety, it's because of everyone else's around you. We know you can control your quirk, but we don't know how different people will react to being hit by such a large force that you can produce. So I want to say, and then Deku hurriedly agrees, cutting off the end of Aizawa's conversation like, "Okay, I'll limit myself, just please let me go to the sports festival." So Deku is now limited at the sports festival for the first half of it. When it comes to the 1v1 fights, he is free to use 100%, but only if it doesn't risk anybody else's like danger. So that includes the stadium and stuff. So yeah. On top of that, All Might then comes back in and he's like, Right, we need to talk about One for All. You need to know the full truth. All Might then tells him the full truth that he somewhat was shown in the quote-unquote visions, I guess, or the dreams he saw when he was unconscious. But All Might is fully backing up them dreams, and he's fully backing up the 7 people before him. And he's also telling him what happened to all them people before, and basically saying the point of One for All is to defeat All for One. That's when Deku, and he also tells him that All for One was created by One for All. That's when Deku was, that's when All Might asked, so, are you still inspired to become the symbol of peace? Are you ready to fight One for All? Excitedly, he cheers. That's when Inko Midoriya comes back into the room, and so does Uraka, confused by the cheering. Deku's then like, I'm pretty sure I'm ready to go. So the doctors do some tests on him, and he's ready to leave. So he starts getting ready for the UA festival. First of all, he focuses on training with All Might. The reason he focuses on training with All Might is because he wants All Might to teach him battle techniques, because he can't use brute strength so much throughout the sports festival. He wants to focus a bit more on battle techniques. That's when Deku has learned to master, I think it's called the what's it called? The Winchester Smash? No. Yeah, that's when Deku's taught how to properly dodge, even though you might not have the power advantage. And he's also taught a secret finishing move that will not be mentioned yet. But it should be noted down that Deku does have a finishing move, but this isn't necessarily for the tournament. It's just that he needed to be taught this finishing move for when for if he ever gets into spot or trouble again, like he was with Nomu. Nomu? Yeah, Nomu. Anyway, so the UA tournament is coming up. The first round is, of course, the running round. I forgot what it's called. Obstacle course round. There we go. We'll just ignore that little mess up from me. Sorry about that. So, Deku starts off with a quick, and I mean quick, head start, and he's ahead of all the students. But then Todoroki freezes the ground. So what Deku does, he decides to jump. Because Todoroki focuses on freezing the ground in front of him. Deku decides to jump because Todoroki targets freeze the ground, but because Deku jumped, he doesn't have his flight quirk anymore. So what Todoroki does, he expends a lot of power shooting an icicle thing up into the air, because Deku's only at 20%, so he can't jump that high. He can jump like higher than he usually would, but not too high. So what Todoroki does is sends one of those icicles up there to basically freeze him in space, and that's when he gets ahead and ends up freezing everybody else behind him. So Todoroki is in the lead right now, and Deku is in flat last place, being stuck in the iceberg, not knowing what to do. That's when the big robots come, so Todoroki freezes them off. He freezes them off balance, and they all fall over, creating a kind of metal wall that none of the other students can get past, holding them back. Going back to Deku, Deku is still stuck there, so he sees the robots, but he can't do anything about it. So Deku decides that I've got to get out of here, but I can't use more than 20%. So he decides to go Detroit Smash, and Detroit smashes the ice. This cracks it a bit, but Todoroki did make the ice as dense as possible near the top, and of course on the way up to make sure it still stayed sturdy. So basically, he made the sturdiest ice he could and focused on keeping Deku stuck in it. So what Deku decides to do is Detroit Smash, and he just keeps on Detroit smashing until the ice cracks enough for him to get his legs out. His legs are kind of like off balance because he's because they've just been frozen. So he falls over, then he picks himself back up and says full cowling, 20%, and then continues to run down the course. He runs really fast until he catches up to the robots that have been pushed off balance, and then just simply jumps over the body, and Kirishima and Tetsu pop out of the robots, and he looks down, and he passes them, and they look up at him, and that's when they're both having in their head, geez, he's really powerful. Not only is he fast, he also has strength. I wish I was that cool and had such a flashy quirk like he did. So anyway, Deku continues running, and he runs until it's the pillar, the pit of doom thing. So he has to focus on jumping in the certain spots to get past the pit of dooms, but he does that quickly. But Bakugo would be quicker than him than he was. Bakugo and Todoroki did do it quicker than him. But when it comes to the landmines next, that's what slows Bakugo and Todoroki down. So this is Deku's chance to get ahead. So what he does is he gets a run up, and rather than jumping high, he goes into the corner of the battlefield where no one else is, gets a run up, runs as fast as he can, and jumps long ways. This causes disturbance in the ground, which sets off all the landmines behind him, but because he's too quick, he's getting past all the landmines as they set off, and his speed is setting off all the landmines behind him. Because of how fast he's going over them, it's like he's running over them. But he's going faster because he's jumping. Then he realizes that he's not going to make it all the way. So he's like, okay, I got to do this again. And he jumps, and the boost of the landmine hits him. But because he's got full cowling activated, it only messes up his landing. So he knocks himself over. And he gets back up, and it's a neck-and-neck race between Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku. But Deku having 20% full cowling, he wins the race, which leads him to win the race closely because of the big catch-up that Deku had to do. But it still won him the race, and everyone knows what his quirk is now. This is also where I am going to finish this episode, because I'm going to split it up into chunks because it makes it easier on the recording process. Anyway, I would thank you guys for watching. You've been an amazing crowd. Keep up the effort of being an amazing audience. Thank you again, and good evening. Goodbye. Getting straight into the story, Deku has just used, done the training. Not the training, he's just done the first step of the UA festival, which was the meeting. Not the meeting, the obstacle course. Of course, he won, which leads it on to the horse race. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, so Deku, due to him coming first, has 1,000,000 points. That makes quite a lot of people not want to be on his team, but they've seen how powerful he is, so they also do want him on his team. Anyway, just to quicken things up, Deku ends up going with Uraka, Tech Lady, forgot her name. Oh, what's she called? How have I forgot her name? Tech Lady, Dark Shadow, and Uraka, Tech Lady, Dark Shadow, and Deku. That's their team. So anyway, what their strat is to use, is to have. Oh, I'm just going to call him Dark Shadow. So they're having Dark Shadow on the top, and he's going to use Dark Shadow to also protect himself and his headbands, and also try to collect headbands. They're going to have Deku at front pillar, and then the two back pillars are going to be Uraka and Tech Girl. The reason I've done this is because Deku can use 100%. Deku can use 20% one for all to run around the arena to be because with 20% of one for all, he could beat everyone else's speed there. On top of that, Dark Shadow can protect himself using Dark Shadow. Uraka can make the the group lighter because of her quirk, and so can Tech Girl because of her well, no, not because of her quirk, but because of the machines she has. She can make the team lighter, which means it's easier for Deku to jump up in the air. So their plan is to basically avoid all the other teams. So when the match first starts, everyone tries to go after them. So what Deku does to basically assert dominance, I guess, is jump up in the air immediately higher than anybody else, traveling slowly to the left part of the arena. The left part of the arena where no one else was at, making sure to keep her eye on where everyone else was at. Once they're high enough in the air, he gets Uraka to drop a quirk, so it's only the so when before he jumps up in the air, he gets Uraka to use a quirk and Tech Lady to turn on her jetpack. This is so that the jump doesn't jerk the rest of the group. So he jumps up in the air, and that's when he asks Uraka to turn off her quirk, so they start slowly falling down. But if the jetpack wasn't there, they would just completely fall dead quick. The reason he's done this is so that they can A, rest Uraka, and B, so they can land, because they can go faster on land, meaning that they can dodge more. They realise that they're going to have to get some more bans, so they decide to go after Todoroki's team, due to Todoroki being, one of the strongest there. So if they can take all his bans and take him out now, they won't have to deal with him later. So the trick is basically to go as fast as they can and win with pure power, and hope Dark Shadow can protect and attack Todoroki without actually hurting him, of course. So what Deku does, he gets Uraka to go to make it lighter, and gets Jetpack Lady to turn on a jetpack and runs as fast as he can, using only 20%, because of course he's been limited to 20% for now. So he does that. He absolutely he runs past Todoroki, didn't know how to react due to him not really having the experience yet, and that means Deku can easily swipe his bands, and then Deku quickly darts in the opposite direction to get away from everybody else, and so that they can then rest. They then get into the corner of the arena, and Deku tells Uraka to rest on her quirk so that she doesn't overuse it. They then check whether they lost any bands, and they realise they only gained bands, so they put the bands on their heads and get ready to fight another group. Of course, Bakugo comes at them straight away, but he doesn't have the rest of his team. So what Deku does, he tells Deku actually doesn't do anything here, and it's actually Dark Shadow that pushes Bakugo out of the way, so that he basically he hits the ground rather than getting one of the bands. This disqualifies them, which actually wipes out Bakugo for now, but due to, I don't know, the rules, I guess. I don't quite fully know the rules, so I'm kind of making up the rules on the spot, but due to what I think the rules will be, Bakugo, he just has to get back on his horse and doesn't get any bans. That's when he realizes that someone from Class B is using a tactic where they get everyone else's of a lower power levels bans, so he decides to copy that tactic, and that gets him in. Anyway, so Deku defends himself for all this time, and he goes on the fully defensive now that he has most of Todoroki's points and most of his own points, and he realizes that he can get through. So that's when he just goes on the fully defensive and the round ends. So 4 teams got through. Then 4 teams was, of course, the one from Class 1A, the one from Class 1B, the one from and Todoroki's group, Bakugo's group, and Deku's group. The reason it's all the same because it's mostly all the same, other than the fact Bakugo's group came third. No, Bakugo's group came second, and Todoroki's group came third, as Class 1B still came last, because Todoroki's group lost all the points. Bakugo's group basically were complete. Because of Deku becoming first, they've been knocked down a bit. So, anyway, we're now onto the tournament arc. Due to everything actually turning out the same, bit anticlimactic, but we'll go with it. Due to everything turning out the same, it means that all the matchups are still the same, but Deku's gonna absolutely tank his. So, this starts off with his fight against Shinso. Shinso? Is that right? That doesn't sound right. Anyway, so Deku, he's warned beforehand about the mind control, but he doesn't listen to it anyway. That's because Shinso goes, "Are you ever gonna be a real hero? Is All Might a real hero?" And Deku says, "Yes, I am. Yes, he is." That's when he gets pulled into a trance. In a trance, he's panicking because he realizes that he can't move any of his body, and this is when he relates the situation back to when he was with the One for All predecessors. He linked the situation back to then, like he could not feel or move any of his body, and it reminded him of back then. That's when he could see a mist of a group of people, and then he realized that mist had 8 people, and then he looked at the figure, which had spiked up hair, but drowned out body, like All Might in his used up power form. That's when One for All suddenly activates in his finger, and he can move it slightly. So he does that, and this activates 100% of One for All. The burst of power spikes out of him, which causes him to which causes him to wake up due to the air pressure being, due to the air disturbance around him being so powerful. Deku realizes he's used 100%, which he didn't want to do, but he's technically not banned anymore because they said they could only use 20% in the qualifier rounds. So Deku realizes that he has to take out Shinso. Realizing Shinso's quirk was mind control, he decides to be quiet and take him out. So to take him out, what he does, he activates 5% of One for All, picks him up and basically chucks him over the edge. Shinso loses, but everyone is cheering for him due to him being so powerful, but also cheering for Deku due to the strength he showed off from the powerful flick. That then leads into the next battle, which is Deku versus Todoroki. Deku did have a confrontation with Todoroki beforehand, which makes Deku think that Todoroki needs saving. He needs saving because of his anger towards hero society, and he realizes that even though he has a second quirk, he doesn't use it. And he got told the reason he would never use his fire quirk because it's not his, it's Endeavor's. That's when Deku realizes that he needs to save Todoroki. So that's what he's gonna do. So anyway, Todoroki starts the battle with one of those big eye sculptures, and Deku goes 100% smash. This completely shatters the eye sculpture as Deku activates 5% full cowling and charges at Todoroki, giving him no time to compose himself. He quickly throws mini ice sculptures at him as Deku dodges them with ease. Then he gets hit by an ice sculpture, pushing him to the other side of the arena. But before he could, Deku grips onto the floor, using 20% on his legs to stop the impact of Todoroki. Then he goes 100% flick. He lets off a flick of 100% of One For All energy. Todoroki, to block this, uses ice sculptures, but he realizes this isn't enough, so he also sets up an ice sculpture behind him to catch his fall. By ice sculptures, I mean spikes of ice in the ground that are elegantly placed to block One For All. Todoroki then is then like, this is not my power, Deku. And Deku's like, you know, to beat me, you're going to need to use your fire quirk. To be a hero, you're going to have to get over this, Todoroki. Todoroki, you are a hero. And Todoroki's like, I'm not a hero. Deku's like, Todoroki, you are a hero. Todoroki then goes, I'm not going to use my fire quirk. It's not mine. That's when he hits Deku with a big ice beam that he's unable to block. This flings Deku up into the air, but luckily he composes himself before he uses 100% to crack the ice and then 20% to jump off the ice towards Todoroki. That's when Deku screams, "It's your quirk, not his." Something clicks in Todoroki's head and he realizes that Deku is trying to save him. Then he realizes that then it starts to click in his head that he's got to make this quirk his own. That's when he starts using fire to combat Deku. The fire singes Deku's face as he gets closer to it. In his 20% charge, he realizes it's singeing his eyebrows, but he's not actually burning. He can feel the heat on his face. So what he decides to do is jump away using One For All. That's when he goes 100% smash. Todoroki tries to stop it with ice, and then followed by fire to create an explosion. Deku realizes this happening and jumps up in the air. As Cementos tries to stop the impact of One For All, Todoroki's flames, and Todoroki's ice. The arena is covered by mist. The mist is so thick that no one can see what's happening. Everyone's confused by the thick mist as they realize Deku's up in the air, and he uses 100% One For All to push the airwaves out. No, he uses 50% One For All, punching the ground, pushing the airwaves to move out of the way. People can then see again, and they realize that Todoroki's there, dripping and out of energy. Todoroki then walks out the arena, but he walks out with a smirk on his face, saying, "Thank you, Deku." This automatically makes Deku win by forfeit, and Deku realizes that he's managed to save Todoroki as Endeavor and All Might both sit there with a smile on his face. Endeavor sits there with a smile on his face as he thinks his son's finally gone past his rebelling stage, and Endeavor stands up and starts to walk over to Todoroki to hopefully meet him in the changing room so he can have a father-son talk about the quirk. All Might is smiling because what he sees as a son figure has now not only is he using One For All for good, he's using One For All to become the symbol of peace. He's already being a hero, and this just reminds All Might that Deku's a hero through and through. Deku then realizes that next is his all-time rival, Bakugo. Going over to Bakugo is in a complete anger-filled mood, and this is when he passes Todoroki, who's just walked out the arena. He then confronts Todoroki like, "Why did you retreat?" And that's when Todoroki says, Deku had already won. Bakugo, confused, knowing that Todoroki could have put up a better fight, then scoffs, and that's when I'm gonna approach Bakugo's feelings. What's what's going on in his head right now. What's going on in his head is that he's full of anger and just full on rage that even the symbol of peace has chosen Deku over him. Everyone's choosing Deku over him. Now he's the bully. He's the evil one, but Deku, he's always winning. Why is he always on top? Why does he get better? I'm gonna crush that guy. I'm gonna kill him. Of course, he isn't actually going to kill him. By crush him and kill him, he means defeat. Just want to iron that out. Bakugo is nowhere near evil, and, well, not yet, I guess. I can make an evil. You'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm stringing on the story. Anyway, this is when we're going back to the Todoroki and Endeavor encounter. Endeavor walks up to Todoroki, all proud, like, you used my flames, well done, son. And that's when Todoroki hits him with a cold, pun intended, a cold stare, and repeats, "It's not your quirk, it's mine. I had a friend show me that today. Don't ever talk to me again." He walks past Endeavor with the coldest aura that Endeavor has ever felt. Endeavor felt embarrassed at that moment and angered, but he also understood that it was his fault, whatever Todoroki was feeling now. Endeavor had some moral guilt. He had some guilt around the situation, though it was embedded with pride and anger that his son had betrayed him. Todoroki walks away with now a smirk on his face, and this is when he whispers under his breath, "Thank you, Deku, you saved me." Anyway, so Deku then goes back into the wings. Luckily, he wasn't damaged too much, so after some light healing from Recovery Girl, everyone is getting hyped for the final battle after Bakugo after Bakugo fought Uraka. They're all getting hyped for the final battle, especially Class 1A. Especially Class 1A and Bakugo, as Bakugo thinks he's going to defeat Deku. Class 1A want to see the two strongest people fight it out, and Deku is thinking about all the times he was bullied in the past and how they're friends and how this might impact their friendship. Let's just say the intensity is through the roof. It's time for the fight between Deku and Bakugo. But before that, there's a little thing I want to call Ida, and Ida has just randomly gone for a phone call in the middle of the fight between Todoroki and Deku. That's because he got a phone call from his brother, and he wanted to tell him how he did in the run-up, and sadly tell him how he got taken out by... Wait, who did he get taken out by? But he got taken out of the roster, basically. This is when he was told about his brother's incident and found out that it was Hero Killer Stain. Ida then goes home. He's absolutely distraught to find out about his brother, and also really confused because his brother's really powerful. Ida is now full of anger, and he just wants nothing but revenge. That's what he's focused on. Flashing back to Bakugo, just to recover his emotions, he wants revenge for basically Deku being better and coming out of nowhere and taking his glory from the spotlight and taking his glory from the number one hero, All Might. Bakugo wants to get revenge, and this fight is how. He's clueless of how out of the league Deku is to him, because he just wants to full on kill him, but doesn't want to kill him, really, he wants to defeat him, basically. And then this flashes over to Deku, who is there. He's kind of like, I've got to do this fight. I can't be scared. I can't be child Deku. I'm grown up now. I'm strong. I have a quirk. I also have to use 100%. I already know Bakugo's not going to accept it. We've been friends for a while now. I'm not that naive. Let's go. So, Deku walks into the arena. Bakugo walks into the arena. If looks could kill, Bakugo would have killed Deku by now. But of course they can't. The arena can feel the tension, and they can also feel the nervousness from Deku. This is unique, as Deku's not felt nervous up until now, and this nervous is pure childhood Deku coming out. The reason he's not felt nervous before is because of his ability to control the situation. Deku immediately goes 20% and charges in. Bakugo immediately goes 100% for him and charges in. Bakugo uses his explosions to dodge out of the way, but he's not quick enough as Deku hits him with a right hook. This right hook knocks Bakugo off balance, but he quickly changes his posture and lets off one of his grenades straight off the bat. He's been storing up his sweat from all the tournament battles before, and he got his grenades checked in now that he realizes that Deku is getting stronger. He's been training a lot more and preparing a lot more, but he's mainly been preparing for his fight against Deku because he wants to defeat Deku. So, he lets off one of those big gauntlet explosions. This goes directly at Deku, and it nearly knocked him off an arena until he uses 20% to jump up high in the air. The corner of the arena is now cracked from the power of Bakugo's explosion and Deku repelling from Bakugo's explosion. Deku is then falling down in the air and hits the ground, rolling, when he sees Bakugo charging in. Bakugo's screaming, "Howitzer impact!" Bakugo is spinning his body using his explosions around until he just blurs up into a yellow human missile-looking thing. His speed is picking up as he makes contact with Deku. The contact is direct, and Deku is now bleeding from the part of his body he contact. Luckily, it was just his fist, as Deku blocks it with a 20% attack. Bakugo comes out, and one of his gauntlets falls to pieces as they both come out the battle tattered and bruised, as blood drops down from Deku's knuckles from blocking the attack. If he had gone 100%, he wouldn't have felt this blood, but because he was only at 20%, his body gave in from the pressure of the howitzer impact. Deku then decides to get back at Bakugo and try and take him out once and for all. He does this through a Detroit Smash. Pretty basic, but he hopes that Bakugo doesn't see it coming and doesn't see the fact he recovered so quickly. Unluckily for him, he did. Bakugo quickly dodges his Detroit Smash, but only due to his training is he able to narrowly dodge it. See, this is separating from the fight real quickly. Bakugo's just dodged Deku's attack. This is when there's going to be a flashback to Deku, and he's been flashback to Bakugo, who's been training tenfold than that he was in the original anime. He's been practicing his powers more. He's ready to fight Deku. He is now matched up to 20% of Deku. Deku realizes this, but he refuses to use a higher percentage because he wants to have a fair fight with Deku. He wants to have a fair fight with Bakugo. He wants to see who's more skillful. He wants to see who's more stronger. So, Deku then charges in with a 20% Detroit Smash, but Bakugo having the advantage from being the one who initiated the dodge, yet again deflects this Detroit Smash using AP shots. Just to clarify what's just happened, he's just dodged Deku's Detroit Smash, and then Deku tries to Detroit Smash him again, but instead gets hit by a direct shot of AP shots. These AP shots put Deku off balance and push him to the corner of the arena. Bakugo thinks he's going to win, getting ready to use his right gauntlet, who's been storing sweat for not only this whole battle, but yet again for the whole tournament. Bakugo then lets off this explosion as Deku dodges it. Deku dodges it by jumping up in the air, opening himself up, so Bakugo goes in with an explosion to try and hit Deku. Deku realizes this and then shows off one of these moves that he's been practicing. This move is a bit shabby because he's only been practicing it through watching Ida, but what he decides to do is instead of punch Bakugo, he kicks Bakugo. This puts Bakugo off guard, and Deku, if anyone knows what this means, Scorpion kicks Bakugo over his head, flinging Bakugo towards the ground. Because they're in the corner of the arena, this Bakugo makes contact with the corner of the arena. Then Deku lands and pushes him over the edge. Bakugo is currently unable to battle, which means that Deku has won the fight, surprisingly, because he was limiting himself to 20%. That's when he says to himself in the head, wow, Bakugo must be like one of the strongest in the world, never mind in UA. And the rest of the students are just looking there in absolute amazement from the battle they've seen. This battle, the battle of two legendary up-and-coming heroes. But it was very clear to see that Deku could have gone stronger and could have had the upper hand. So they see the... but only All Might really knows this. So All Might is honoured to be Deku's leader. All Might smiles as everyone chants Deku's name, and then chant Bakugo's name to keep him on. They're basically like, Bakugo, Deku, Bakugo, Deku. And they chant Deku, well done Deku for winning, but they're also like, well done Bakugo, you put up such an amazing fight against a person who's dominated the whole competition, including Endeavor's son. So they're just all congratulating Deku because he's done absolutely fantastic. He's like, he's a bit of a prodigy. We're then flashing to Shigaraki, who's stood there with a smashed glass all around the bar. This smashed glass looks like it's been smashed from Shigaraki's hand, smashing it against the table, so it's spread across the whole bar counter shop. That's when it pans up to then that's when it pans up to Shigaraki's face. That's when it pans up to Shigaraki's face, full of anger. And then it flashes back to this TV, zooming in into the sports festival. Some time has passed, and that's when Deku is called upon the podium. He is first place with Bakugo at second place, respectively standing there quietly, but you can feel the anger and behind his eyes. Of course, what's his name? Ida would be in third place, but he's not shown there. So instead, it's Uraka in fourth place, and someone Toshinori. There we go. No, that's All Might. The bird person. I promise. Someone put it in the comments, and I still can't remember it. I'm so sorry, guys. And the bird person's in third place. Uraka's in fourth place. Bakugo's in second place, and Deku's in first place, with Todoroki in joint second place with Bakugo. That is when the end of the UA Sports Festival has happened, and Deku goes home. He goes home to realise that he has school the next day, so he goes home and then he realises he's got a text message from All Might to come and meet him at the beach. He realises it's pretty late at night, so he goes to tell his mum, and his mum has just seen him on UA and is absolutely gassed for him. So he's like, yeah, go out, have a nice time. Well done on the victory, and basically cuddling him all, giving him a hug and telling him to basically go. Deku goes and meets up with All Might. All Might then says, well done with today, you've done amazing. I don't mean the sports festival. Of course, you did do well there, but you acted like a true hero today. What you did, saving Bakugo, you stopped him from being filled with anger, though we could all still tell it. You stopped him from outbursting. You also stopped him from, you also stopped Todoroki from his dark path. I know only I could see the heroic acts today, but still, you're an absolute hero, and well done, Deku. May I say, the speech was also fantastic. This is, of course, flashing back to the fact that Deku is, wait, no. May I say though, you couldn't save Bakugo from that horrific speech. That's when they both chuckle, and it flashes back to Bakugo doing his speech, where he does it all evil and villain-like, and basically, I'm gonna beat all these people. The reason that Bakugo still got the speech is because Deku was not valedictorian. He wasn't the leader. By the way, I don't know whether valedictorian is a real word, but he wasn't the first. He didn't come first. It was actually Bakugo that came first. Don't know whether that's the wrong what if, but we'll go with it. It's actually Bakugo that came first, and Deku came second place. So Deku didn't get to do the speech, but they both chuckle about the joke. The reason I put this in because I completely forgot to mention the speech. My bad. But anyway, Bakugo still presented himself as a villain for that speech. Anyway, Deku goes back to school, and that's when they found out about what they'll be doing next in class. So they have the bunch of boring lessons. They're like, oh, I hate maths, I hate English, blah, 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 blah. That's when it skips to hero lessons. And this time they find out they've got an exam. So Deku and All Might get ready to train for the exam. So All Might doesn't know what the exam is yet, but he knows it's a physical exam. So he decides to help Deku hone his kicking abilities by sparring with him. This is the first time Deku's sparred with All Might, and they both promise to keep it down to 5%, to A, stop damages, and B, to work on tactics like they should be doing rather than all-out power, because we both know Deku will win at the minute due to my weakened state, but if I was in my prime, I would absolutely smash you, so we need to work on your technique. That's what All Might said to Deku anyway. So, Deku focuses on his kicking technique, and also his, he also focuses on learning all the different types of smashes, which we will focus on when he does the training exam. Of course, that's when on the night before the training exam, All Might gets told what the training exam is about, and then he realizes what's going to happen. So anyway, Deku goes to school after training with All Might and doing school for a couple of days. And that's when Deku is told about the the exam they're going to be having. I think it might be the, I don't know, I'll call it the after UA exam. This is when they find out it's going to be teacher versus hero. So, anyway, Deku's getting ready, pumped up, thinking, oh, what teacher will I be fighting? That's when the teams are released. So, Uraka and Shiny Boy is off also, sorry about the names here, is off against Ectoplasm, as you know, Ida and, wait, I'm so sorry, this isn't it, no, sorry, the training exam is going to be afterwards. That's when the twist goes that the training exam is going to be afterwards, but before then you've got hero agencies. So, depending on how you did in UA, you'll get offered different hero places. That's when Deku realizes he's getting offered a place by Gran Torino. I'm so sorry about this, by the way. I've completely messed this up, but I promise I'll fix it now. So that's when Deku gets promised a place by Gran Torino, and Deku also is getting ready for the teacher training exam because he's been told about it, that he's going to be having it after his after he's gone out with the heroes, well, on his hero license thing, you know, with Gran Torino, that thing. After he's done that, he's going to have a test with teachers that he has been told about now, just because, yeah. So Deku, All Might has taught him shoot style, kind of. Not fully taught him it. And Deku is practicing, basically just utilizing one for all. And he's also getting ready for his hero's exam, but before then, he's off to basically intern. There we go, intern. But of course, this intern jump into the video now. So anyway, just to iron out what happened last episode to make it a little bit clearer, because I did mess up a bit. I apologise for that. That's why this video is coming out. What Deku is doing, he's going to train with Gran Torino in a hero or mentoring thing. But he knows that he's training for the hero exam, which is a hero exam to make sure that they can go away to the, I think it's hero training camp. There we go. So he needs to pass this, and he's pretty sure he's going to pass this, but he wants to train with Gran Torino because Gran Torino trained All Might. So anyway, he got to Gran Torino's house, and that's when he realized that, oh god, there's a dead body on the floor. He picks him up, he realizes Gran Torino's okay. Then Gran Torino laughs and says, go get me some food from the supermarket, some more dessert. So Deku does that, he comes back, and then Gran Torino's like, okay, you did it well, it's time to test you. So, the first thing Gran Torino says is, you can't damage any of my furniture. So then Gran Torino charges at Deku, and Deku uses 50% of One for All, trying to not move too much so he doesn't use wind power to move around the furniture. He grabs Gran Torino and slams him towards the ground. This cracks the floor. Gran Torino shakily stands up as Deku is shocked by putting too much power behind it. Gran Torino says, wow, Sonny Jim, you're powerful, before falling asleep. And then Deku realizes he's cracked the whole floor. So Deku goes to fix that up as much as he can, but he realizes that there's nothing he can do to it. So Gran Torino then wakes up again and has a go at Deku for cracking his floor, and then also says, okay, so you're pretty powerful. Is that all you can use for One for All, or can you use more? I'm sure I saw you in the sports festival. I'm pretty sure I saw 100% there. And your arm looks okay, so are you able to use it? And that's when Deku says, yes. And then Gran Torino's like, great. Now we need to train you up, train you in a more practical way. As you can see, you're damaging your surroundings. A good percentage to use is around 35%, but just before you jump, activate 50% in your feet. This will stop cracks in the ground. Deku's like, oh my god, what happened to the sleazy man before? Now he's getting more informational. Then he goes, where's my fish, Deku? This is when Deku then goes, huh, guess it's its training smart. Guess it's his training style. It's similar to All Might's. That's when All Might flashes back in his head, and he needs to get strong to impress All Might. So he uses the next couple of days to get used to walking around the city without damaging the city itself, and using 35% and quickly switching to 50% to basically use his power around the city without A, harming citizens, and B, harming people around the city. So just getting used to the certain power levels he can use. That's when Gran Torino is like, okay, I think you're ready to go out and actually experience some proper hero work. So they jump on a train and they go to the city. Deku's like, oh, why are we going so far for just normal hero training? And that's when what's his name? Oh, I forgot his name. Gran Torino, sorry. That's when Gran Torino's like, where are we off again? And Deku's like, oh god. Then Gran Torino turns into serious mode, and he goes, that's because in the city there's lots more concentrated crime and smaller criminals we can take care of. Little did they know. So anyway, this flashes back to Shigaraki, who's smirking with a nomu by the side of him, and the purple mist guy by the other side of him. The purple mist guy says, "Is this a good idea?" And then Shigaraki smiles again as the camera pans out to reveal that Hero Killer Stain is also there. Anyway, so we're flashing back to Deku and Deku on the train talking to Gran Torino as a Nomu crashes through the train. Gran Torino says, "Great, this'll be perfect training. Come on, Deku." And that's when Deku is told to take on the Nomu. Then Gran Torino realizes the power of the Nomu, and he's like, "Is this a good idea?" Then he realizes that Deku has the potential to be stronger than him, so he's just like, "Deku, you can go over 50% if it means taking down the Nomu." So anyway, Deku, he jumps out of the train with the Nomu, trying to dodge as many buildings as possible to not damage or harm anybody else. Then he realizes that that there's lots of people below swarming about in the chaos. So what Deku does is he defeats the Nomu. He does this by activating 100% and beating the Nomu into the ground. He realizes that the Nomu is about half the strength of the one in UA. So he runs around, and that's when he realizes he's in the same city as Ida and the same city as Hero Killer. Deku realizes he's got to find Ida quickly, and he remembers back to the articles of where Hero Killer was. So Deku goes looking in all the alleyways, but of course he's a hell of a lot faster. So he realizes that Ida is there on the floor, frozen from the blood, frozen from stain. That's when Deku comes in and goes 50% smash. As Deku arrives, air pressure pushes Stain to the other side of the alleyway, smashing all the windows in the alleyway as Deku lands just in front of Ida to protect him. He asks Ida whether he's okay, and then he immediately asks the other dude there if he's okay. He looks like a small-time hero, but Deku doesn't quite know who he is, so he just says, "Hey dude, are you okay?" The dude responds with a groan and then coughs up some blood and says, "Yeah, I'm fine." Deku says, "Are you sure you've just coughed up some blood?" And the guy follows up with, "Yes, I'm fine." So, anyway, Deku then goes on to fight Hero Killer Stain. Ida's like, "Keep your distance," so Deku realizes that he's got to use distance moves just so he doesn't get his blood taken and then lose the battle. So what he decides to do is finger flicks at 100%. He does this, and Stain manages to dodge them with his extreme skill. Due to Deku's background in martial arts, he realizes Stain's immense skill, but also realizes that if he gets close, he can be stabbed easily with them knives. Deku has overthought this and didn't act, instead just didn't, and thought about it instead of acting. Deku gets sliced across the stomach. This isn't a deadly slice, and it's only a bit of blood, but it's enough for Stain to lick it off his blade. Deku is now frozen in the position. That's when Ida, Deku, and the random guy is both frozen in the position, and Deku yells out, "Kill me!" No, he doesn't shout, "Kill me," he shouts, "Attack me first! I'm the one who attacked you. Attack me," he says. Leave them two alone." That's when Hero Killer Stain walks up to Deku and says, "Why?" "Because I'm protecting them." And that's when Hero Killer Stain smiles and says, "You're the only one that's going to survive this. You have the same ideals of All Might." Realizing that Deku wants to save them two because he's a hero, not because he's out for vengeance like Ida. And then Stain turns around to Ida and he's like, "But you're..." Sorry about that, just had to get out a piece of paper. "You're out for vengeance. You're not very hero-like. You're not a hero." He starts walking up to Ida as he gets menacingly closer. Deku realizes he can start to move, but he still doesn't have the ability to fully move. that's when his idea of different blood types comes in to his mind. But luckily, but then Deku is panicking, realizing that Ida might not be saved. But then a wall of ice comes out of nowhere, blocking Stain's blade. That's when Todoroki comes and he's like, "I'm here to help." Um, he then uses flames to melt this ice wall and attack Stain. That's when Deku mumbles under his breath, "Make sure to not get hit." Deku has got movement back yet, but he's still not fully ready to fight as Todoroki hits Stain with some ice and fire, with some ice followed up quickly by some fire. Deku realizes that he's using his fire quirk. This makes Deku happy because he's technically saved Todoroki. So, anyway, Deku goes into the fight, telling Todoroki to stand back, and uses 100% one for all. He gets fairly close to the Hero Killer Stain, but not too close. And this 100% one for all pushes back Hero Killer Stain, knocking him against the wall. This completely wipes him unconscious, though there is no blood there, so he has not died or had a pierced rib. He's just knocked out. So Deku, Ida, Todoroki tie him up, and Deku activates 35% one for all, being as gentle as possible to carry the the damaged hero, the damaged unidentified hero, back to civilization. He then passes it to Ida, realizing that Endeavor is struggling to take on the what's it called? Take on the Nomus. Ida is sat on the floor with a damaged leg as Deku puts the guy next to him and asks Todoroki to take care of him. Todoroki happily takes care of him, feeling indebted to Deku. So Deku is ready to go ham on these Nomus. He goes for the flying Nomu first, activating 50% at last minute to jump up into the sky with the flying Nomu and do, correct me if I'm wrong with this name, a new hamster smash where he grabs the Nomu, spins around using one for all, and smashes him into the floor, causing the Nomu to be stuck in the floor, where Deku then pulls him out and punches the Nomu in the back of the head. This knocks out the Nomu. Of course, he doesn't punch the Nomu to kill him. He knocks out the Nomu successfully, quite successfully as well, which is nice and good. That's the flying Nomu taken care of. And then next is the Nomu Endeavor was up against. So Deku goes 50% one for all, and jumps when Endeavor has stopped to take a break from hitting it with flames. This hits the Nomu's body, causing it to be completely destroyed. Then Deku realizes that even though the rest of the Nomus are taken care of, there's still some saving that needs to go happen. So he goes and saves the rest of the people and basically clears up the whole situation. Then Deku is told to visit the hospital. Then Deku goes to visit the hospital with Todoroki and Ida. Ida and Todoroki are getting patched up from their fight. Todoroki just got some light scrapes. Ida has that problem with his hands, I think it was. I think it was with his hands or his legs or something like that. And Deku is then interrupted by the cops. Deku, Ida, and Todoroki are told off for killing the hero killer, but they are told that Endeavor can take credit for this. This, of course, well, no, they didn't kill him, sorry, for taking out the hero killer. This, of course, really angers Todoroki, but he realizes that he has to do it for the greater good of the rest of the students there. So, Deku and Ida. That's when the unidentified hero comes in and thanks him, and they all get sent home from their studies. Gran Torino then calls up Deku, having a go at him, but also saying, well done, you did well, you saved people. Personally, I think it's a system that's corrupt. Anyway, I'll get my license back. You know, the license I didn't need anyway, so good on you, Deku, for being such a, I don't know, hero. So, anyway, this leads us on to the teacher exam, because basically there's the, I think it's like the mid-roll exam. Deku absolutely aced the mental or the theory exam because he's been revising a lot. He's been revising as much as he can. So he came like what? Did he came 7th, 8th, maybe 4th, somewhere. He absolutely aced it. So now it's all up to the teacher exams. So, what will the teachers lineup be since Mineta is actually taken out? So the teacher lineup is Deku versus All Might. Deku versus All Might. All Might doesn't have to wear the weights though, which means it'll be technical fair fight because everyone realizes Deku is on another caliber, but they're putting him against the symbol of peace. But what they've said to him is that even if you fail, if you put up a good fight against the symbol of peace, we will still let you through because you're against the strongest hero. And Deku's like, okay, that's fair, that's fair. And then it's Bakugo and Mineta versus Midnight, and the rest of them stay the same. So, I'm going to start with the Bakugo and Mineta fight, because that's not going to be as cool as the Deku versus All Might fight. So, Bakugo and Mineta, it goes pretty basically. Mineta cowardly runs in as Bakugo charges in straight away. Midnight easily takes out Bakugo using her quirk, and what was I gonna say? And Mineta is easily taken out afterwards because he's not having the inspiration quote, leaving them both to terribly fail. They do the worst in the class, and it's quite shocking how none of them got kicked out because they did that bad, and it was quite embarrassing. Anyway, onto the Deku versus All Might fight. So this starts off with All Might doing the iconic punch crushing half the city. Deku realizes that this opens it up, so he activates 50% running to build momentum and then jumps up to 65%. Usually this would crack the ground, which it is, but the ground is already destroyed, so that's absolutely fine. So Deku's basically charging an All Might until All Might realizes Deku's coming and pulls back to do another punch. Deku realizes this punch is happening and jumps up in the air, getting slowed down by the air pressure but not getting defeated by it at all. Then Deku realizes All Might's jumped up to him, so Deku uses 100% of 100% punch and the air pressure knockback to knock him back down to the ground, landing in a superhero pose and rolling out. Then All Might appears in front of Deku and punches at him, but Deku manages to catch All Might's punch and aims to punch him in the stomach. He punches him in the central stomach, not near his weak spot, which then All Might retaliates by grabbing Deku and flinging him. Deku activates 100%, but even that couldn't protect him from the damage he sustains as he scrapes along the ground. Deku manages to pick himself up as All Might feels bad for absolutely annihilating Deku. Deku realizes that he could escape against the symbol of peace, but he'll be better off trying to capture him. So what Deku does is he walks up to All Might using 100% air pressure to distract him. Then he uses 100% kick and kicks the ground instead of anything else. What this does is blinds All Might so Deku can go in for a clean punch. This clean punch is directly on his chest again, and Deku follows it up with a couple more punches, which absolutely which wind All Might. Deku then realizes All Might is weakened as smoke starts to come from his body as soon as a particle dust appears. Deku runs up with the two handcuffs, handcuffing All Might before he has time to recover as All Might starts coughing rapidly. Deku feels bad, feeling like he's gone too hard on All Might, so he quickly ushers him out to go to medical, and then All Might then smiles and says, I've gotten weaker than I thought, or maybe you've just gotten so strong. And then that's when Deku also smiles, and the rest of UA are absolutely amazed by Deku's power. Not seeing him directly use One For All like that before, at 100% without sustaining damage, like he did in the normal show. So, anyway, this leads on to the training camp, which I will... Discord will be down there if you want to follow me on Discord. Anyway, thanks for watching and enjoy the movie. To be continuing over is the quirk ranking system, and this will just be so you can tell, where's this quirk in the quirk theory place thing? Where does the quirk lie within the series? Now, I felt like I should probably clear things up a bit. So, the quirk meter will be going off like what I think the quirk could become. So, you know Bakugo's quirk, it's quite good at the beginning, but it has a hell of a lot of potential to get better. That's why I think that would be a B rank quirk, at most an A rank quirk. S rank is the highest rank. D or E rank will be the lowest rank. I'll figure that one out. Probably use the new My Hero game, by the way. It's an absolute blast to play. It's a mobile game. But I am waffling. I've waffled for 3 minutes now, so let's get back on track with the quirk system thing. So just to put a pinpointer, Bakugo's quirk is a B rank at the minute. If he unlocks more things, so this will be B rank anime, I want to say, yeah. We'll go B rank anime. If he unlocks more things, he'll become... A rank or an S rank. So you're probably wondering, where does... Well, One For All, this is manga edition. One For All, that's S rank. If you know about that one, you'll know why it's S rank. In the anime at the minute, where are we? Where are we even at in the anime? I would say it's probably... we'll go B rank 2. Did I put Bakugo's in B rank? Yeah, I did. Well, right, okay. So anyway, now it's time to start with the plot. So, you're probably wondering, where does Deku's quirk lie on the whole quirk meter? And what even is Spider-Man's quirk? That's very vague, with Miles Morales out there, Peter Parker, Gwen... Peter Parker as well. I forgot Gwen's last name. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so to clear things up, I am doing the Peter Parker version of Spider-Man. This will be the basic line of powers that I think is like the basic underlying powers of Spider-Man. This is so it's easy to keep track and everything. So, where does it lie on the rank scale? And right now it lies at A/B. This is because two things are at fault. First of all, is Spider Sense. He's still not figured that one out. The reason I'm doing this is because if he had full-on Spider Sense, he would be unbeatable in the My Hero universe, virtually. Because he'll be able to dodge everything. He will get this figured out at certain points, but basically I'm making sure that it's event-triggered. This is so that he doesn't become overpowered as hell. Unless you want me to make him overpowered as hell, just drop a comment and I'll just go all out, you know? Because honestly, you guys shaped the series because you guys are watching. But so far, Spider Sense is on the what do you call it? The bench, the sideline. Sorry about that, just hit my mic. As for his web slinging, of course, that's, unless you're talking about Sam Raimi's, any other incarnation of Spider-Man, his web slinging is not a power. It's a mechanic. It's like a suit upgrade, I want to say. So right now that's also on the bench, meaning that all he has is the ability to climb walls and super strength. So that's why it's only a B rank at the minute. You're probably like, that's pretty nice for a B rank. Well, just to get a little understanding of his power, I don't know whether they really show his strength that much, but A, he stops a train. That's pretty nice. B, in one of the comics, can't remember the name of the comic, but in one of the comics, Spider-Man gets taken over by Octavius. Sorry if I messed up his name there. And Doc Ock goes to punch somebody and realizes that it just kills him straight off bat. That's how strong he is. Spider-Man can beat a normal person in one punch. That's why I think within the My Hero universe, he is around a B rank quirk, because he could probably take on Bakugo at the minute, and that's with Bakugo's training. This is... well, no. But no, in fact, I'm putting him at C rank without all his training, B rank with training, and then A rank... well, no, he's off the charts. He's S rank when he gets his spider senses. So, yeah. Jeez, that discussion was convoluted, didn't make much sense, and went on for way much longer than I expected it to, but hey, we'll go with it. So, time to get into the story. Now I'm also going to iron another thing out. This is a quirk. The reason I'm making it a quirk is so that Deku gets it pretty earlier, and it kind of changes his personality, as cringy as that is. And number two, this is a second thing that's coming with the quirk, and this is because it's my piece of writing. He's still Deku, but he's going to be taking Peter Parker's intelligence. This is because I feel like it'll fit in the story better, and if you don't know Peter Parker, he's quite intelligent, you know, because he's a nerd and all that. So that's why I'm kind of bringing it along, you know, taking the good parts, blah 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 blah. It will come in important later. So anyway, Deku, he's a normal child. He wants to be a superhero, but he hasn't got his quirk yet. So he's in school. Everything's going normal. Bakugo gets his quirk. This sends him down a power craze. Would it be a power tunnel where he goes insane about power? Blah 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 blah. That goes all the same. Just where it differs is Deku doesn't get bullied. This is because when they tried bullying him for not having a quirk, because he's still a slightly less boom. Blah, 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 blah. When they tried bullying Deku for not having a quirk, because he's still a slightly late bloomer, not like a no bloomer or a late bloomer. He's just like a couple months late. So they pick on him, and Deku stands up for another person, you know, like he usually does. And instead of getting the crap beaten out of him, Deku manages to hit him back. This, because it's Kid Deku, he doesn't have his full spider strength. So, right. Sorry, let me clear things up. So, if you guys remember, Deku got into the fight with the three bullies, you know, the one with the wings, the eyes, and the other stuff, yeah? If you remember that, when they were kids. Deku's defending somebody, Deku got into a fight. Well, that still happens because Deku's perceived as quirkless at that one point, but out of the mystical plot armor, fate, or whatever you want to call it, Deku gets his quirk at that point, so they punch Deku, Deku takes the hit, but Deku basically shakes off the hit due to them not having any strength amplifiers and him basically being a superhuman at this point. So Deku then hits him. Due to him being a kid, it only breaks her arm, and due to him just now getting his powers at that exact moment, it was like, you know, the scene where the spider genes like spread across his body. It's like that, but with a quirk genes, I guess you could say, if you want to put some image in there in your brain. And basically Deku basically I repeated basically multiple times, but in summary, Deku beats the hell out of these kids in one punch. He doesn't kill him. He doesn't put him into a state where they're like in a coma, blah 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 blah. He just hits him with an arm. This all gets brushed off. The bullies don't mess with him because they've seen what he can do. But the reason he don't get big punishment for this is because Deku didn't know how to control his powers. So he does go to the quirk doctor to find out what his powers are. That's when they find out his powers about his super strength. And they also find out about his climbing powers. And the doctor says, oh, he could be a really good hero. He says it with one of those evil grins because he is an evil doctor. Spoiler alert if you didn't know that. Oops. Probably shouldn't have dropped that. Oops. But that'll be revealed further down in the line. So basically what I'm saying is people won't mess with Deku anymore because Deku got his strength at the perfect time to mess with the bullies. And he also saved a kid because he's heroic. He does feel a bit guilty, so this is where he starts to get some sort of mentality in his head just to set back the fundamentals of his character. He gets the mentality into his head that he should pull back his punches so he doesn't hurt anybody else. He doesn't want to go break their arm. Yeah, so I hope that made sense. But we're going to move on. So how does this affect the people around him? Like I said, Deku doesn't get bullied, which makes Deku more confident but still heroic because he watches All Might videos even more now. He knows more about All Might. He researches the hell out of more heroes being inspired by himself and the mentality of him becoming a hero. He also signs up to martial arts classes to learn some fighting skills so he can get the go ahead on his on the people who also want to become heroes like him, because he is a kid and he doesn't know any fighting styles. So this is where he'll start learning some fighting styles as a kid. Bear in mind he's like 5 years old. Oh, what other stuff? Oh yeah, finally, most importantly, how does it affect Bakugo? It doesn't affect him at all. Hear me out here. This is because Deku and Bakugo drift apart because Bakugo still feels like his power's stronger than Deku's, because sure, Deku could break his bones with physical contact, but due to Bakugo's explosions, he believes that Deku could never get hit near him. Of course, he doesn't mess with Deku anymore because he feels Deku is stronger, but he still has that kind of god complex that he has within the canon. I don't know whether it's a god complex, but I'm calling it that. Right, now, I'm gonna put this into a part 2 that will come out later today. The reason I'm splitting it here, Bakugo's still arrogant as hell, but he's not telling Deku to, you know, do what he tells Deku. I don't know if I can say that with the Mr. YouTube evil gods out there, and I don't want this video to get taken out, but you know what he says. So, yeah. None of the bullies mess with Deku anymore because they are officially scared of him because Deku broke somebody's arm. That means that everybody's scared of Deku and Deku's seen as a social outcast. But this recovers after a year or so because people forget, they forgive Deku's a bubbly guy. Also, the bullies kind of keep it under wraps because they don't want to be seen as weak because then that loses their bully status. But Bakugo's basically got a newfound hatred of Deku because he seems as powerful, so it's kind of like a rivalry, but it's safe to say that they're still in the same position as they were before, they just got there a different way. Anyway, time to focus on Deku. So, Deku ended up going to martial arts classes, but then he realizes, wait, no, in martial arts classes, we're going to have to fight each other, we're going to have to spar each other. So he does what Danny does from Karate Kid and learns from a book. This means that his fighting style is sloppy and he's not used to fighting because he's learning from a book, but he thinks this is the safest way around it because he doesn't know whether he can pull punches. This is because of his hidden fear about hurting somebody again, because he doesn't find that very heroic, which is fair because breaking somebody's arm isn't very heroic if they're just a bully. So, anyway, let's get into the juicy potatoes. So, time for the sorry about that. Right, get into the juicy potatoes. So, Deku walks. Well, no, Deku's now the age he is in the anime. Sorry, I completely forgot the age. I'm gonna take a wild guess and go 14 years old. So Deku's 14 years old. Bakugo is 14 years old. Bakugo doesn't tell him to swan dive, meaning that Deku gets home a little earlier, but this doesn't stop him from walking into the slime monster. So he walks into the slime monster and he realizes that there's no way to escape. He tries running up the walls and then the slime monster can't chase him, but then the slime monster's like, well, if you don't come down, I'm going to attack the people around him. So Deku's like, oh, okay, what do I do here? So Deku's like, well, what would All Might do? Then it cuts back to all them times All Might charged in, even though it was an impossible save, and he saved him anyway. So Deku was like, fine, I'm gonna have to jump into the slime monster. So what he does, he goes from the building he's climbed, jumps off the wall, cracking the wall, and just goes head first with his fists out, charging at the slime monster. Of course, this is after trying to punch the slime monster normally and trying to dodge it. He tried using some of the karate moves he's learned, but that's when he realizes, oh wait, I've learned them from a book. Not very useful. So, Deku, he does that little charge stomping. This just makes him jump into the slime monster, where he's getting like picked up and swallowed. But the slime monster is like, wow, that was pretty impressive, you know. If you were any stronger, or if you were any smarter, you probably could have taken care of me. But hey, I guess not. And then Deku starts choking, but that's of course when All Might jumps in, and Deku's of course still knocked out because, believe it or not, even though he's like exterior stronger, he still does run out of oxygen, because I don't think Spider-Man has any oxygen powers as far as I know of. Correct me if I'm wrong there, because I know Spider-Man can get some really bizarre powers, like one time he turned into a spider, which honestly, you know what, wasn't that weird. No, it was pretty weird. Anyway, back on track. So All Might saves Deku. Deku doesn't jump onto All Might's leg this time though, because as much as he wants to ask him questions, Deku thinks about it a lot more and realizes that All Might has stuff to do. So All Might jumps away. Deku ends up going home. This is when this is after getting the book signed, but All Might has also realized that there's a second book there. This is one thing I have not mentioned yet, and this book is called the Inventor's Book. So Deku, due to his Peter Parker intelligence, he realizes he's got the same attributes as a spider, being able to climb on walls and having stupid strength. So he's thinking of what spiders can do to become more, well, what he could do to kind of become more spider-like. He's come up with some costume designs, but most of his costume designs are more based off the original All Might-esque costume, not the spider costume. But the most important thing about this inventions book is it labels out other people's inventions and labels out his own prototypes. The reason he carries it around with him in case he sees a hero and he can write down some of their equipment. So basically what this book symbolizes is Deku coming up with inventions for himself, and basically Deku just writing down everything so he can invent stuff, because he's smart. He's like super smart. He also did enter himself up to a contest that I've completely made up and should probably explain now. So I want to say about 2 months ago, there was a contest online through online Instagram and all that to come up with the best inventions. What Deku invented was a prototype of the spider webs. He said that this would work for just scrap that whole last part. I'm gonna think of another way around this, because I've hit a brick wall, so completely scrap that part. But Deku, he is working on spider webs, but it's still in scraps. He doesn't have the money all the materials to basically build the spider webs, but he's working on the spider webs because he realizes his attributes like a Spider-Man, and this inventor's book is helping him do that, as well as thinking of other things that a hero could use. So basically, he has this inventor book to help him with the suit and help him with the future spider webs. Completely scrap the story about the competition. So, anyway, Deku goes home and, of course, he works on his book, blah 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 blah, but because he didn't jump with All Might, no one else gets in trouble, nor does he get One for All. Now, I can retcon this later on and give him One for All later on in the story, if you guys want. This is why I want you to put it down in the comments, because if you tell me if I should give him One for All or not, that'll help me out a bunch, so yeah, thanks for that. Also, sorry if I sound like I'm Russian, I've completely lost track of where we are. But just to summarise everything that's happened up to this point, is Deku, time skip happened, Deku tried going to martial arts, didn't work, Deku then just learnt from a book, that didn't work, so Deku got into a fight with Slime Monster, lost, All Might jumped away without being intertwined with Deku. Deku is an invention book, but hasn't got anywhere close to inventing the spiderwebs, due to the fact that he doesn't have the money to keep up with the research, but he's got basic ideas jotted down. He also has ideas about his super suit jotted down. Right, okay. So, since there's like a 10-month gap, I feel like I should probably explain what he's going to do in that 10-month gap. So, this is where the story goes a bit lock-to-loo, I guess you could say. I tried penciling it in earlier, but it just wasn't working. So Deku, he needs to get to Island somehow early. So how will he get there? Well, Professor Shield has suddenly come up with the initiative that he needs more budding engineers to help him discover hero suits and stuff. He sees that Deku has an almost perfect GPA. This is because of his intelligence that comes with the new spider quirk that I've invented. So that's when Deku gets an invite for an application to get to Island, and the Island application is very secretive, so no one really knows about it, and he got sent it through his mother's email. And it's due to all his dad's business connections that Professor Shield found out about him. Oh yeah, his dad's like a businessman now. Not like a famous businessman, just a businessman. I'll go more into that later. God, I hope they don't make his dad Summit. If his dad becomes Summit, then this completely retcons his idea. But anyway, so basically Deku's got an invite to Island. Well, it's kind of like an invite to the competition. So lots of people have been sent this email, and what this email says is, do you want to go to Island? If so, give me a reason why you should come and show me some of your work. Deku's like, wait, if I go to Island, I can maybe, you know, compete, well, maybe make some of my costume designs and all that. So Deku sends the message in, and he also says that he's a huge fan of All Might and splurts on about All Might, so he says he'd love to meet Professor Shield. He photocopies his inventions book and sends that in so Professor Shield can see his inventions and all that. And basically what he does, he sends in a bunch of reasons why he thinks he could go to Island. So if you don't know where this could be going, basically what I'm setting him up is that he's spending the summer in Island. Now, I realise I've done this with the last couple what ifs. The reason I'm doing this is because it jigs it up a bit from just following canon, and also stops him from getting One for All for a bit. Because if he does get One for All, by the way, put in the comments whether you think he should, I want him to get it later on. And this is because I feel like he'll be way too strong with it right now. Because his body could probably take One for All. No, could take One for All. Because you got to think, he was a skinny lad, but due to his quirk, he's now buff. Like, way too buff. Like Spider-Man buff. But to get back on track, he is going to spend his, like, holiday, 10 months training. He's spending that on Island, and this means that he can work a lot on his suits and everything, because it's like a summer internship that only the few pristine people get to go to. This is also where I'm going to leave Pat. He's about to go to Island. Now, I discussed about Island earlier, and you're probably like, there's never a competition. Well, it's a what if, so there's now a competition. Midoriya, due to his heightened intelligence that comes with his spider quirk, kind of a what if there, so I'm just gonna push that in there. So he has got higher intelligence, especially when it comes to inventing things. This meant he got in easily past the competition, and he's flown over to Island. His mum has of course said yes. She's sad that his son's going at such a young age, but she also understands that this is his dream. Now, so the plane drive happens. It's a private jet with a few other students that have won the competition. Deku came first. Basically, there's 5 spots. Deku got in. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory kind of thing. I don't know. But either way, he got to Island. As soon as he got to Island, he was greeted with Professor Shield and Melissa Shield, and yeah, they all said hi, hello, how are you doing? They greeted, exchanged, just had a sip of the coffee. Of course, that didn't happen. I had a sip of the coffee, but you know what? It's fine. So anyway, they all exchanged details and everything. Blah 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 blah. Deku was shown to his room and told that tomorrow all the festivities and stuff are starting. Tomorrow we're gonna have like an open day, like you do at school. If you don't know what an open day is, it's like a day where you don't really do quote unquote work, because you gotta think this, whatever, 10 weeks is for Deku to learn, basically. So anyway, let's get back on track. So then Melissa knocks on all the new people's rooms that night, because they came like midday. By midday I mean like 10 o'clock. They were in the rooms for 2 hours, and Melissa knocked on Deku and the rest of the students' rooms at 12 and got them all in a group. This is before all the school starts, and basically said, hi, I'm here to show you around the island. So that happens. Melissa and Deku connect. This is because Melissa's, of course, related to All Might, kind of. Like the brother, sister. No, not brother and sister. Uncle, daughter, uncle. Oh, what's it called? The uncle bond they have, and Deku is a huge fanboy of All Might. Melissa, of course, noticed that knocking on his room because he was unpacking. He'd unpack all this stuff. Of course, he brought his iconic All Might figures, because if you remember his Dawn, you know how Deku is with All Might. He loves him. So Melissa and Deku connected on that, and then they also connected on inventing and all that stuff. So basically, they connected a lot more than the other students, because the other students were very, how do I say this, like, less rebelly, as Melissa's a little bit more rebelly, and they're a lot, like, hard-headed, but Deku's not, because he's not like I'm gonna break the rules. He's just a lot more laid back than the other ones, who are a lot more all science inventions. Of course, Deku did connect with a bit with the inventions bit, but the other 4 people there connected with each other, as Deku connected the most with Melissa, and Melissa connected the most with Deku, so they're close friends. So anyway, these guys went out for about 2, 3, 4 hours, just looking around the island and stuff. They grabbed something to eat, of course, all expenses covered by, well, I want to say Melissa, but covered by the island itself, because Professor Shield is rich, because he made an island sanctuary thing. However he made it, he's still rich. Anyway, so this day ended. Now I'm gonna do a little bit of a time skip. Well, no, it's the next day. Deku, he gets introduced to all the lab equipment. This is because he's now at the lab, and he basically gets told that they're going to be working on mock hero suit.
this is when Deku gets pulled aside, and he gets. Well, no, Deku doesn't get pulled aside, but he gets like. Well, yeah, no, he gets pulled aside. The rest of the students are working on a mock hero suit for other superheroes. That's when Professor Shield directly goes to Deku in a separate corner, of course. How about you work on your own hero suit? This is because um, Professor Shield, well, when they applied, they were told what they wanted to be when they were older. The rest told them they wanted to be inventors, but Deku told him he also wanted to be a hero. And Professor Shield also knows his quirk, and of course he's not dumb. He realized he looked like he had the quirk of a spider, so that's when I was like, okay, use my resources to make a hero suit for yourself rather than other people, and it should be perfect because it'll be to your qualifications. Blah blah blah. So basically, just to summarize, Deku is working on a super suit for himself, basically, as the rest are working on experimental suits for other people. So, like, one would be working on one for Midnight. That's not what they're all working for ones on different superheroes from different countries, because this is a new thing I'm going to add in a little bit later, which is now that all the people are from different countries. No, never mind, scratch that, because then they won't know Japanese, so all the... Just scratch everything I just said. They're all doing different heroes from Japan. Some less well-known heroes, some more well-known heroes. I'm not going to name it, because basically they're irrelevant. Anyway, so Melissa Shield is checking in on all of them, seeing how they're doing. And she's especially checking in on Deku. I'm going to skip now another 3 months. Yeah, 3 months. Deku's finished making his hero suit, everyone else has finished making the hero suits. So you're probably wondering, what's in Deku's hero suit? So, Deku's hero suit, first of all, it's a lot more tighter than his suit in the show. So in the show, he has a lot, like, a loose-fitting, bulky suit. Like, I'm off for the newer suit, so the most newest suit. You know, with the gloves, the bulky flick gloves, and the bulky iron soles. This isn't true for his Spider-Man suit. This is because he doesn't really need help with strength, does he? Because he has strength. He doesn't. He isn't fully focused on power. He's more basically his suit is agile, so he can dodge stuff. It looks like the Iron Spider suit, and the reason he's gone for the spider familiarity is because of his quirk. The color scheme is different though, because the color scheme is based off All Might's color scheme, and bits and pieces. But basically, to summarize it up, it looks similar to the Iron Spider, but with All Might's color scheme to kind of like commemorate All Might. But it's Spider-Man's suit, but different color. Just imagine that in your head. So like, if All Might and Spider-Man suit merged together, taking Iron Man's model but All Might's character. Hope that makes sense for you all. This suit has certain things that Deku's put into it. Sorry, just took a sip there. One thing he did put into this is heat regulation. The reason he's done this is so that he can go against a hero like Endeavour a lot more better, or work in heated or cold environments. So let's say he went to somewhere like Brazil where it's really hot. He could work like normal because his suit will cool him down. This is because his quirk is a lot more based off his ability, you know, with him having to run and everything. So it's a lot physical based. So, but because it's basically it regulates his heat. This took a whole month to apply, and it's quite high technology. The next thing that was heavily focused on was the AI, which was kind of like open source and actually made by Melissa, who helped him code the AI. So the AI for the suit is made by Melissa basically, and like given this was open source to the rest of the students, so they have this AI too. Deku tweaked it a bit, of course, with his magic invention. This only took a day to implement because Melissa helped him out, basically. Melissa just did the whole AI thing for him. So what he focused the other 2 months on was the web shooters. He had this planned from the start because he realised it works really well with his quirk, making it great for mobility for him, and also, well, due to him living in the city, it's great for mobility, also great for capture device, and it's also suiting his like kind of theme he's having going on with the spider. So these webs are exactly the same in the, well, have you seen Iron, no, not Iron Man, sorry, uh, Spider-Man Homecoming? They're like, if you've played the Spider-Man game, it's the basic webs. Of course, there'll be more upgrades, but it is just the basic webs. This is to stop all complication, blah 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 blah. And the final thing about his suit is, well, no, that's about it. Heat regulation. This does work in extreme conditions as well. So yeah, now, you're probably wondering, for the next 7 months, the inventor students worked on other projects like making better security robots and stuff, but Deku was actually pulled aside. The reason Deku was pulled aside is because Professor Shield and Melissa Shield kind of had a weird plan for Deku. This is because they realized that they wanted to make him the next All Might. The reason they wanted to make him the next All Might is because after this 3 months, they realized, well, Melissa realized, that he was really charismatic, a great hero. And Professor Shield is, of course, he knows about All Might's dwindling position, and Deku, he's been monitoring Deku too, and realizes he has the proper spirit to be a hero. Not just that, they also realize he wants to be a hero himself. And one key thing, they realize he's smart. He's smart. He has the power to basically, well, he doesn't quite have the overwhelming power of All Might, but he has quite a strong quirk. But not just, he's good-hearted, but not just that, he's smart. He was able to make most of his own suit, doing something revolutionary like the webs, which has not ever been done before, which makes him quite, rare. So that's why they saw him as a perfect candidate to be the next symbol of peace, doing this behind All Might's back, kind of. Although All Might would probably support it, because, helping a superhero rise, basically. So anyway, so the rest of the class are now separated from Deku, Melissa, and Professor Shield. Of course, they're still keeping somewhat an eye on them, but they're focusing on Deku. This is because in the time where, well, no, they've built a security robot. Now, this security robot is like, it's not made to be malicious, but it's made to attack Deku and counter Deku, and basically, it's made to train Deku. So for the next 7 months, 7 weeks, I think. Was it weeks or months? Whatever. If I said months in the past, it's months. If I said weeks in the past, it's weeks. Basically, I think it's months. So for the next 7 months, Deku's training with this robot. So, what does this robot teach him to do? So, sorry I said so like 4 times in a row, but anyway. Due to what the comments said, they said to make him OP if I want to, and since it's me, I'm gonna make him OP. I've decided to give him a spider sense. So what this 7 months training did, it unlocked his spider sense, taught him how to use spider sense, and basically he can now use it to predict the moves and dodge the moves. So he can perfectly dodge the robot if he's given enough time to dodge. Bear in mind, Spider-Man can basically dodge a bullet blank, a bullet like straight up, so he can easily dodge the robot's punches. It helped him increase his strength. Of course, he's already buff due to that, but it just gave him experience and also showed him how he could use the webs to attack. And then he spent a month learning how to swing with the webs as well, because they realised that he's gonna have to explore the city. So anyway, he says goodbye to Professor Shield and Melissa Shield. They're actually quite close. They have each other's phone numbers, and he promises to keep in touch. But it's the end of the 10 months, and he goes home to Japan. And I don't know what city they live in. I know, really bad, unprofessional of me, but wherever UA is. he goes home and gets ready for the UA exam, which will be happening within a week's time. The reason I've given that week is to recover him from jet lag, say hello to Inko Midoriya, blah 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 blah. So basically, to summarize it all, Deku has got the suit, he's trained, and he's gone home. Of course, he's not authorized to practice with his quirk anymore, but he does do strength training with unreasonable amounts of weights that he actually made. Well, no, were made for him by Melissa Shield and Professor Shield. They made these weights for him that help him lift extra strong so he can get stronger. Basically, weights that suit him more than a normal weight would, so he can actually build up his strength. This is where I'm going to be finishing this episode video. So, Deku has just arrived home. He's had a week of rest, relaxation, getting in with Inko Midoriya, meeting her, blah 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 blah, and he's ready for the UA exam. He walks up nervous, so nervous that even though spider sense goes off, he doesn't notice it and he trips up. This is when he's saved by Inko Midoriya. What? Let's go again. This is when he's saved by a Chaku. Sorry about that. This is when he's saved by a Chaku, and they both have a nervous encounter. Of course, Deku's a lot more braver this time, A, because of his quirk, B, because he's been talking to Melissa Shield this whole time. So they have a full conversation and they walk in together, just talking about, oh, how you doing, blah blah blah. He finds out her quirk is float. She finds out his quirk is Spider-Man, but it's not called Spider-Man. The quirk is called... what did I call the quirk? I'll name the quirk now. The quirk is called Spider. Creative. I know. So anyway, this conversation continues until they get into the hall. They actually sit down together, and that's when Bakugo comes up and sits near Deku as well, and Ida sits somewhat far away. Deku doesn't mutter this time, so he's not called out by everybody, but he does note it down in his head, a lot more quieter this time, blah 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 blah. We're going into the testing hall. The reason Deku doesn't mutter is because he's not as nervous, if that makes sense. So he's nervous enough to make a mistake, but he's learned he's basically out of his muttering habit because of his confidence, but he's not quite grown out of being nervous. So anyway, of course, he's got his equipment checked out with the school, and he actually comes in his superhero suit because, yeah. But then he gets told to change into his UA suit, so he has to take the web slingers out of his spider suit and put it onto his UA suit, so he doesn't have his AI with him. The reason he's allowed the webs is because he's checked it alright with the UA school, whatever, executive board, like sparkly shiny guy with his laser. Sorry if I don't remember his name. The one that gives the cheese, that's what I'll remember him by. The one that gives the cheese, like how he checked his equipment, Deku checks his equipment in. So, anyway, due to Deku not being on his feet, although he's like prepared, he's fought, he can fight robots, he is not quite as spontaneous ready to work on the spot like he would be if he fought actual villains. So this means when Mike Head says to go, he's one of the last ones to react. This is because his spider sense doesn't pick it up because it's not danger. Just so you know, he can't spider sense his way out of this one. So he realizes everyone else is gone when he needs to go. So then he goes, but he can use his webs to slingshot himself ahead of everybody else, because there's like two big walls either side. So he does that. He's in front of most of the people other than Ida, because Ida had a head start and B was speeding. So Deku then decides to go, okay, better start fighting these robots. He sees a one pointer, he web slings over to it, and so he shoots a web at it, pulls himself forward using that web and punches a robot using the momentum from him, because right, he slingshotted himself in the air, shoots a web at the robot and pulls himself towards the robot and pulls himself towards the robot with his left hand, punches a robot with the right hand square on in the face of the robot. This completely annihilates it off, and Deku shakes off his knuckles and goes, "Ow, that hurt a bit." Of course, now correct me if I'm wrong here, Spider-Man does have a slight healing ability, so he does kind of bruise his knuckles, but he don't really feel it because of his super strength, and it heals over by the time. Well, it's one of those injuries that heals dead quickly. So, anyway, Deku then runs up to another robot, uppercuts it. This is another one, completely annihilates the head off it. Then he hears his spider sense go off, and a 2-pointer swings at him. Deku dodges it easily, jumping up in the air, slingshotting it again, pulling himself down, punching it, hit his head downwards. The 2-pointer robot falls off. Its head falls off. Next, he realizes that the other robots are quite far away, so he decides to slingshot himself up in the air and do another one of those sky ground pounds, I'll call them, I guess. He does one of those, he shotguns himself. What did I call it? Catapults himself up into the air again using 2 webs either side of a building, and ground pounds another robot. There's a robot near there, so he web slings to that robot and punches it. He's just web slinging to all the robots and punching them. That's when his spider sense is going insane, so he looks around to see a huge, and I mean a huge robot. He realizes this is the 0-pointer. Deku uses his common sense to be like, okay, I should probably ignore it. That's when he hears screaming from under the rubble. He realizes that the girl that saved him from before, his now new acquainted friend, is in trouble. This doesn't stop Deku anyway, because of his hero instinct. He runs directly towards the robot. He realizes that it's probably safer to get the girl out straight away. So what he decides to do is use his spider webs to shoot the robot. To shoot the rocks in front of the robot's feet, pull the huge boulder away, which takes a lot of his strength, and then quickly shoot the girl, pull her with the webs over to him, and tell her to use her float ability. She uses her float ability to save herself, and floats down to the ground slowly, and then froze up. Because what Deku did, he pulled her away in the air, and before she hit the ground, she used her float ability to save herself from hitting the ground hard, but of course she used her float ability on herself and threw up. Deku was ready to go catch her if she couldn't use her float ability on herself, but luckily from the conversation before, they found out about each other's quirk and how she could use it on herself, but it used a lot of energy, so Atraku is now out of the count, but he still realizes that I've got a Atraku somewhat further away, but I've not got it fully away, so I still need to take care of the 0-pointer robot. That's when Deku is like, okay. Star Wars, I can use my Star Wars method. He's a huge nerd. So what the Star Wars method is if you've seen, I think it's like the 4th Star Wars? No, it's like the 5th or the 6th Star Wars, sorry. I'm sorry with the names or the movie references here, but what he's going to do, he's going to web sling the robot's legs and basically pull it over that way. So, what Deku decides to do is do that. He does that by running along the buildings and jumping across and basically using his enhanced abilities to wrap his webs around the robot's legs, swinging around him and wrapping up his legs nice and tight. He then pulls it, which causes the robot to fall over, but then Deku realizes, wait, if the robot falls over a certain way, that could be problematic. So Deku then web slings towards the robot and double kicks it with both his legs and all his body. This causes the robot to fall away from the students, causing nobody harm. And then Deku's there catching his breath, realizes that his web slingers have run out of webs and that he's pretty roughed up, out of breath, and he probably can't take any more robots. So he's hoping that the robots he's taken out is already okay. So he runs over to Achaku to see whether she's okay. She's fine. Then he's like, okay, I've caught back my breath. If we have any more time, I can go get some more robots, and hopefully so can Achaku. So they're both getting ready to get what's it called? To destroy more robots, and that's when the honk of the horn goes and the time's over. Deku is then panicking whether he's got enough points, and Choku's like, you'll be fine. Deku's like, what about you? And she'll be like, hopefully I'll be fine. Even if not, you did the great thing. Thank you so much for saving me. Deku's face goes red a bit, and then he's like, it's okay. I'm just glad you're okay, you know? And then Uchaku smiles, Deku smiles, it's all the awkward lovey-dovey stuff, you know how it is. Then the doctor person, forgot her name, the nurse, doctor, lady, kissy one, comes over to check if they're okay, checks that they're all fine, and then they all go home. That's when All Might's there, and he's overlooking the battle, and he sees Deku and his heroic powers, and so does everyone else. He sees his heroic ability. Now, you're probably wondering, what's happening with One For All? Well, One For All was offered to Mirio, but Mirio declined it. The reason he declined it is because he didn't ever see himself as, well, no, he wants to rely on his own power and become a great hero with his own power before he takes on All Might's One For All. So All Might's like, okay, that's when Mirio says, fine, if you've not found anybody from the first year students, and if you've not found anybody when I've had 2 years to become a great pro hero, I'll take on the quirk. But if you find somebody better, more suitable than me, give it to them. So basically, Mirio's not taking the quirk until 2 years of being a pro hero. So that's like 3 or 4 years from current plot. So All Might has 3 or 4 years to find a better suitable candidate, which he's gonna do by following Class 1A in UA. Or otherwise, Mirio's gonna reluctantly take it for the greater good of Hero Society. Right, so what's next? Oh yeah, back to the story. So basically, All Might's still looking for a better protege, better person to take over One For All. He's got his eye on Deku because of what he's done, but he's not going to offer it to Deku yet because he still wants to keep his Small Might and One For All a secret for as long as possible, just in case Deku becomes an evil character, which he doesn't think it's likely, but he never knows when it comes to One For All. Going back to Deku's after Deku checks whether Uraka's alright, Uraka does offer Deku her phone number, and Deku takes it, of course, and they do meet up. They meet up the day after the hero exam. Uraka says thank you, Deku says thank you, and they just have a meal together, and they go to the cinema and just be mates, basically. So now they're close mates, but in their minds they're both stressing about whether they got into the hero exam, and of course Uraka did offer to give Deku her points to the exam board, but the exam board said, oh, they're fine. So yeah, that's what Deku so Deku basically, he works out and hangs out with friends like Uraka, but and some friends he picked up from old school, because of course he's not bullied for being a huge nerd like he was last time, because you know how society works. So of course he gets the results from UA, finds out about All Might
says, "Well done for being courageous, hero. Look what Araka did for you. Absolutely fantastic. Oh yeah, you got into UA." So, basically, to summarize this episode, Deku fought in the UA exam, got into UA, and of course, had a friend date with Uraka. That's not really important, but yeah, it happened. You know, for the people that ship them out there, thought why not do a little bit of fan service for you. Anyway, after that awkward conversation from me, I apologise for that. It's the perfect place to end this. Well, he's gotten to UA and he's Aizawa. He's about to do the Aizawa test. But first of all, let's just iron out. So he's been on a date with Uraka. Well, a date, friends. You know, they went out with each other between the end of the UA exam, and now this is just to discuss things. So first of all, Deku told her he got in. She told him she got in. That was really confusing for absolutely no reason. But yeah, they both tell each other they got in. That's an easier way to say it. And then that's when Deku drops some other information that you guys haven't heard about yet. It's about how he's also doing a part inventor course. This is because he does invent stuff. So what does this part inventors course do? Well, due to him being really smart at inventing, after school, every so and so, it's like an after school club, he does an hour of inventing machines. Would be, of course, for the most focused on him tweaking his suit, and this will all be done with school property. This is because the school is minted, and they can do that. Yeah, so it just means that Deku's suit will slowly get better, because right now it's got pretty basic AI. It's got webs, but the webs can shoot, yeah, I guess. And of course he has his suit, but more's gonna come to it. But that'll be further down on the line. Right. I swear I can hear somebody moving upstairs, which is quite spooky. Because it's 4 o'clock in the morning. But we move. I really shouldn't have started this with a window open. If I die, you guys won't know because I'm kind of ignoring my channel anyway, which I shouldn't do. So hopefully it's back for good. Yeah, hopefully. I'm just gonna yeah, right. So yeah, they discuss all that blah blah blah. It all goes fine. They become closer friends. They swap contact details. What about about his inventors thing? So that moves on to Deku spends the next couple of days just training up his muscles, blah blah blah. You know, all the boring stuff we don't want to know about, and then we're gonna skip to the Aizawa part of the story. So he walks into UA. Of course, he hopes that Uraka's in his course, because otherwise he has no friends there, because Bakugo kind of has a rivalry against him, but hates him at the same time. It's weird. It is weird. But yeah. I'm sorry, just give me a sec. Pretty sure I'm being followed, but hey, it's all good. Right, so, Deku's hoping Uraka's in his class, of course. He walks into his class, sees that there's Bakugo there, knows that Bakugo bullies him, so that's not very good. Why the hell can I hear people upstairs? I know I probably is really unprofessional, but I am scared right now, so yeah. Oof. Oof. Anyway, I'm never going to move on to the story. Right, okay, so he walks into class, realises Bakugo's there, Bakugo's a go at him, blah, 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 blah. Then Uraka comes up behind him, they have a nice friendly talk, and then Aizawa comes up, and he's like, "What do you guys think you're doing in my classroom?" Don't know why I gave him such a high-pitched voice there. I didn't want to go the Batman route, so we went that route. Oh, great. Oh. Right, so, anyway. Aizawa walks in and basically tells them, "Shut the hell up, this is my classroom. Yeah, you sit down, I've shown you that I'm serious. Oh yeah, we're skipping orientation, because orientation is for weaklings and people that no, oh, people that waste time. Oh, what's it called? I'll skip the word. Uh, yeah, yeah, people that waste time, and we're not wasting time here. So yes, get onto the field. Oh yeah, the person that comes last will be kicked out of UA. So yeah, they all get changed into the hero costume. No, they're UA costumes. One thing that is different is Deku didn't bring his web shooters. That's because he simply forgot. And they're also built into his suit, which isn't the smartest idea because, yeah. So this is where he gets the idea to build the web suit. Well, build a portable version of the web shooters so he can use it in his UA outfit. This will be important later, but that's very later down the line. So yes. Anyway, the Aizawa exams. Let's just skip. Because Deku got the highest points, he gets to throw. The throw, he gets decent. Bakugo actually beats him with the throw. This is because he's just got his super strength with him, which just pales in comparison to the ability of Bakugo's, well, the strength of Bakugo's quirk, if that makes sense. Because, sure, he's strong, but it's not going to beat an explosion now, is it? Like the amount of proportion you're going to get from literally being at the epicenter of an explosion is going to pale in comparison to itty bitty spider strength, you know? That's what I think anyway. If you're wrong, if I'm wrong, I'm awfully sorry, but yeah. He does get it like superhumanly far. This is how he does with the rest of them. This places him in the mediocre spot, like not top of the class, not bottom of the class, high middle, which is good. It's pretty good, especially because Deku was bottom of the class before in canon, so him being high medium is good. It's good. It's all good. Or low top, I guess you could say. Ugh, sorry, I've made my coffee way too strong. So if we're gonna just quickly get back on track, because otherwise we're gonna waste time, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. Mineta gets threatened to kick out, but due to Aizawa having kind of a connection, he decides not to kick out Mineta, which is all fine and dandy. So, I'm gonna have to stop this video again. I really think there's somebody behind the door, and this is scary, so I'm sorry. I'll be back in a bit. Right, I'm back. I've put some headphones in to kind of hopefully muffle the background noise, because I'm pretty sure I'm making it up by myself. So, anyway, no one gets kicked out the UA that immediately because Aizawa has a connection to Mineta. Sure, he's gross, but at least he's like, he sees himself in him. Of course, he sees a stupid person, but his quirk has potential. If you get my drift. I've done this before in What If, so sorry. I'm gonna make this What If crazy because I want to. Blast, bless him, absolutely fantastic. I'll link his channel in the background. We talk a lot on Discord, and he's made me realize something. It's like a midlife crisis for a YouTube video. My YouTube videos, they follow the same pattern of canon. It's like repeating canon. So, very soon I'm gonna throw a spanner into the work. I probably should tell you this later down the line, but hey, why not now? I'm scared. I'm not thinking straight, so we'll go with it. Right, anyway, so what's next after this? It's the All Might UA exam. So you're probably wondering, oh, Deku's gonna get beat, isn't he? Well, this is where the spanner in the work is. No, this isn't the spanner in the work. The spanner in the work's later. Right, so Deku, Bakugo, Uraka, and Ida are all put in a team. Well, no, they're put in a group. Deku and Uraka versus Bakugo and Ida. How will it go? Well, All Might doesn't have the connection to the students like he did before, so he's looking for the next predecessor. He has his eyes on Deku because of what he did in the UA exam, which is like to save Uraka, if you remember that. So Deku's got his eyes on by All Might. Jesus Christ, that was the worst way to say it. But anyway, so Deku walks in like he normally does, and Bakugo charges towards Deku, leaving Ida there. Bakugo coming at Deku, and Deku and Uraka slowly walking their way through the what's it called? I want to say traction, but it's not traction. The workshop. It's not workshop. Training. I'm so sorry. I'm looking behind me, so I'm sorry if the sound's gone off. Maybe I should put like Kermit the Frog in the background, just music blasting down my ears. Maybe like the OP to My Hero or something. So it's so scary. I don't know why. My house is making creaking noises, and I should focus back on the video, which is exactly what I'm gonna do right now. So, Deku is walking through the training, and that's when Bakugo, of course, charges at him with a mini explosion. Deku's spider sense goes off crazy, so he pushes Uraka out of the way and jumps out of the way himself, and Bakugo misses his explosion. That's when Deku quickly counterattacks by running into, well, he jumps out of the way of the corridor and the explosion breezes past him. Then Bakugo swings at him with his right fist. Deku knows that punch is coming, so he grabs a punch and flips him over and swings him onto the ground. This really damages Bakugo, so Bakugo grabs up against the wall, and before Deku can do anything, he realizes that Uraka is in the line of shot that Bakugo's shooting at. So he goes to jump towards Bakugo, realizes that if he hits Bakugo with full strength, it's possible he could kill him, especially after the incident before, because right now, so Deku is on the far end of the corridor, and he swung Bakugo over, who's still laid on the floor, but now is aiming at Uraka, who is in front of Bakugo because Deku pushed her out of the way. So Bakugo's in between them. Deku's running towards Bakugo, and Bakugo's getting ready to pull off one of those big gauntlets, kind of hoping that Uraka can dodge it, which she would be able to, but Deku doesn't fully know whether he can. So what Deku decides to do is tank the shot. He doesn't know what happens if he smashes a gauntlet, because the grenade has already been initiated. It's scared that it'll backfire on Bakugo, where it will hurt him because he won't be able to dodge it. So All Might says the exam's over, but the gauntlet's already initiated, and Bakugo's not letting go because he knows what Deku will do. So Deku jumps over Bakugo using his super strength, and of course that means super speed, superhuman strength and speed, and literally does a piccolo, and jumps in front of the explosion to save little Gohan, which is Uraka. This causes this causes Deku to slouch onto the ground, but of course, due to his superhuman ability, it hurts him, but it doesn't take him out for the count, though he's like bleeding heavily, and the only thing that's keeping him going is the adrenaline, because his whole back is just fried. His suit, because it'll be his suit this time. His suit is fried, but he still manages to stay on. His AI says he's in critical condition, because of course his AI is there, but all it can really do is tell the the storage of the shooter, and whether he's in critical condition, and the Sorry about that. And the condition of the suit. So that's when Bakugo stops because All Might says the exam's over, and they all get pulled up. All Might looks at Deku and says, "I'm proud of you, kid, because of what Deku did, which was jump in front of the explosion, saving Uraka, who could have dodged it, but we didn't know whether she could dodge it, if that makes sense. Whether she was dodging it, like in canon. Sorry. So basically, Bakugo nearly hurt somebody badly, but Deku jumped in front, which gets All Might noticed on him, and they also defaulted win because Deku acted so much like a hero. But like All Might basically says the hero team win by forfeit, and Deku gets MVP. That's the training over. Of course, all the other trainings go the same. Yet again, this is kind of going back of what I said earlier this episode, but all the other trainings go the same. With the all the other trainings go the same with the whole teams being the same. Sorry about saying same so many times. So this then, what does this lead to? Wait, it is next is it's the USJ incident, but that's going to be next episode 6. So Deku and the rest of his classmates are heading to school. They head into school, and Aizawa has something important to say to them. First of all, he says the most important thing he's ever said before, and he makes that very clear. And you know what he says? He says, like and subscribe to my channel because I'm desperate. That was such a cheap plug-in, but then he goes on and starts to tell them about the USJ and what will be happening. So, of course, the students find out about where they are off. They're off on a road trip to some sort of training facility. They don't fully know yet, so they all get into the bus. Bakugo gets mocked, and basically, even though he pulled some funny stunts in training, no one actually got hurt. So Bakugo didn't get suspended for this important training trip. So they all go on the bus. Bakugo gets mocked for basically being villain-like rather than hero-like, which he was. The bus then stops after the bus then stops after chatter between the students has happened for a while. Deku sat next to Uraka because Uraka wanted him to. So yeah, that happened because they're friends. Yeah, they're like buddy, close friends, and she's grateful to him saving her. So they all get off the bus because of course they're there. And everyone's like, wow, this place looks ace. So they walk inside and they see that 13's there, but All Might isn't. So All Might went out training, and of course he is losing his quirk. Of course, not as dramatically as in the series, but he's still lost it enough to the fact where he can't really teach. So he's going to be there late, like the series normal. And all the students are already in the hero outfit, meaning that Deku, he repaired his hero outfit. Well, he did that in his inventor's time. Oh, sorry about the whistle there. He did that in his inventor's course. You know, when he went to do the inventor's course after school. Of course, he just does a one-on-one with his gear and the equipment, really. And the school has allowed it because he did do the Shield Island inventor's course. So getting back on track, can I just have a quick drink of water? All Might isn't there because he's just done what All Might does. So they all 13 is starting to explain what the USJ is, and Deku's surveying the place, and he's like, well, I seem like I'll be very useful in the city zone. but I'm gonna be pretty screwed in the water zone due to the nature of my quirk, and that's when a black fog cloud starts to fill the whole USJ arena. We of course know that this is the teleport villain's quirk, so yeah. But all the students don't know that yet. All they can feel is an immense evil aura as what look like average-looking villains come down from the skies. Come down from the skies. It's literally raining. Average-looking villains, but then we see the two big bosses come. But we feel two big bosses coming. But before that happens, portals appear under the students' feet. Deku, of course, realizes this, attempts to dodge it, but either way, he can't because the portal engulfs him before he can dodge it. So, this is because he was too busy talking to Uraka, that even though spider senses were going crazy, he thought it was because of the huge villains which distracted him. So basically, he was talking to Uraka, then the villains coming in distracted him from knowing what the spider sense actually was, which was a portal underneath him. So the spider sense did fail him there, which is kind of a plot hole, but we'll go with it. So Deku gets sucked up by this portal and ends up, of course, on a boat with with Tsuyu Asui and, sorry if I mispronounced or got a name wrong, and of course Mineta. So they devise a plan. Well, no, Deku gets saved. Well, Deku, first of all, he appears underwater. He panics, but then he remembers, okay, I have super strength. I will grab one of these villains, smash him together with another villain, and then use my spider webs to go to the boat. I'm glad I made this. I'm glad I made these spider webs waterproof before this mission, because that would have been a big fault. I'm still. Oh, I just heard a big bang. Anyway, Deku's thinking to himself, I'm still kind of weak in the water, but I can maybe pull it off, hopefully. So, that is when Deku gets saved by Tsuyu Asui just before he's about to grab the villains, because Tsuyu Asui wanted to get him onto dry land. He says, thank you to the frog-looking girl, and Mineta does his Mineta things, and Deku is made uncomfortable by that, of course, because it's what Mineta does, doesn't it? So anyway, that's when Deku comes up with a plan. He tells Tsuyu Asui that he's gonna need her help throwing him up into the air, and that he's gonna need Mineta's help to help stick all the villains together. What Deku's plan is he's going to use his spider webs. He's going to use Tsuyu Asui to chuck him up into the air. Then he's going to hopefully shoot a web up onto the ceiling, and then shoot multiple webs down at the villains below, attaching them to the web and causing them to basically all be elevated in the air by the spider webs. The reason he needs Mineta's quirk is to, once they're in the air, clump them all together so that he can use his spider quirk to make the web going on the ceiling longer to basically support the amount of people. So how this plan is going to work is, well, Tsuyu Asui throws him up in the air and he shoots a web at the ceiling, and kind of like clings onto that web upside down. He then shoots two of the villains, testing the weight. Basically, he shoots one of the villains with the web and attaches it to the web he shot at the ceiling, and shoots another villain and attaches it to the same web, testing the weight. And then he gets Mineta to throw sticky balls at them to clump them together. He does that with the rest of the villains very quickly to make sure that they don't have enough time to react against this or use the quirks to attack them. And also, because the boat is now sinking because they have attacked the boat. This plan barely works, with Deku using up basically the whole of his webs on this attack, but he did take out all the villains pretty much single-handedly, because Tsuyu Asui, she was there. Deku then jumps up from this elevated ball in the air to be saved by Tsuyu Asui, because he jumps off the ball, dives into the water below, and then gets Tsuyu Asui to swim into the shore. That is when they see the main monstrous looking human. Well, is it human? It's more of a tamed animal, but the power, aura emanating from it is similar to All Might's. He then sees his teacher, Aizawa, in danger. He sees that his elbows are being evaporated away from what looks like a unmoisturized man who's never seen moisturizer in his life, like his skin's rotting away from his own body, which has multiple hands covering his body, most importantly his face. So Deku realizes that Aizawa's in trouble. Immediately he shoots a spider web. He shoots his last spider web at him. This means that he's completely out of web slinger shots. But he gets Aizawa out of the way, who's heavily damaged, but nowhere near as damaged as he was in the original canon. That is when Deku jumps in to the fight and gets ready to fight. He easily dodges most of Shigaraki's hits due to his spider sense, but struggles a bit with what's his name? I want to say struggles a bit with the nomus, there we go, but struggles a bit with the nomus, realizing that he's the more formidable opponent, having punches that feel like they're on the level of All Might's, even though he's not really been near All Might. He just feels like this could be the level of All Might's. Just going to take a quick sip of coffee. These punches quickly tire out Deku, and the pure rocks being flung from the Nomu missing the punches are causing scratches to Deku and actually tearing his suit. This is just from pure air pressure and punching and rocks and flakes of the rocks. Deku realizes that if he didn't master his spider sense with the shield on Eye Island, he would be dead right now. He then feels his spider sense trigger from behind. He's a bit more on edge because A, he's fighting what he thinks is an All Might level villain, and B, he got tricked out by the portals before, so Deku dodges and punches below to realise that no one's there, and instead sees a portal-looking thing with the shriveled up hand grabbing at him. He then realises the third person there, and it's a portal guy. The portal guy is working together with Shigaraki to try and get a hit on Deku, but of course his spider senses are absolutely overwhelming him. That is when he takes a hit from Nomu. This isn't a direct hit, but it's still a hit. This knocks him quite far away and slows him down quite phenomenally. Deku realizes he's got to take out the portal guy straight away. He uses his spider sense to dodge a few of the attacks from the portal guy, as he's being relentless after the Nomu's hitting him. He then realizes that the Nomu is actually brainless. This gives him an idea. So, he dodges the portal guy's attacks and jumps on top of the Nomu. This takes incredible speed from Deku, and he catches his breath on the Nomu very quick. He then uses his spider sense to jump up just before the Nomu grabs him. This causes the Nomu to harm himself, not realizing what he was doing because of the amount of force he was swinging at. Then Deku stands in front of Shigaraki, and dodges a grab from Shigaraki. That's when the Nomu charges at Deku, and Deku quickly darts out of the way last second. This causes the Nomu to almost charge into Shigaraki, but before then,
Portal Guy moves him out of the way. That is when Bakugo and Todoroki come in. Bakugo realizes the Portal Guy's weakness straight away and goes straight for his weakness, which he gets, well, straight away, as Todoroki freezes up the Nomu. Todoroki freezes up the Nomu, slowing him down even more, and also catching Shigaraki's feet. They realize that Deku is struggling here, and without their help, he would have probably been a goner within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Todoroki then begins to freeze the Nomu even more, but the Nomu just shivers it off. Deku realizes that if he could maybe take out the ringleader being Shigaraki, without him touching him, like he did to Aizawa before, he could maybe get the Nomu to stop attacking. So that's what he does. He starts targeting Shigaraki. Of course, the Portal Guy is now distracting Todoroki and Bakugo, but Todoroki is also distracting Nomu, so that leaves just enough time to opening for Deku to charge and punch at Shigaraki. That's when the Portal Guy opens up another portal, and Deku feels a cold hand grab the back of his neck. The aura is immense, even more bigger than the Nomu's, and Deku's instantly flung away. In the heat of the moment, Deku tells Bakugo and Todoroki to run. This is because he knows the immense power of this creature. By now, Ida has made it to All Might, and All Might is making it to the battlefield. I feel like this should be known, as Deku is flung away, like I said, telling Bakugo and Todoroki to retreat. Even the villains are distracted by the sheer power Deku has thrown away. This sheer speed knocks him into the side of the arena. It causes the whole arena to shake, as Deku blacks out for a moment, to then black in, to then black out, to then wake up again. But his vision's shaking as he looks up to see a guy in a mask. He then says, "Ah, so you're the Deku I heard about." Deku's like, who the hell is he? He coughs up blood. This is a first for Deku. Deku realizes that his back is basically out of the fight, and so is the rest of his body. He's bleeding immensely internally. Will Deku make it? That is when a flash of wind breezes past Deku. A golden blue, white and red suit with golden hair, and his iconic smile is there. Behind that smile shows fear. Deku can see this fear close up, but from far away you can't tell that All Might's straining his smile. He's holding on to All For One's fist before it can reach Deku again to kill him. Just want to clarify, what happened was All For One has used his immense speed to run towards Deku, and he's got him pinned up against the arena by his neck. The whole arena shook from this, and All For One is pulling back a punch to get ready to punch Deku, but before he can, All Might comes and grabs his fist. This causes the air pressure to be pushed away and create a wall of air pressure which cuts the ground. All Might's suit is instantly peeled back from the force, and blood has come out from both the fist and his hand. That is when All Might goes, "Detroit, smash!" swinging back with his left arm to punch All For One in his weak spot, which was his mask. All Might and All For One are getting ready to pump it out, which All Might then grabs All Might then grabs One For All. No. All Might then grabs All For One, rugby tackling him away from Deku, and tells Deku to run. Deku tries picking himself up, but realizes he can't. That's when Uraka comes and uses his float quirk and runs away very quickly as a rescue attempt.
and Suyu Osui and Mineta are following them. Suyu grabs him with his tongue and they all take him out of the arena. Deku fully blacks out. We're now going to focus on Bakugo and Todoroki. Even they know the immense power, so that even they decided to run away. This is mainly out of A, fear. No, this is mainly out of respect for All Might, thinking that he's unstoppable. He's invincible, basically. It's also because they're scared that he can get in his way, and also they're scared of the Nomu. The Nomu then focuses on All Might as well, as All For One tells the portal guy to make Shigaraki retreat. So Shigaraki retreats. It's now Nomu and All For One versus All Might. Who will win? Well, I'm going to keep this episode going because there's no reason to stop it, actually. It's got quite rhythm to it, so you'll find out this episode, hopefully. All For One and One For All, or All For One and All Might are in a stalemate. They're locked punches. This causes the whole ground to shake, and luckily there's luckily due to Deku and Todoroki and Bakugo all taking care of the portal guy, no one is too heavily injured that they can't escape. All Might then clenches under his breath. Everyone, run away! This causes the rest, any student that's at the entrance to run away. Everybody's running away. Other than Deku, who's of course unconscious, so he's being carried away. Deku then wakes up and says, "Take me back." Of course, they all refuse. The rest of the pro heroes that then arrive. This includes Recovery Girl. Deku demands Recovery Girl to heal him so he can help with the fight. Some of the pro heroes refuse, but then they remember Deku's heroic spirit and realize that really, as a hero, he should be allowed to make his own options. He's old enough, and this will destroy him as a person. Is it really worth him being destroyed as a person? So, Recovery Girl heals him, and basically they recommend Deku not to go, but Deku goes anyway because I don't really know, because yeah. So basically, no one was got injured, including 13, but 13 was still told to run away by All Might. So was Deku, but Deku, thinking he's strong enough to take on the Nomu, tells everybody else that he's off in anyway. The reason they don't stop him is because they really should have, but they realise that he's probably the next predecessor for One For All, so he should go back up All Might. This is a really bad excuse, but this is one of the times the students, the teachers were worried for All Might himself, but at the same time they saw him as a unbreakable symbol of peace, so they let him go anyway. The reason the rest run away is because they had the other students in mind. Also, Deku, they knew that Deku would go either way, so they might as well heal him and let him go, rather than he go in the pretty much dead state he was in. Well, no, he wasn't dead, he was just unconscious, and his back was highly damaged. Not broken, just highly damaged. So he got a kiss from Recovery Girl and quickly ran back into the hall. Uraka wanted to go with him, but realised that probably isn't a good idea, so she's also told to go with the rest of the students. So everybody's there. Everybody's gone away, has evacuated, other than Deku, All Might, All For One, and Nomu. All For One and Nomu clash fist. All For One and All Might clash fist. This pushes away Nomu and pushes him towards the door. That's when Deku arrives and manages to punch the Nomu. This, of course, doesn't damage it, this of course damages it, but it doesn't nowhere near kill it because of the immense strength of Nomu. But you've got to remember the strength of Spider-Man, which is he could kill a person in one punch. If you remember me talking about that earlier. So, Deku, so now it's Deku versus Nomu near the entrance, and the other side of the arena, it's All Might versus All For One. The fight between Deku and Nomu goes quite smoothly for Deku. This is because he's now fully recovered, but he doesn't have his spider webs, so it's like 50-50. But he realizes that. But this time Shigaraki and the portal guy out there to distract him, so basically he can dodge the Nomu's attacks and he forces him to go into his surroundings. And the way Deku defeats him is by going above him, so that Nomu punches up in the air at full strength. Deku grabs onto the Nomu, swings around him on his back, double kicks the Nomu. He jumps off the side of the elevated stairs as the Nomu punches up in the air. This punch hits the ceiling and causes the ceiling to fall on top of the Nomu. He actually does that a couple of times, and that is when the Nomu stops moving. This isn't because Deku defeated the Nomu. What happened was, All For One, who was controlling the Nomu, is distracted and now fully forced on the fight between All Might and All For One, which Deku's now watching after the Nomu was quote-unquote defeated. And as for Shigaraki, he's out of range, if that makes sense. Yeah. So basically, the Nomu was doing nothing because its instructions was broken because of All For One being so distracted by All Might, and I'm saying he's the one controlling the Nomus. So, how is All For One and All Might's battle going? Well, their fists are clashing like they are before, and that's when All Might realizes Deku's there, so he's even more careful about it, but he realizes that Deku's kind of out of the blast radius. But that's when the whole arena starts to shake. If the arena wasn't built to withstand even more than a tier 5 hurricane, a factor 5, I forgot what it's called, top range hurricane, the whole arena would be knocked down. Even Deku's being pushed towards the wall of the arena from the amount of air pressure that's being pushed out. That's when All Might, smoke starts appearing from All Might, and he starts going into Small Might form. Don't get me wrong, All For One's damaged, but he's nowhere near as damaged as All Might. All Might's nearing his end. That's when Deku steps in and tries to get some damage, but he just can't, and he's blown away by the air pressure. He does recover himself, so he doesn't smash against a wall, but he realizes that even if he gets close, he's just going to be a nuisance to All Might. That's when All Might screams, clenching behind his breath, "Deku, I get that you want to be a hero, but it'll all be good, because I am here." He then pulls back his fist in Small Might form, and it grows big. He says, "I'm gonna defeat this damn villain in one punch, just you watch me. United States of Smash." He gets a clean United States of Smash on All For One. Okay, I swear I heard something in the background, but anyway. He gets a clean United States of Smash on All For One, but All For One recovers from this. He then grabs All Might by the neck, struggling to breathe himself, struggling to move himself, but still able to move. Grabbing All Might by the neck, he cracks it. Deku hears the crack as he realizes that All Might is defeated. All For One places the lifeless body on the floor. he then disappears. Disappears in a weird liquid that he used to travel towards Shigaraki. But Deku doesn't know that yet. Deku quickly runs towards All Might, realizing that All Might is on the last legs of his death. Well, what? On the last legs of his life. All Might then says, Deku, your hand, it got damaged in the fight earlier, right? It got scratched by that nomu, and when you were pushed away, when you was pushed away by the wind of all for one. Deku's like, yes, it's got scratched a bit. All Might then says, grab my hand. Deku, of course, grabs the hand. Yellow electricity circles around All Might's hand and then transfers onto Deku's hand. The electricity goes from yellow to green to red. This then goes towards Deku's body, as he can feel a slight change. This is One for All entering his body. All Might then clenches from underneath his breath. I don't know whether it'll transfer, but I choose you to be my predecessor, and hopefully, if she's looking from above, she will know this and help me transfer. All Might then clenches his fists as he. All Might then clenches Deku's hand, to then suddenly lose its grip. All Might's hand falls off Deku's, sliding some more blood from All Might's hand onto Deku. His hand lifelessly hits the floor as All Might's last breath is breathen out. Last breath is breathen. All Might loses his last breath. The symbol of peace is dead. Deku has won for all. Ta-da! That's the end of... So guys, you just sat through an hour and 40 minutes. I gotta congratulate you. If you've sat through this, put in the comments Dave. I would understand if you haven't, because the audio does mess up partway through. So I thought, how could I make this even worse for myself? I'm actually recording this before the intro. So yeah, what did you think of the cliffhanger? Because I thought the cliffhanger was pretty good. If you hate cliffhangers, I am sorry. I will try and do a sequel, maybe, potentially, I don't know. Depends how many people watch this, really. Anyway, thanks for watching. Welcome to the end. Now, if you've watched it all, that's really amazing, absolutely fantastic, and thank you so much. If not, I kind of understand it is a long one. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and hopefully I'm back for good. Thanks for watching this What If compilation. Goodbye, and have a nice evening. I think this will come out, yeah, evening. It's Thursday. Enjoy, guys. Hello guys, this is extra special last bit of the video. Put hamburger in the comments because I love hamburgers and it shows me you've watched it all the way through, or skip to the end, don't know, but yeah, hamburger. Enjoy. Bye bye.